Audiobook, The Manifestations of Being, Pachita, Part 1. In memory of Pachita, to the brother, to all those who allowed me to see what I saw, and who helped me in the process. Introduction. What happens is what must happen. There are no inventions in this work. Everything is true. A real description of what I saw and experienced during my work with Bárbara Guerrero, Pachita. I wrote this book to bear witness and to honor the memory of that woman. Jacobo Grinberg, Zilberbaum. Chapter 1. The entrance. I found the house opposite a flower market. There was a hustle and bustle outside the door. A few wheelchairs, screaming children, and the occasional strange creature, battered by wounds or damage. As always, the finish was full of tests. Whenever something starts, it always happens that someone tests the candidate. Everything is so fragile. Consciousness, the body, can get sick so easily. Every day I see a photo of planet Earth taken from space. A sphere full of shades of blue and pink, surrounded by black. I glimpse figures formed by the clouds, smiling or angry beings, collaborating with each other or fighting. I imagine that each form represents the global conclusion of millions of individual consciences, and that each war, political dispute, or religious movement materializes in those entities formed by reflections of water, clouds, and contours of continents. Sometimes the reflection of the sun paints a white eagle with outstretched wings floating above the colossal sphere. It watches over it and is, at the same time, the total result. A headache would represent a war between two countries. A stomach ache the death throes of a failed liberation movement, and internal peace on Christmas Day. Not everything must be conscious for that eagle. Only emotionally, only synergistically and gestaltically. Only a feeling, a summary of all feelings, or a pinnacle pain of all pains in each of its cells. But beyond synergistic results and gestalt processes, beyond global feelings, beyond what decides? I knocked on the gate, and they asked me to wait. Yesterday, I told them in a plea, Pachita invited me to help her brother. Tell him that Jacob arrived. I am ushered into a garage filled with hanging flower pots from a ceiling. I feel like I am entering rows of hopeful mourners. I feel like I am not prepared. I got angry with a taxi driver who blocked my way. I got grumpy for getting lost in unfamiliar streets. I still live on a razor's edge, and sometimes I am drawn to death, and I cannot process my deaths. I wait and see faces. A bright-eyed girl, unable to speak, walk, or think, smiles miraculously. I love her and ask her parents why she is ill. A year ago, a caring mother tells me she had an operation for tonsils a year ago, and the anesthesia wore off. She became a vegetable, and now, at least, she smiles. Pachita has had several operations on her, and she has improved a lot. I pray to God and turn around and still feel unprepared. They don't open up to me, and I know the reason. Despite everything, I insist again. I decide to sit on the floor to meditate. As always, I begin the struggle. The only possibility is to accept everything. Deciding that something is wrong and something is right is to put some structure before inner wisdom. I let myself go and a darkness invades me. Little by little the thoughts begin, and in a carelessness of my tonal, I take on a slight bluish tint and I penetrate it. The first image appears, a whole colossal processing transformed and decanted and purified and manifested and corrected, and I give thanks for the wonder. A feeling of peace invades me. I touch the tentacles of my being, and in another moment of carelessness, I slide down one of them towards my center. Now it is not just peace, but certainty. I am with myself, and with him, and with everything, and I know that I know. I open my eyes, approach the door, and at that moment, synchronistically they announce to me, "Brother wants you to come in." Chapter 2. The Spirit over Matter. I once knew a person who lived in the present not by choice or mandate, nor for ideological reasons, or because he held a certain teaching. He simply had too many things happening to him, and he had no time to think about the past. His features were in constant motion. Gestures of astonishment crossed him at every moment, and he seemed to be paying attention to 1,000 things at the same time, like calls from beings that always amazed him. Before beginning this chapter, one had to ask permission, and, like my friend, I began to be invaded by cognitions. I don't remember most of them. I only know that there is a moment when a threshold is crossed and what was once darkness is illuminated by light. But light is also capable of deceiving. I now remember, thousands of lights, and each one was abandoned to me and served as a catapult for the next until the true one appeared. But here is a deadly trap. I cannot say true when everything is real. I think the only thing I could say is that everyone has the opportunity to connect with something that is more in accordance with their nature, and that meets the requirements and alternatives of the stage in which they live, and the sensation that is stimulated is that of the plane. But since one always advances, unless there is a redundant bond, the next thing is always unimaginable. That, at least, has happened to me countless times. I think I have already arrived, and I am always fortunate to find something that surpasses me. However, there is a platform that is preserved and that nuances. Years ago, I began to have images. Always new, always original and unknown. I believed that this was it, and I boasted of having achieved true plenitude. Then I realized that I thought, and that there was a question that I had to answer. I was nuanced by it for years, and I never imagined that there could be something more impossible to answer, and something that included more. I question myself about the origin of experience, and since everything is experience, I question myself, I supposed, about the origin of everything. I once glimpsed that there might be something beyond experience, but I confessed that I was frightened. What had happened to me was that I ended up distrusting any answer. I thus arrived at the conclusion of the being as a magnificent concentrator of all wisdom and a transcendent entity above and beyond any humanoid consideration. However, the first time I lost my human form, I believed that I was still left without the being, or rather without the being that I had felt as such. The truth is that I connected with what could have been judged externally as cynicism, but I was lucky enough to recognize myself as unlimited. Now I know that this was the precursor of what was going to happen to me after operating with Pachita. Bodies, kidneys, marrow, fingers, cerebellums, buildings, cars, plants, became tentacles of God, things of no importance compared to the magnificence of the spirit. I mocked my own body as I have mocked all conventionalism and structure, closing my eyes and being there, detached from my body, watching it, arranging the matters that concern me most as a being. I see that everything is heading towards that condition of unlimited magnificence, and I see that everything prepared me for the revelation. Years ago, I entered the brain believing that I would find the answers in it. In my childhood, I experienced electric motors, magnetic fields, and radios as the essence. Later, physics and my interest in the brain, driven by my mother's cancer, were not very different from my amazement at the movement of a coil. Now, about to enter a room lit by a candle and plagued by the smells of decomposed stomachs and rotten entrails, something in me decided that nothing would be the same as before. I must say something else before relating what I experienced. There is a colossal struggle between light and darkness. I call them that because I have no other terms. Each accident is a test, each fall a signal that an immeasurable intelligence sends to each of its parts. It is a pity that there are complaints, catharsis, and superficial exits. They do not allow you to see and rather connect you in a feedback loop from which there is no escape as long as you continue to feed. A small anteroom, protected from the brothers' workroom by a curtain, welcomed me. Everything seemed very natural, except for the guarding of the entrance. A worried boy prevented or facilitated entry, depending on Brother Cuauhtémoc's instructions. I pulled back the curtain, and some bodies wrapped in sheets and lying on the floor greeted me as a presence of the familiar and simultaneously terrifying spectacle. Later, I understood that those who had been operated on received enough energy in that room to heal their wounds and adjust and balance their energy fields. "My child, come closer. You arrived at the right time." The brother's voice welcomed me, making me feel like family, cared for and blessed. Pachita was sitting in a chair next to a slatted bed, covered with a foam mattress with plastic on top. His closed eyes looked at El, his assistant for 6 years, always present 2 days a week. El greeted me and placed me on his left. I rolled up my sleeves and prepared to receive instructions. Next to me, an Argentine parapsychologist was taking photographs. The image of my first interview with Don Lucio appeared. In Nepopualco, the operating table was an altar and the instruments were eggs, palms, and purified water. Here, the same manipulations were done with a hunting knife. A woman with stomach ache appeared. "Sister, what's wrong?" I'm in pain, brother. I can't live with it. Help me in the name of the Father. So be it. My little daughter, go to bed, my precious one. They brought us a sheet. Each patient had one, along with a bandage and some pins. We unbuttoned her skirt and Elle asked for some dry cotton. I placed it around her stomach before I could say a word. The hunting knife in the hands of the brother penetrated the flesh. I asked God not to faint, and I knew that I had to give strength to the little sister. I asked her name. I took her hand and consoled her and caressed her while I saw the blood coming out of a 5-centimeter wound made by the knife. Pachita's hand auscultated the inside of the belly, asked for some scissors, and cut something that produced a foul odor. In 2 minutes, the operation was finished. Elle told me to ask for a cotton soaked in alcohol and ordered me to saturate it. Saturate? Quick! Saturate the wound. I knew that I had to place the cotton on the wound and place my hands on it. I did it, and the wound closed instantly. They gave me a bandage, and I covered my belly with it. The woman laughed and gave thanks. I lifted her up, feeling that she was weightless, and after covering her with the sheet, they took her to rest. They placed her on the floor without any complaint. I turned to see brother and Elle and told them that they were with God. I felt that I had closed a wound, that brother had handled the matter as if it were a toy, that Elle was a saint. I told myself that this was it, that there was no limit, that God existed, that we were gods, that we were. Afterwards, a force guided me in 15 more operations. I gave affection, I gave love, inspired by those people, and I healed. Who were we? What was it that was passing through us? Who was brother? Who was Pachita? Everything is possible. From that first intervention, everything was natural. I felt like I was in my home, the same one I visit in my meditations. For the first time, there was no difference between my thoughts and the world. For the first time in my life, I really did something. There is no anesthesia, no stitches on the wounds. There is hardly any pain. The operated on laugh while their entrails and blood bathe us. It took me a year to reach silence. When I returned from Tepoztlan, I almost died of anguish. In that magical town, people read thoughts and made it rain. And on one occasion, I saw the Tepoztico, overflowing with energy, send thunder to the valley in response to a prayer. In Tepoztlan, there were wonders, but there was no silence. The inhabitants liked to launch rockets at the most significant moments of the day. The women hunted men like rabbits. R had bought a cage in which he locked up 2 birds. He baptized them with my name and that of O and watched them. That is how he watched us. S cast the oracle and traveled in past lives. And P saw flying saucers. Don Lucio communicated with the spirit of harm and with the Lord of Light. There were no limits, but there was no silence. When I wrote in Tepoztlan, I did so between yoga postures, sitting in a garden, with a notebook at my side. At night, I slept on the porch of my house looking at the stars. But there was no silence. Here, between the thunderous sound of blood and the whisper of a knife penetrating bone, there was silence. The same silence allowed me to fly into infinity and work in the place I liked best, but where I generally only recalled the pleasant sensation of having been. Only once had I been able to follow my conscience during its travels. I remember seeing people and working with them on some colossal project. Here there was silence, and it was that same place. But in consciousness, awake with me, without the need to remember. The second operation was that of the over-anesthetized girl. I caressed her face, kissed her sweet little eyes, and took her hand. I gave her everything, while the brother applied his knife to the back of her head. With an intense movement, he penetrated the scalp while I and Elle gave energy. He opened the bone and suddenly a fresh tissue materialized in the brother's left hand. With the knife, he lifted the flesh and introduced that tissue into the skull. I placed my hands on a wet cotton, applied it, and ordered myself to close the wound. As in the first operation, the wound closed instantly. In my days as a student and later as a psychophysiologist, I had been able to observe spinal shock. It is enough to cut the spinal cord to paralyze a person irremediably and for life. That was at least what I learned in those days. They brought us a 30-year-old boy in a wheelchair. In a car accident, his spinal cord received a terrible impact, and the nerve current coming from the cortical motor areas stopped activating the muscles of the legs. Paralysis of part of the trunk and lower extremities was the result. Lie down, my precious child, my love, my poor little angel. Brother, I had an operation and they put 2 metal rods in me, and I can't feel my legs, nor can I move them. Help me. So be it, in the name of the Father. The brother's voice was that of a mother, and I saw tears in the boy's eyes. He lay face down. Between L and I, we uncovered his back and wrapped it in cotton. The knife penetrated the vertebrae and uncovered the spinal cord. The brother joined the torn ends and asked for a bone graft. An assistant brought him a glass jar from which he took a bone, and with the handle of the knife, he stuck it into the boy's back. L, more cautious than I, covered himself with his hands. I was splashed with blood, and a red drop in my ear was a witness to the miracle. I applied my hands, and the wound closed, and the boy began to move one leg. Lightly but surely, the connection was reestablished, and it was only a matter of time. I caressed the leg of the operated man and thanked heaven. Then they brought in an old man of 85 years. He was a factory worker, and he couldn't eat. His esophagus had closed up months ago, and he only ate liquids. Brother made him lie down and ran his hands over the patient's stomach. He saw what was inside and knew what to do. He opened the throat to the stomach and put his hands into the esophageal canal. He pulled it loose and freed it. Then he took the patient's penis and put the knife into the urinary canal. He turned to look at me and, still with his eyes closed, joked, "We do everything here." I closed the wound and brother asked for a hard roll. "Eat it, good man, little angel of God, eat it." The old man shook his head. "I tell you to eat it, don't be stubborn." He bit the roll, chewed it, and then swallowed it. "You see, little brother, the works of the Father have no limits." The old man laughed, and L and I hugged each other. In my previous life, I often wondered how I gained strength from work. Sometimes I could write for hours and feel fresher instead of tired. But I was denied muscular effort. I mean, it was not the same as thinking. Even when I was young, it was the same. I lived on a kibbutz, and in the evenings, after harvesting peaches and packing them into boxes, we would load trucks. I always ended up exhausted from the effort. Here, with brother, after carrying the sick, bandaging them, and giving them strength, I felt more and more energized. But the next sick person did not require muscular effort. When I saw him, I began to sweat. A little girl with braids lit up by bows and curious little eyes was brought in and placed on a sheet. I looked at L and then at brother, incarnated in Pachita. The three of us began to caress the soft, sweet body of the child and speak to her with loving words. The brother asked about the little girl's illness, and the father of the little girl spoke of paralysis and a spinal fracture with spinal cord section. The brother asked us to pray. Then he opened the child's back. When we first laid her in bed, she had cried, but now she calmed down. The brother grafted a bone. We closed the wound, and the sweet little dove began to laugh and move her little feet. We kissed her, caressed her braids, and gave her back to her father. We all laughed and joked, and our being gave thanks for all we had seen and done. Someone came to tell the brother that the woman who needed a bladder graft had arrived. Pachita raised her arms, and I saw something materialize between her fingers. "It's a bladder," she said. Knowing the depth of my astonishment, a young woman came into the room and lay down. Brother made a long cut and put his hand inside the wound. He found something and invited me to feel it. That afternoon I had cut a finger, and I was afraid of infecting the patient or myself. I was going to say it, and suddenly it seemed ridiculous. I put my hand in and felt a thin canal. "Touch well, Brother Jacobo, and you will feel a small stone in the renal canal." I felt it, and at that moment it disappeared. "This girl is cured and does not need a bladder," said brother with his voice full of certainty. I turned to look at the table next to Pachita's body and realized that the bladder had disappeared. "Brother," I asked, "where is the bladder?" "Oh, sweet child," she answered, "if it is not needed, it is not needed, and it will go away by itself." I closed the wound and waited for the next patient. An elderly woman occupied the bed. "How is my love?" asked brother. The woman did not answer. She was accompanied by her son, and he said that his mother had cancer. "Well, my child, we are going to remove it with the help of the Lord." The cancer was located in the nostrils. The brother put the knife in one of them and began to scrape. It took him several minutes while he examined the inside of the caverns, and then with a smile he said, "It is done in the name of my Father." We finished at 12 at night. We all surrounded the brother and asked for his blessing. I learned that after each day the brother attended to his assistants, gave them advice, and cleared up their doubts. When he finished and in a martial movement, the brother raised his right arm and said, "I say goodbye to you. Go with God." There was a moment of tension. A few seconds passed between the brother's exit and Pachita's recovery. Pachita's body fainted during that time and then recovered. She looked at me strangely and asked me where I had come from. Her consciousness was so different that she did not remember having seen me during the operations. "I am very pleased to see you, Brother Jacobo." When Pachita first went to the house where I met her, many mishaps happened to her. Among them, the loss of one of the houses where she worked. The owner had fired her the same day she visited the mansion where she was introduced to me. She had requested a new place, and since we had met in that important residence, she thought I could intercede to get it. That night, moments after saying goodbye, Brother Jacobo had asked me if I was going to help. I told him I would do what I could, but he did not seem satisfied. Now, as Pachita, she confessed to me that she did not understand the important people who lived in that big house, surrounded by police surveillance precisely because of the importance of its inhabitants. "They are very different, Jacobo. So many bodyguards scare me." I knew it was a test for Pachita. She should not ask for anything material, even if it was not for her benefit, but for that of others. "Take care, Pachita," I said emphatically. "It's a test, and you mustn't let yourself go." I hugged her and took her graying head in my arms. "Take care, dear little sister, and thank you for letting me help you." Chapter 3. The Damages. I had heard it from Don Lucio. People are envious and they do hard work. Jealousy entangles the spirit. Envy causes harm. Then it is necessary to find them and get rid of them. How? I asked Don Lucio. When the spirit is entangled, it is necessary to untangle it. I use the palm and sometimes some insurance. Sure, red roosters swallow up damage. A hole is dug in front of the house, and after working with the animal, it is locked in there. Damage puts the conscience to sleep, and anyone who is not careful will die. Don Lucio seemed to see the entanglement of the spirits. He would stop the sick person in front of him and begin to whip the air around the damaged body. Once I asked him if he saw them. He looked at me with incredulous eyes. "Of course, Jacob. If not, how would you get on?" On the altar of his house, Don Lucio keeps the heart of his table. After many months of practicing psychic psychometry, I asked him to see it. I remember that he hesitated for a moment and then approached a small container placed among his candles, portraits of saints and flowers, and gave me a coin. "Let's see what he sees, Jacob." I took it in my hands, became silent, and let the images flow. I felt a warmth rise up my arm, and soon a majestic palace appeared floating among the clouds. I told him, and he thought it looked familiar. He asked me what color the columns were and urged me to go inside. There I saw a bearded man covered in a tunic. I told him this too, and he didn't answer me anything. After a while, I was told to return the heart of the table, and so I did. Don Lucio looked at me intently. The lines around his eyes seemed to shine. I offered passage to and then entered the anteroom. We passed through the curtain, and I saw that brother was surrounding a woman sitting in a chair in the middle of the room. There was tension and silence. They were operating on some eyes, and brother, along with L, seemed deeply attentive. They asked us to form a chain holding hands, and suddenly someone saw and said that this was not a suitable place for girls. "It's dangerous," he continued. "You must get out." I was about to protest when the brother replied that she was not a child. She was my wife and welcome. We finished, and as I let go of the other's hands, I crossed them in a resting attitude. "Don't cross your hands," Elle told me, alarmed. "It's dangerous. And don't get distracted by anything. There's a low astral plane here, and if you get distracted, it will penetrate you." We positioned ourselves around the bed, me with Elle on my right and brother in front of us, sitting in his chair. "Pretty girl, come closer to your partner," the brother said to in a deep voice. Stood to my left, but only for a short time. The Argentine parapsychologist asked permission to come closer to take flash photos. The ones from the other day didn't work out, and I want to try my luck again. His name was P, and he was sent by an Argentine archbishop who was preparing his trip to be cured by the brother in the near future. Took the cotton and disappeared shortly after. He had preferred to help comfort the brothers before and after the operations. I felt weak. I looked at Elle and told him so. Brother rebuked me, telling me that I had lowered the energy of the place. I feel that there is low energy. I am sorry, I told Elle in a whisper. Elle asked me how I knew. I feel it in my body. The brother came up to me and quietly told me that there was damage floating around. He seemed to speak with great caution and care. Then he rubbed the palms of his hands on the plastic of the bed. Everything around his fingers lit up an electric violet. He ran his hands very slowly, letting them slide across the plastic. There's nothing strange about that, I thought to myself. He's creating an electrostatic force by rubbing. Electrons and photons are released, and we see them. Elle did the same. With a similar result, I was encouraged to try it, and no matter how much I rubbed and rubbed, nothing appeared. It really is strange. Plus, I have no energy, I thought again. I must tell them that I cannot work today. But before she could open her mouth, the first patient had been brought in. She spoke in a sweet, melodious voice. She sounded like a little girl, and she told her story. It was an accident, she said softly. My spinal cord was cut, and then I had surgery. I can't walk. I can't control my sphincters, and my back is bent. That's why I wear this very rigid corset. Brother, Elle, and I comforted her. We removed her corset, and Brother began to feel her. Have you put the ointments on her, son? He asked the girl's companion. Yes, brother, answered Ajoyo with a confident voice. I was driving when we crashed, and I'm taking care of her. I've told her everything you told us. Well, my love, I see that you are still weak. Let's wait a little while, and in the meantime, continue to take care of this precious little girl. As we wrapped her in her blanket, I still felt that something was wrong. Pachita's helpers seemed nervous, and from time to time came to ask for advice. Brother turned to us and said, we didn't have enough eggs. For some reason, at that moment I felt the energy returning. I tried rubbing my palms against the plastic, and the phosphorescent glow appeared effortlessly. At that moment a sign came in who spoke with a foreign accent. Brother, he said, here are the French gentlemen. They have come from Marseille. He has a kidney problem. Of course, dear sister, I remember. Did you bring your transplant? Yes, brother. He did bring it. A tall, broad-shouldered, athletic-looking man passed by, speaking English with a French accent. Go to bed, little boy. Go to bed. Nothing will happen to you. I took his hand and Elle calmed him down. He pointed to the sick spot, and after touching it, Brother told us that it was going to be very strong. I asked for cotton, made an operating field, and felt the knife go in. Bones cracked, and the biggest opening I had ever seen was opened in the man's side. From time to time, he would exclaim in pain. The brother put in the kidney that the man had brought in a bag. Then he opened it near the marrow and healed it too. I closed the wound, and the grateful man looked at us and tried to touch us with his hands. His companion, M, no longer wanted to live. Intense pain, dizziness, and nausea accompanied her day and night. She approached the bed and lay down on it, face up. She seemed to want to cry. Brother spoke to her with sweet words. I took her hand, and while the knife penetrated her belly, Elle caressed and comforted her. My dear father, the brother whispered, this is cancer. I heard a cut of internal tissue, and Brother took my hand and had me hold a piece of intestine. Don't let it slip, Brother Jacob. Now, put your finger through it. I took that tube-shaped fabric, and while holding it, the brother took out something macabre-looking and foul-smelling. I want hot water and balm, the brother ordered his assistants. The balm was poured into the open cavity, and at last the intestine I was holding was put into place. Saturate, Brother Jacob, quickly, saturate. I placed my hands over the wound, and it closed immediately. She seemed revived. I love you all, she said in English. I love you. God bless you. Love is everything. I love you. I love you. God bless you. Pachita did not understand anything and suddenly began to speak in Nahuatl. Her speech was melodious and full of sweet intonations. If she speaks in something that is not understood, I can do it too, right? We all laughed and kissed M's hands and said goodbye as she continued talking about love, God, and blessings. O told me that when he left, M's eyes had changed. He blessed everyone, and finally, after many years, he had life and the desire to live it. In a party atmosphere, a middle-aged woman was brought in. Brother, he said in a pleading voice, my head has been hurting me day and night for 2 years. Heal me, brother. and may God bless you." "Your very words are meant for you," replied the brother. "Go to bed, my precious child, and you will see that all your ills will disappear." We laid her face down, and after palpating her head, brother diagnosed a tumor in the cerebellum. "I need the saw." The woman screamed and writhed as Pachita's hand cut through her scalp and bone. She begged to die, the poor woman, as the sound of the saw opening her skull could be heard. Finally, the tumor was removed, and with it the woman's screams ceased. I felt that her pain was, in part, not completely relieved because of us. While we were operating on her, part of our being with M remained. I said nothing and saturated. Everything had turned out well, and the woman could not believe the absence of pain. Suddenly, L warned me in a worried tone. "The following are materialized damages. Don't be distracted for even a second. Don't cross your arms. Don't look away." P had been standing next to me, taking photos with his flash and blinding us. We asked him not to do this, to counteract what would follow. A woman, about 45 years old, short in stature, and with a sweet face although furrowed with tension wrinkles, approached the brother. "What's wrong, my pretty little dove?" "Oh, brother, I feel something on the back of my neck that hurts me. I feel it moving and I can't lie on my back. I've been to see doctors, and they've sent me to psychiatrists because they say it's nerves. They've given me medicine and dressings, and they can't find anything." "How are they going to find anything?" L said suddenly. "You're lucky they didn't send you to a mental hospital. How long have you been feeling that, my girl?" 12 years ago." "Good God," I exclaimed involuntarily. 12 years. "Do you have any enmity?" I asked. "Well, when we got married, there were people who were jealous. But after that, nothing." "Well, let's see," said the brother. "Lie down, my beautiful one." "But I can't. It hurts so much." "Go to bed, my girl. I know it hurts, but they came all the way from El Paso and it's not for nothing. Go on. Go to bed, my love." I turned to ask for some cotton, and L hit me with his elbow. "Don't get distracted, damn it. This is very dangerous. You're going to help take out the damage." "And how do you do that?" "Just pay attention and don't miss a single detail of what happens." With a quick movement, brother cut the skin, and with the scissors he cut off the whole piece. With the knife, he lifted the scalp and began to scrape the skull. "It has to come out with all its roots, and it is very hard," said the brother. After a tremendous effort, something emerged from under the skin. A dark mass with long protrusions. I was very angry and started sending curses to that entity that had tormented a human being for 12 years. An assistant came with a black paper, and the brother put it in there and was removed after being locked up. "He's out now, little sister. Your troubles are over," said the brother to the lady. I started talking, and again, L reprimanded me. "Don't think the danger is over. It's just beginning. The damage has been done and will penetrate whoever is distracted." I don't think I've ever paid more attention to every movement, noise, whisper. I saturated. L bandaged his head. "What was that?" I asked. "In 24 hours it will take shape and we will know," L answered me. "Is it an animal?" "Yes, and it will start moving inside the black paper." At that moment I remembered that when I saw it freshly extracted, I noticed a slight throbbing in the dark, leg-like mass. "It is a materialized damage," said the brother, "and let us pray that it will no longer be a nuisance." We all prayed, and I realized that all the helpers around us had held hands, forming a chain of protection. "Let the next little brother come in." It was the husband of the woman who was injured, a strong man, dressed in jeans, with a cowboy hat and high boots. "Here I am, then. What's wrong with you, little brother?" "Well, nothing for me. I've never felt any pain, but for the past 12 years nothing has worked out for me. Go to bed, my man. You have something in your stomach." The giant from El Paso took up the whole bed. We opened his jacket and I asked for cotton to mark off a space. "Make a chain, my little ones. This one also brings harm," said the brother sweetly. People who had seen the operation always complained as the knife pierced their body. This man, however, did not complain for a moment. The brother opened 20 centimeters of his belly and began to investigate inside it. He turned to me and told me that I would take out the damage. "Come on, Brother Jacob. Lend me your hand and put it here." I obeyed and suddenly felt what seemed to be a tangled string. I grabbed it tightly and heard brother say not to let go, that if it slipped away it would be all over. I grabbed onto the thing, and and started to pull it while brother continued cutting with the knife. At last, something like a rope wrapped around a compact mass came out of the belly. I placed another black paper on it, hurling all the curses I could at it, and they took him away. They had made a chain around our saturate and bandage, and they took the giant away to rest. She hadn't made a single complaint, and later, when I took the couple to their hotel, she didn't either. His constitution had taken away his pain and now protected him against any weakness. Pachita's body rose from her chair and faced a man who had just been brought in. She took a palm identical to Lucio's and wiped him with it. Her strength was inconceivable. After the palm, she lifted the man up and said that he was ready. She sat down on a chair and told us that she was ready to answer questions. Some asked and others remained silent. He spoke about the exorcisms that some priests performed and the danger of using crosses or images that had been in contact with exorcised people. I asked about the darkness, and he comforted me. Finally, he raised his right arm and said goodbye. He asked for my attention. This is the moment, he said, when the lower astral can penetrate Pachita's body. It has happened to us before, and one day she almost died. I sent all my energy to that holy woman, along with everyone else, and nothing happened. Just a little shrug of the shoulders, and then Pachita's humble and loving smile for all of us. Pancho, that's what we started calling the parapsychologist, arrived at that moment, very scared, to say that of the two roles he had taken, the last one had gotten tangled inside the camera. That's because of your gluttony, I said, patting him on the back. One role was enough. When we were operating on Pancho had felt that a voice was explaining everything to him. It's an energy field, he told me suddenly. The cells are protected by an energy matrix, and the brother directly controls that matrix. We went out to get some fresh air. Minutes earlier, the mother of the over-anesthetized girl had come to tell Pachita that her daughter was much better after the operation the previous Wednesday. See Chapter 2. I found transformed. He had comforted the sick and heard all their stories. Said goodbye to us. He explained that that night there would be a fight between the brother and the entities that would come to claim the extracted damages. Someday you will have to participate in one of those fights, Jacob. He took me by the arm, and we headed home after dropping the ex-damaged couple off at their hotel. Chapter 4. The 7th day of the 7th month. They moved on to the first person. She was a very thin American lady. She was suffering from abdominal cancer. She approached the table quickly. Such was the coolness with which he did it and the confidence with which he took off his pants and lay down on the table that we were all astonished. I translated the brother's observations to him and did the same with those of the patient. Let's see, my brave girl, what you have here. The brother was referring to a plastic bag that was attached to the internal organs and served as a receptacle for urine. With a quick movement, Pachita's hand inserted the hunting knife and made a 20-centimeter incision in the abdomen. I asked for a cotton ball soaked in alcohol, on which the brother placed 2 long pieces of tissue. They must be intestines, I thought to myself. He cut something off and then inserted the first piece. The patient was moaning and squeezing my hand tightly. After adjusting the first piece, he inserted the second piece of tissue. Saturate, brother Jacob. I asked for a wet cotton ball, placed my hands on it, and the wound closed immediately. That's it, I told the woman in English. No more cancer and no more discomfort. Thank God, he replied and asked me to remove the plastic bag. I translated the request to the brother, and he refused to do it. Tell him, he said, to go to the place where it was placed and ask that it be removed. But they won't want to, the lady answered. I know them and they will refuse. When they see that you are cured, they will do it, I told him. I bandaged her, wrapped her in a sheet, and along with another of the brother's assistants, carried her away. Rest for the next 72 hours and take care of yourself, I managed to tell him as he walked away. The second operation was a case of diseased adrenals. A middle-aged woman with a high-pitched voice and accompanied by her husband approached the brother. Little brother, she said in a nervous voice, I'm very scared and very restless. Pachita recognized her and told her that she was about to have a cardiac arrest due to nerves. I can't operate on you like this, my pretty girl. What if something happens and they take us all to jail and you leave us? So it's not safe, right? Well, if you don't calm down, something serious could happen, my dear girl. At that moment, my brother's voice pierced me. For some reason, I had always felt it to be very natural, but now I perceived it as coming from beyond the grave. It was deep and direct, penetrating and profound. "Well," said the woman, "I'll try to calm down." "That's fine, my girl. Now go to bed." Just as she was about to do so, the woman sprang up, propelled by a spring. "It's going to hurt, right?" "No, I'd better go." At that point, her husband asked permission to intervene and gave her a huge scolding. "If you don't calm down," he shouted in a thunderous voice, "you won't get better." The brother shook his head from side to side and said, "What a marriage. No wonder, no wonder." I found the incident strange. During the first operation, one of the American woman's companions had requested permission to take photos during the operation. The brother had told him that the only one who could authorize it was the sick woman. She had agreed, and the companion, I think it was her husband, began to take photos as if it were a circus. The brother approached me and in a whisper said, "They are not coming out at last." Now this woman's husband treated her like a piece of waste material. That's how it has been this day. I thought, we've all been treated like this. Finally, the woman lay down and almost broke the bones in my hand by squeezing it. As the knife cut into her flesh, she kept asking if it would turn out okay. Asked her to pray, and she began to do so with such intensity that even her husband congratulated her. I stroked her head trying to lessen the pain. Finally, the brother finished. He had transformed something inside the woman without affecting her character in the least. After bandaging her, she did not want to let go of my hand and asked me not to leave her alone. "I'm scared," she told me between grateful sobs. "Please don't leave me." We finally convinced her that everything was fine. I approached and, unable to help myself, said to her, "What a sissy little woman. That's not Chiquios." He answered me very seriously, "That's a sin." Then they brought in a boy of about 8 years old. He was crying uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but it was absolutely unintelligible. It was brain surgery. I held his head while A and Z struggled, trying to keep his body still. The brother inserted the knife and opened the scalp. Then he pierced the bone with the tip, and with rhythmic movements he located the diseased area and pierced it. It was almost impossible for me to keep my head still. Finally, it was over. I saturated and bandaged it. Exhausted, I sat on the edge of the table and looked at Pachita's body. She showed no sign of fatigue. The next patient was a pubescent, obese, and extremely restless boy. It was impossible to persuade him to lie down. After 10 minutes of unsuccessful attempts, we gave up. After a while, a sick woman came in. I remembered her and the prescription she had been given. It asked her to bring a fresh intestine from a human corpse, 30 centimeters long. She lay on her back, and the brother opened her abdomen, and after examining her insides, he asked me to hold one end of the intestine while he slowly but confidently inserted the other. After inserting it, he positioned it and asked me to saturate it. The woman was accompanied by her husband, who also asked permission to take photos. The brother told him that permission had to be granted by the person who had the operation. "These people," said the brother, "drive their curiosity rather than their feelings." We were resting after this operation when someone called Z. A moment later, A approached the brother and told him that the American woman's husband did not want to pay for the intestine because he said it was fake, and that it should have been grafted onto his wife. He says that since it was not used, he does not have to pay for it. "Leave him alone, brother A," said the brother. "They are people without feelings. But it is not his fault," he added. "It is his culture." I couldn't believe it. "It's outrageous," I said out loud. "It's incredible that such coldness exists. That man acts as if he were in a supermarket. It's incredible." We all turned to see a colossal presence. A gigantic, fat lady approached the operating table. She was also an American, and her kidneys had stopped working. Without a complaint, without a single exclamation, she lay down and did not blink when the knife entered her side. "You are very brave," I told her after bandaging her. For people carried her to rest, staggering. We had finished the session. I asked for alcohol to clean my hands, and Pachita sat down next to the altar in the room. "Very good, my children. Today was very good." Pachita's son and her daughter approached the brother. "We're worried," they said almost in unison. "We've heard that your flesh will die in December, and we want to know if that's true." "No, my children, do not worry. In the breast of my flesh there is no heart like that of men. My flesh is not flesh, and neither are my veins. There is still much to do, and the Father will not take her away soon. He has wanted to take her away twice before, but I have asked him to leave her for a while longer, and he has agreed. The only thing that doesn't work in my flesh are my eyes. I give you permission to take her in for a checkup to cure her of all ills, but you won't find any. But this will calm my children down. I know who will die here and when. I know how many days everyone who comes to visit me has. I know the designs of the Magnificent One, and he will not take my flesh soon. Brothers, he said, addressing everyone, I say goodbye to you. Whoever wants to ask, let him ask. Pachita's body raised her right arm and then lowered it. A opened her palms and directed them towards the woman's body, giving her protection. The rest of us did the same. We waited a few seconds and realized that something very strange was happening. Suddenly, the body of the saint seemed to come back to life. But it was not Pachita yet. The brother, or someone similar to him, began to speak through Pachita's mouth. I'm talking to you, he began, addressing me. Me? Yes, I tell you that it is going well, that your golden pen continues to write the truth of what you see here. Do not ask anyone for an opinion on your papyri, and continue the work you began. I tell you, he continued, more and more excited, that you were an apostle in those times, and that it is the grace of the Father that our paths have crossed. At that moment, I felt the most extraordinary thing I have ever experienced in my entire life. A luminous flow of energy filled me, and I saw light around Pachita's body. My whole being felt elevated to a plane of enlightened consciousness, and in an uncontrollable movement, I approached the saint and kissed her hand. You, he continued, were Andrew, my first apostle, my scribe. Go and tell everyone that the new era is about to arrive. Announce to the four winds the coming of the Messiah, and know that you are a witness and will live in the New Jerusalem. Announce it with your golden pen, and do not hesitate any longer. My God, I thought, I had once seen in Tepoztlan an image of myself in the Temple of Jerusalem in the year 30. I knew that it was I who lived at that time. Sitting at the altar, some elders were conversing among themselves and speaking of the highest and the deepest things. At that time in my life in Tepoztlan, a group of people and I were studying the technique we call reincarnational analysis. In an experimental session, I had launched myself in search of my own identity and had seen myself in Jerusalem in the year 30. On another occasion, also in Tepoztlan, I had had the image of a crucifixion. Now a previous life was confirmed to me. I also tell you, the Spirit continued, that you will soon find the brother you have been searching for. My God, that was also true. For years I had been searching for someone without knowing who. All my works and my books were the transmission of a teaching located within me and expressed there by someone whom I was seeking to find again. My spirit had suffered blows that had distanced it from faith, fighting against structures and only wanting to be with God. I had faced selfish people and had felt evil, and little by little I had forgotten. I, who fought against everything that was not free in spirit, had also fallen and now felt that my strength was not enough. I was going to tell the Spirit that I was nobody, that I did not have the same light as before, that I did not deserve it. When Pachita's body raised her right arm and almost about to say goodbye, she asked me the last question again. What do you want? I want light, he said, thundering the words. I want there to be light. So be it. With his arm tied, the Spirit said goodbye to everyone. Pachita's body went into a spasm and both A and I protected her with our palms. Finally, Pachita recovered. She asked for balm and rinsed her forehead and neck. I noticed that her hands had no traces of blood, while mine were completely red despite having rinsed them with alcohol. We all asked for balm and rubbed ourselves with it. Don Lucio also used a similar liquid for his cleansings. He would take 2 eggs, and after passing them over the body of the person who requested the cleansing, he would pour them into 2 glasses of water. Pachita also used this practice, as well as the balsamic liquid. I really thought that shamanism in Mexico is an institution. I went over to hug Pachita, who said when she saw me, "Hello, Jacobo. How nice that you are here." I couldn't say a word. I held her head in my hands for a minute or two. Pachita seemed to enjoy my affection, but suddenly she laughed and joked, "Well, what's the matter with you, man? You look like a stick. You don't move, and you don't let me move." I let go and realized that my excitement was only shared by A, Z, M, and the other assistants who were sitting on the operating bed and joking around with each other. I was about to tell them that all their acts of faith, their presences of faith, would be written for eternity, but I stopped myself. What's wrong with me? I said to myself. That's too melodramatic. After a while, I said goodbye. Pachita was chatting with her daughter, and they were both smiling at each other. Today is the 7th day of the 7th month. I told everyone and I left. Chapter 5. The Unit. I wake up in the morning and a fly makes a hole in my neural field. Disorganized, I use a tactic to fill the hole. I suffer a slight tension and the neighbor's dog barks and complains, and all because a fly made a hole in my neural field. In reality, that dog, the fly, and I are one. I tell myself when I recover. The dog barks when I get nervous. My hand moves when I give it a command. My hand and my body form a unit just like the dog and the hole in my field. When Pachita operates, she, the brother, and the patient form a unit. In reality, Pachita operates on herself when she grafts a kidney. She runs herself through when she uses her hunting knife. On July 12th, I arrived at 7:30 p.m. I heard that patient number 33 was waiting his turn. 60 people were on the list for consultation and 16 for surgery. There were so many people inside the facility that I had to wait 30 minutes to get in. I prayed that Dr. M would not be there, and at that moment I saw him go out to smoke a cigarette and throw it on the wet ground of the patio. Why do I have such an aversion to him? I asked myself, surely it is a test to measure my capacity to love. Z appeared at the door and invited me in. The brother was talking to someone. I felt the energy of the facility and stood by the curtain. If there was an eye case, he was always given preference, and that day was no exception. For eye patients were going to be treated on that occasion. They placed a white chair next to the operating bed and Dr. M sat on the brother's left side while Lick, Y, on the right. The latter was in charge of the knife. He cleaned it, held it, and offered it to the brother whenever he asked for it. "Sit down, my beautiful boy." The brother welcomed a 35-year-old man who was completely nearsighted. "What's wrong with my little boy?" The man did not know of the brother's existence. "Pachita," he said in a pleading voice, "I can hardly see. Could you help me?" The brother took the knife and placed its tip in the man's left eye. While scraping and penetrating the eyeball, he asked about the patient's vision. "Do you see better, my dear boy?" A little, Pachita." The knife had penetrated the eyes without an exclamation of pain from the man. It was impressive to see the delicacy of the eyes and the penetration of that hunting knife into them. That knife is really not what it seems, I thought at that moment. It wouldn't even be necessary to use it. "Take those cotton balls," Dr. M told the man after the operation. "Place them over your eyes and leave with your head back." "Come in, my dear brother," the brother said to the next patient. Another man, guided by two companions, was led to the brother's side. "In the name of my father, I greet you." "In the same name I answer you," the brother replied. "What's wrong?" "I can hardly see anything, brother. My left eye no longer exists, and the right one is dull, without light." "Well, sit down, my dear one, and we'll see what we can do." The brother's hand asked for the knife. He inserted the tip into the left orbit in the face of the patient's protests. "But there is no eye there, little brother." "Look, my child, the absence of an eye means that the healthy one cannot see. Let's close the left eye completely first, and that will fix the poor vision in the right eye." The brother inserted 5 centimeters of knife into the left eye, and with firm lateral movements, he cut. Then he asked for a flashlight and brought it to the right eye. I was amazed to see a complete absence of blood after the terrible wound caused by the introduction of the knife in the left side. "What do you see, my dear?" "I see light," answered the man. "Yes, well, but what else do you see?" "I see some shadows, but no detail," answered the patient again. "Let's see, my dear, let's see." The brother's hand lashed out at the right eye. The tip of the knife was inserted and turned several times. "What do you see now?" "I see better, brother. In fact, I can make out more details." "Go away, my good man, and take care of that eye. Come back in 30 days for another operation." As before, the eyes were covered with cotton, and the man walked away, guided by his companions. The third patient was an old man with completely gray hair. "Sit down, my dear boy," said the brother, offering him the chair. "What's wrong with my little boy?" "My eyes are full of tears, and I never see anything clearly." "We'll fix that in a moment, my beautiful boy. Don't worry anymore." Again, the knife was inserted, but now the movement seemed to scrape the glassy surface of the outer ocular tissue. A flashlight was turned on, and the man smiled broadly. "I see much better now," he said. Electric light was never turned on in the operating room. A window next to the operating bed was always covered with a striped sheet, preventing the courtyard from being visible from inside and the room from outside. The left side of the room was dedicated to altars, flowers, candles, and votive candles, surrounded by figures of Cuauhtémoc and placed on steps. Christ was protected by a cloth curtain that was closed at the beginning of the operations and opened during the consultations. The only light in the room was a candle lit on that altar. The last eye patient that night was a very elegantly dressed gentleman. "Brother," he said in a clear voice, "I have a pituitary tumor that is pressing on my optic nerve. I am losing more and more of my sight every day. Lately, the whole right side of my eye is dark. My left eye sees well, but the right eye has a shadow on the right side. The doctors say that I will soon lose my sight completely. Let's see, my boy, let's see what we can do." Some cotton was placed over the eyes. The right eye was partially uncovered on its right side, and the brother operated on it. It was a case of acromegaly, and what was wrong was the pituitary gland and not the eye. I thought at that moment, surely when the knife was introduced into the eye, it will do something to the pituitary gland, or there will be no improvement. After maneuvering with the knife, the flashlight was turned on again and illuminated the right corner of the right eye. The man could not believe it. "I see, brother. The shadow has completely disappeared." We all rested as the patient came out, and I settled into my spot across from brother on the operating bed. Z stood by me, and Dr. M stood by brother. Z looked sad. I asked him, and he told me that the employees had been fired from the factory where he worked, and he felt sorry for them. Brother had sat down in his chair and was talking to A. There was a slight change in his voice. Brother seemed angry or upset. I came closer and whispered, "I see that you have left your endowment outside and given me your heart." I was stunned. It was true that I had begun to love Pachita and respect brother, that I felt that my faith had been returned to me and I had been accepted and shown the limitless without being asked to leave my body. But what endowment was he talking about? When I entered the compound, I always experienced a change. I felt relaxed and attentive. I experienced a contact with the divine, and I respected and loved the work and labor that was being done there. The brother connected me with the familiar and the human, and all my knowledge and abilities were subordinated to his help. That meant leaving out my endowment? I did not know, nor did I imagine, that that night I was going to see the unimaginable, and at the same time I was going to receive a terrible humiliation. I did not know that one day after that night, I was going to suffer the true fear of Jehovah, and that my thoughts were going to disappear to leave in their place total anguish and emptiness. I calmed Z down, tried not to pay attention to the tension that Dr. M was accustomed to creating, and prepared myself for the first patient. A young man dressed in a suit and tie came in with his wife. I asked him his name and asked him to take my hand and squeeze it in case he felt pain, and suddenly I realized that he was completely deaf. His wife spoke for him, confirming my observation. "Fausto was born," she said in a nervous voice, "with congenital deafness in one ear, and a year ago he lost the other. Now he can't hear a thing. Lie down, my darling," the brother indicated with his hands. I took him by the head while the brother inserted the knife into the left ear. He seemed to be looking for something by moving and turning the knife. Finally, with a tone of triumph, he said, "There it is. I found the snail." Obviously, he was referring to the cochlea in the inner ear. I observed the penetration of the knife and calculated the distance from the cochlea to the outer ear and verified that they matched. I did not ask myself if the eardrum had been pierced / the chain of ossicles in the middle ear had been breached. The brother is able to reach the cochlea directly and without causing any damage on the way. I trusted. The knife seemed to be maneuvering inside the cochlea. The patient was vibrating with pain and almost overwhelmed my efforts to keep his head still. Finally, the knife stopped moving and the brother put his mouth close to the ear and shouted, "Fausto, can you hear me? Fausto." The patient did not answer, and again, "Fausto, can you hear me?" The brother turned in the direction of the wife and asked her to speak to her husband. With a flashlight shining on his mouth, he made Fausto read his lips. "If it hurts you, say so. If you hear something, tell us." The brother continued to maneuver with his knife, and after a while said he wanted to try the other ear. I turned my head, and the maneuver of introducing and searching for the cochlea was repeated. Fausto continued to be unable to hear, despite all the brother's efforts. "I'm going to graft a new snail," he said suddenly. Without knowing where it had come from, I saw a small bone in the brother's hand. He put it in his ear and pushed it in with the tip of the knife. He put his mouth close to the ear and asked, "What's your name?" "Fausto," the man answered. We all turned to look at him and smiled. "Talk to him, Brother Jacob." I approached him and asked if he could hear us. "He's nervous," said the brother, "but he can hear now." We covered his ears with cotton and said goodbye. The wife thanked us and left the room. Then they brought a child who also had hearing problems, but we couldn't keep him still. The brother decided not to do anything and asked his mother to continue giving him the medicine she had prescribed and to bring him back another day after calming him down. The next patient was a young friend of M, one of Pachita's sons. Extremely nervous, she clung to M's hand, begging him not to leave her side. Joking, M tried to calm her down until the brother intervened in a gentle manner. "Come on, my dear girl, relax. Nothing will happen to you." It was a case of an appendix that had to be removed. The brother firmly inserted the knife and made a 15-centimeter opening in the patient's side. I watched his maneuvers fascinated and tried not to be distracted by Dr. M's negativity. For some reason, in his presence, everything transformed from magical to mundane, from wonderful to routine, from incredible to vernacular. Also, for some strange reason, during his presence, the wounds did not saturate and the patients bled and complained more. "Z," he was panting beside me, surely thinking the same thoughts that I was trying to get out of my mind. "Look, Brother Jacob," the brother called to me, pointing to an elongated tissue that he had just removed from the side. "Is it the appendix?" I asked. "Yes, my dear boy, the same one." I decided to saturate and asked Dr. M to remove his hands that were at that moment preparing to bandage the patient's belly. My request was denied, and in a fit of fury, I took the doctor's hands and pulled them away with a quick and intense movement and saturated and then bandaged. "But what?" Dr. M rebuked me cynically. "Do you also cure? You should be ashamed to express a doubt in this room," I said. Dr. M moved away from the operating bed and in a furious and extremely emotional shout, he bellowed, "I have never seen such disrespect. I have never seen such disrespect. I doubted my brother, but I do doubt you. I know you and I know who you are, and you cannot cure me." After saying that, he left the room and we continued to hear his screams in the courtyard. "Forgive them," the brother told the recently operated woman. "Forgive them? Z." He looked at me with an air of complicity and I noticed a smile on Pachita's face. "Come in, my beautiful girl," the brother said to a young lady who was extremely slow in her movements. "Let's fix that sweet little head, my sweet girl. Go to bed, my little girl." I was going to witness something that would surpass everything I had seen. Something incredible and wonderful. The woman lay down and without showing any sign of pain, let the hunting knife penetrate the back of her head. "I need the saw," said the brother. With it, the patient was trepanned and then the knife penetrated her brain. With a lateral and then extractive movement, a whole area of cortex was removed. I looked at it in astonishment and realized its dimensions. Approximately 7 centimeters long and 3 centimeters thick, that bloody mass covered with convolutions on the table next to the body of the patient. Cuauhtémoc. From a plastic bag, the saint's hand extracted a tissue similar to the amputated one. Fresh in appearance and rosy in tone, a slice of bark occupied the brother's hands. As if it were a recently weaned baby, the brother rocked the tissue and spoke to it with loving words. "Live, live, live," he said, and then introduced it to the hole left by the missing cortex. In a second similar maneuver, another piece of brain was grafted. Immediately afterward, the brother's mouth approached the trepanation and spoke to it, comforted it, and blew his breath into it. I saturated and bandaged the head completely. I observed the woman and asked her how she felt. "I'm fine, little brother, very well." We covered her with the sheet and took her to rest. My God, my God, my God. I couldn't stop saying my God, while a new patient entered the room. It was an elderly and very obese woman, complaining of intense pain in her back. I had already seen several spinal operations, including those called liquids. In these, spinal fluid was injected from the base of the spine. In this operation, the brother used a technique that brought back an image from my childhood. Using a glass saturated with alcohol, the brother set it on fire and placed it immediately at the base of the spine. The vacuum created caused a skin growth to appear, which in the form of a bubble penetrated the glass. With the knife, Cuauhtémoc's hand opened the back a few centimeters above the glass, uncovered the vertebrae, and before grafting a bone onto them, he asked that the patient's legs be placed at the same level of length and horizontal plane. I saturated the wound, and after the patient was taken away, I asked the brother about the procedure. "It's to prevent hemorrhages," he told me quickly. I had seen a similar maneuver in my maternal grandfather's house, and the memory of several glasses placed on the back, pulling the flesh, had remained in my mind as a vision of something very strange. They then brought an old lady. Her hair was completely white and her body was too flabby. She occupied the bed, lying face down. The brother received her with the affection he was accustomed to, and despite having heard it so many times, I felt a great tenderness when I heard him call that old lady little girl. I thought I noticed on his face a return to childhood and a total trust in that woman who suddenly revived a dead mother. "My leg hurts a lot," the old lady told her brother. "My femur is very bad. Don't worry, my darling, you'll see how it will be fine." After the previous words, the hunting knife penetrated the thigh and exposed the bones. With a saw, Cuauhtémoc began to scrape the bone tissue. It sounded like the scraping of sandpaper on rough wood. Finally, something was oriented inside the leg, and the operation was over. The next patient came from the town of Parral. A plump, stocky woman, accompanied by her husband, lay face down on the bed. We uncovered her back while the husband explained that in a previous operation, the brother had removed a lung cancer, but that the patient continued to cough and had serious respiratory problems. "Let's see, my dear little wife," the brother said to the woman. "Your cancer is cured, and you have not understood. When one thinks that one is ill, the body becomes ill. You are well now. We will correct the discomfort that you feel with another operation, but you must cooperate. Do not think that you are ill, and you will stop having discomfort." "Yes, brother, I promise you." Immediately afterwards, a large incision was made on the left side, and then, with the help of the knife, a large dark organic mass was removed. "We're going to put in a new lung," said the brother, taking a whitish tissue from a plastic bag. He placed the tissue on the tip of the knife and inserted it into the cavity. With an almost imperceptible whisper, the grafted lung took the place of the removed one. I paid close attention to the patient's breathing and noticed no change during the entire surgical procedure. I saturated and realized that I didn't know how long I should do it before removing my hands. Every time I had saturated, an inner voice had told me the time, but now I wanted to see it. I placed my hands on the wound, and at the moment the voice told me to, I separated them and lifted the cotton that I always placed on the skin. The tremendous incision was completely closed, and there was no sign of blood, nor any noticeable scar on it. I turned to my left and saw Dr. M enter, leading a patient by the hand. During the brain operation, the cortical tissue that had been removed and placed on the table next to the brother's chair had disappeared. A strange power had disintegrated it, leaving no trace of its previous presence. Exactly the same thing had happened with the extracted lung. I was no longer surprised by these disappearances and the complementary materializations I had observed. In fact, in the months prior to my meeting with Cuauhtémoc, I had dedicated myself to refining my synergic theory of the space-matter continuum. In this theory, I considered matter to be the extreme of low synergy of the continuum, defining it fundamentally as the set of points containing more or less concentrated information and with more or less redundancy. Matter was the least convergent and the least redundant, while space was capable of containing, in each of its points, colossal quantities of information with a high redundancy. The brain was an instrument of interaction with the synergic structure of space through the activation and subsequent expansion of energy fields. The intersection of these, neural, fields, and the organization of space, besides creating the experience, affected the space in any synergic sense. decreasing or increasing synergy. Thus, a neuronal field morphology could decrease the synergy of space and thus materialize an object or, on the contrary, increase it, resulting in dematerialization. Other entities could do the same. In this way, it was understandable that I accepted what I saw and that I also organized rather than disorganized my thoughts. However, seeing the disappearance of brain tissue or the materialization of a kidney, a bladder, or a portion of cerebral cortex had the charm and mystery of complexity and specificity. A beautiful American girl, a patient of Dr. M, of great height, beautiful appearance, and loving look, took his place on the operating bed. The constant contact with the miracles performed by the brother had changed my point of reference, and a total faith in God and a penetration into the different scales and levels of consciousness was becoming a daily companion of my thoughts. I remembered Don Lucio and his favorite disciple, A. The former did not need to enter a mediumistic trance to speak with spirits and disembodied beings. Learned the technique, and when we had the opportunity, we checked our vibrational perceptions and were amazed at the concordance of subtle sensations that different places provoked in both of us. "Brother," said Dr. M, "this is a case that Dr. V sent you. Some time ago, this girl hurt her right ankle and was operated on in a conventional way. The result was not very positive. She is unable to make certain movements of the foot without feeling very intense pain." The brother's face changed for an instant, and I managed to glimpse a subtle intention on his forehead. "But I don't know anything about ankles and muscles and tendons," he suddenly said to Dr. M. The latter was surprised, and with a slight movement of his shoulders, he was about to accept the confession as valid. There must have been a terrible struggle inside this man, and finally what he had witnessed overcame his natural state of doubt. "You know more than I do," the brother continued, saying with a clear mocking intention. "No, brother," answered Dr. M. "How could you not know?" "Well, we'll try." I had taken the girl's hand while the brother's hand ran over her ankle and detected the damage. "The tendon is bad," he said suddenly, "and the muscular insertion is too rigid." With the knife, he opened the ankle and began to maneuver with its muscular and tendon structure. The girl breathed deeply, trying to calm the pain she was suffering. I tried to calm her by stroking her forehead and squeezing her hand. "Ask him if he can move his foot," the brother told me. "Tell him to flex his leg, move his toes, turn his foot." As the intervention continued, the movements were performed more and more easily and without pain. Finally, Dr. M bandaged it, and the girl asked me if they had finished and if, in addition to fixing the tendon, they had released the muscular stiffness. "Don't worry," I replied. "Everything is fine." "You are wonderful," he said as he wrapped her in the sheets. A boy of about 10 years old immediately passed by. "Hello, my dear little boy. What is wrong with you?" the brother asked him. "I have a pain here," said the boy, pointing to his stomach. The mother explained that it was a hernia that they had not been able to cure. The boy lay down on his back, and the brother's hand began to auscultate his belly. He took me by the hand and made me feel a rigid growth located above his navel. "What hernia? What hernia?" the brother whispered to me. I placed cotton to limit the area, and immediately the knife opened an area of about 25 centimeters in the belly. I paid close attention to the cut and noticed that Cuauhtémoc, in Pachita's body, seemed not to exert any pressure or make any considerable effort, and that the subtle contact of the metal of the knife blade on the skin was enough for it to open. In less than a minute, a tumor the size of a dark and fetid racquetball had been extracted from the body of the boy. I quickly saturated it and again noticed the absence of traces of blood and the perfect union of the skin without leaving any trace of scar. How could he live so long with that? "I don't understand," said the brother as he said goodbye to the sick man. As I left the room, I noticed a sudden change in the energy level. I turned to look, and at that moment the brother began to speak. "Now, my brothers," he said very seriously, "I want you to leave. The next case is a damage, and I do not want to compromise you." A patient lying next to the altar and recently operated on got up at that moment and, carrying his sheet on his back, fled the room. We all smiled and looked at each other. I began to move away from the operating bed towards the exit and invited Dr. M to do the same. The latter became angry again and shouted at me that the brother's instructions did not apply to him, that he helped with the damage. "Do you need my help too?" I asked the brother. He turned to look at me and said, "No, brother. This damage would knock your mind out. I waited in the courtyard, curious to know the result of that last operation. After 10 minutes, I was invited to enter the room. Pachita's body was sitting next to the altar, and the brother was giving his usual instructions to the assistants. "Brothers," he said, "we must forgive each other and not cause unpleasant disturbances." Came up and told him that he should set the order, since his authority was the deciding factor. "Me?" the brother answered. "Me? Get involved in worldly matters? You are either here or there, and there is no middle ground." The prayer had been so clear and strong that we all remained silent. This was interrupted by the brother's farewell. Raising his right arm, he said goodbye. We surrounded Pachita, and with our open palms facing her, we protected her from the possible intrusion of a low astral being. The moment of the brother's farewell and Pachita's recovery of everyday consciousness was one of great danger and always provoked a state of tension and sustained attention. In a few seconds, and after several muscular jolts, Pachita came to. As always, she stroked her hair and rubbed her eyes. She asked for balsamic liquid and used it to rub her face, hands, hair, and neck. I left Pachita's house with a very unpleasant feeling. It was incredible how I let myself get carried away by anger and how I fell in the presence of Dr. M.A. had told me that I was forbidden to get angry when I left the premises, and I told myself the same until I got home. The brother had been upset by the lack of unity. The people who helped him were not up to the task. The following days, I meditated on unity, the existence of entities that, like the brother, seemed to have an independence and a life of their own was so clear that it made me doubt. I finally returned to what I considered to be the foundation. We are one and our body has no limits. Every manifestation is and comes from the same thing. In contemporary physics, a particle apparently separate from others is actually the intensification of a frequency range of the same and unique quantum field. The same thing happens with consciousness. Each consciousness comes from a global and unifying consciousness of the whole. Each being is on the path to unity with the whole and undergoes different experiences to get there. The same thing happens in the brain. The frequency of the neuronal field increases with evolution. At a certain stage, the field becomes confused and indistinguishable from the structure of space. It becomes one with the latter, and thus the individual consciousness establishes an intimate contact with the absolute and undifferentiated. That is God, the only divinity of which we are all a part. Its laws are the laws of the universe, and its structure is the synergy common to any organization. Chapter 6, Cuauhtémoc, July 14th. Anniversary of Cuauhtémoc's earthly birth. I arrived at Pachita's house, and for the first time I saw the operating room lit up. The curtain was drawn back, and the altar was visible in all its magnificence. Hundreds of roses perfumed and colored the 7 steps of the altar. A magnificent painting of Cuauhtémoc on the left guarded a carved Christ. Another Cuauhtémoc on the right served as a figure for a painting of Christ. The Aztec king looked full of power, and his gaze directed to heaven and protected by a gigantic eagle, attesting to his mysticism and his faith. Colored papers and a vase full of petals awaited the appearance of Pachita. The dainty little girl in a wheelchair, the one who had suffered an overdose of anesthesia, also waited. Watching Dona Candelaria, the person who knew the most about Pachita's work, hurried in and out arranging flowers and placing a white sheet on 3 chairs placed to the right of the altar. After a few minutes, Pachita arrived. She looked cheerful, but slightly tired. She greeted each of us who were waiting and sat down on a chair placed in front of the altar. She asked for 3 people, who sat down on the chairs to the right. Mrs. Yu approached me and told me that the lady who had sat down on the chair in the center was very strange. At her sides, 2 of Pachita's former disciples sat down as well, and immediately afterward they closed their eyes. Something extraordinary is going to happen here, I said to myself thoughtfully. Surely these 3 people will intervene in some trance or energetic balance. Pachita stood up from her chair and approached the altar. She took a bright violet cloth full of bells and embroidery from ancient Mexico and placed it on her shoulders like a tunic. She sat down again and the lights went out. Surely she is waiting for the brother, I thought. It is the moment when he takes possession of her body. In total silence, we all waited a few minutes, and suddenly, the lady sitting in the middle chair began to scream, after writhing violently. From her lips came a speech pronounced at such speed and in such a strange language that I did not understand anything she said. I once heard Petra speak Mexican, and that had a certain similarity in intonation with it. Seconds before Pachita also writhed, Dona Candelaria threw some rose petals at her. We all imitated her. Dona Candelaria had distributed the petals and had told me to throw them at the moment the brother appeared. While Candelaria sang some mananitas with the help and participation of everyone, Pachita went into a trance. I reproduce here the innocent and beautiful song, Morning Songs to Little Brother Cuauhtémoc. These are the mornings we came to sing to a divine spirit that comes from beyond, to this omnipotent being that the Lord sent it to us to give us advice and take away all evil from us. Come soon, blessed child, come and console us. Come give us your advice and to take away all evil from us. We are not worthy of your divine goodness, but you are eternal light. In this earthly life, we all love you so much with all my heart. Don't leave us, little brother. Take us to the Creator. You were king on this earth. You were great, your majesty, and now you are eternal light on the heavenly throne. Come soon, blessed child. Come and console us. Come give us your advice and to take away all evil from us. Surrounded by petals, Pachita's body twisted for a moment, and then, with the brother's deep and certain voice, she greeted us. Dear brothers, she said first, I am very happy for your love. Even though my father forbade me to be with you, here I am, wanting not to disappoint you. Too many things have happened lately that are not completely satisfactory. A great and terrible catastrophe is approaching, and today more than ever you should learn to love and to give everything possible. Next to me and in her wheelchair, the over-anesthetized girl whom we had operated on a few days ago seemed to hear the voice of the message. She swayed in her chair, at times with her back erect, then bent completely until her forehead touched her knees. Her little eyes jumped from the lit candle on the altar to the chair occupied by Cuauhtémoc's body. She remained completely silent, but suddenly, excited, she let out an exclamation of joy. The brother turned to look at her and said that he understood now. The girl's exclamations were repeated several times whenever the brother spoke of love and devotion to God. On the other hand, she remained silent during concrete descriptions or advice. It is incredible, I said to myself. The girl is detecting the deepest abstractions and the most fundamental indications and does not respond to everything that belongs to the earthly world, to concrete descriptions, and to the mundane. Is it perhaps, I asked myself, that which possesses the greatest power of abstraction is at the same time the most fundamental? Perhaps the state of clear decortication of this girl has put her in contact with God, and only to Him does she react. The brother continued talking about the need to give and love when he was interrupted by the medium sitting in the center chair. He spoke like an Indian child who knew little Spanish, or like a very primitive being incapable of clear verbal expression. I love you very much. I help you to cure your little head. You let me be with you. You let me be and help you. The brother turned to see him and greeted him. You can stay, my loving child. You can be with us, but following the laws of your kingdom and in peace. I love you very much. I give you thanks. 2 days later, in the morning meditation with my group, I had tried to apply the brother's teaching with a dark entity that lives in the house in which we meditate. When I felt it, I invited it to stay and receive light from us. To my disappointment, I was not able to communicate, and I lacked the strength to help it and overcome the emptiness it caused me. The brother spoke for 10 minutes, giving a speech of such beauty and depth that I feel unable to reproduce it here. He mentioned that he himself was not a very high being, and that he was continually learning and wishing to help his human brothers with all his ability and strength, and with the help of his father. He spoke of his flesh, saying that it was very naughty and that it, Pachita, did not take care of itself as it should. He blessed us and asked for light for all of us and promised not to abandon the suffering of the species and to cooperate to bring light to the world. When he finished, he asked that we resolve our passions and not be carried away by hatred, misunderstandings, or anger. Then he prepared to receive questions. The girl's mother approached him, kissed his hand, and congratulated the brother on his birthday and thanked him for helping her daughter. My dear girl, the brother answered, your daughter will soon begin to walk and then to talk. All this is a test for you and your husband. You both have a pure heart, and when you manage to solve your problem, you will reach the state that will allow you to approach the divine. Your daughter's illness was to test you. But why with her? The mother protested. Why did they make her suffer? "That is true, my beautiful girl. The ways of the Lord are the most difficult to follow, but everything will be happy and healthy in a short time. Be patient and you will see." Crying, the woman approached her daughter and her husband. One by one, the 20 people who had attended the ceremony approached to congratulate the brother. A middle-aged woman asked him to tell her about his life when he was Aztec king. "Oh, my precious little girl, those memories are painful for me, but I am going to tell you some things. We lived in a paradise. The inhabitants of Tenochtitlan lived, like you, on rich soil. Under the earth there are still diamonds, emeralds, and rubies that in my time overflowed the fields and plantations. I was educated for kingship, and from a very young age my father taught me, with the help of the priests, to decipher the codices and to dispense justice. When I was 13, I took the throne. I remember that they brought me a warrior whom I had to judge. I fasted for 3 days and then studied the codices. At night I dreamed, and in the early mornings I remembered my dreams, trying to find signs for the verdict. If I dreamed that it was raining, that meant that the man had to be imprisoned for 3 days and nights. If I dreamed of the sun, the verdict and the sentence had to be different. I did not want to mistreat him or harm him. Historians have made many mistakes in my biography. They say things that were not true. Can you imagine? I was so small arriving at the priest's enclosure to give the sentence and to explain the reasons that had led me to it. But everything went well. They accepted me, and from that moment on I received a lot of help. My uncle Moctezuma advised me on government matters. One day my people became ill. It had happened before. The first time, many hundreds of years before, long before the arrival of the Spanish, some friars had come from Atlantis to cross the sea and cross our land. They brought us knowledge, but also illnesses. When I was 33 years old, I had a great difficulty, but I am not going to talk about that. We knew many secrets of the earth and the sky. We knew of a liquid that, when used, could destroy entire mountains. Be careful with the Pedregal de San Angel. That liquid can still be found in its subsoil, but I don't want to talk about that either. We were good, and we knew how to read the stars, and we communicated with God. Then the Spanish came, and my people suffered a lot. I never married or had children. I had a fiancé, and my reign ended too soon. The description was long and full of images of a glorious and pure time. It conveyed nostalgia simultaneously with purity. The woman thanked me for the story, and I remembered one of my stories, in which an extraterrestrial being describes a series of events to an extragalactic audience. But he doesn't describe them verbally, but through direct transmission of images. Here too, during Cuauhtémoc's story, I had seen, rather than heard, his descriptions. When he finished, the brother prepared himself for new questions. I approached him and asked him about my life. I don't want to share what he told me, but he amazed me by his accuracy and certainty. He spoke to me again about St. Andrew and thanked me for having congratulated him on his birthday. "Thank you," I said, "for letting me see what I saw and for allowing me to write it." After me, a young man who had undergone brain surgery by brother came up to congratulate him. He looked healthy and strong, his eyes literally shining. Right now, as I write, I have before me the memory of his gaze. I had never seen anything like those absolutely phosphorescent eyes. His son came up next. "Brother," he said, "I want to ask you a great favor. I want to ask you to take away the being who tried to poison my mother." There was an expectant silence, which was broken by a serious reprimand from brother. "Never. The dark being comes to be rescued in the light. Your mother's body will withstand all attacks. Don't worry." Later I found out that someone had put arsenic in the salt in Pachita's house. I'm not really sure if that was the case, but I was told of an attempt at poisoning. I was shocked and didn't want to ask anything else. Finally, the brother raised his right arm and said goodbye. I thought that Pachita was going to regain her usual consciousness, but instead of her, and after a moment of trembling, another entity took over the body of the saint. I remembered that on one occasion it had been mentioned that Pachita was an open channel and that she accepted any entity. The one who took possession of her body at that moment was a gypsy. "I am a gypsy," she said, "and I can read her hands. Who wants to know their destiny?" Someone put forward their hand, and the gypsy began to speak. "The problem with your wife will be resolved soon. You will receive a travel order, and that will help you in your business." Another hand was read immediately after. "Your family gives you joy, and yet you are sad. You must accept your life and rejoice in what you have. I could not resist my curiosity and, placing myself behind the gypsy, I extended my right arm. The light, except for an oil candle placed on the altar, was off. At 50 centimeters from the eyes, no detail was perceptible. She took my hand and immediately said, "Israel, you have the marks of the apostolate. You were Andrew, and your teacher left a question unresolved. You returned to give him the answer. Soon you will receive a surprise. You will reach the pinnacle of fame. You have found yourself, and from now on everything will be light for you." Holy God, I exclaimed, full of emotion. The question is the creation of experience and its foundations. That's what I came for. A tall girl with big eyes and jet black hair extended her hand. "You were Egyptian, and on August 13th you will have to come and talk to me. Don't forget." On August 13th, 1521, the conquest of Tenochtitlan was completed. The gypsy shouted. "Remind this woman of the appointment with me for August 13th. "But we are going to Parral," answered M. "It doesn't matter. I must speak to her on August 13th. I don't remember anymore. There were so many hands and so many other stories that my memory is not able to evoke them all." Moments before the gypsy took possession of Pachita's body, the medium had begun to speak again. "I want to fix you. You leave me. I want you." Moments before the gypsy left, the medium extended her hand, and the gypsy told her that she was already convalescing and that she saw no signs of illness. "I say goodbye to you," the gypsy said later. Pachita's body convulsed and another entity penetrated her. "We are like flowers that wither when we do not drink enough water. In the end we find God." After the poem, and in an intense tone of voice, that being identified himself as Bocanegra. The convulsions came again, and a sad, young voice appeared in Pachita's mouth. "I want my Aunt Can to come." She was referring to Dona Candelaria, and at that moment I guessed that it was Pachita's dead son. She had lost him in the riots of 1968 and had never forgotten him. Pachita's sadness had been so great that she had become ill and lost her sight. The dead son continued talking. "I love you and miss you. Take care of my mother and don't let her suffer." The ceremony had ended and Pachita regained consciousness. She asked for balm and greeted us with her simple, country language. I asked Dona Candelaria for the lyrics to the Mananitas, and after much searching, Pachita showed us the place where some copies were found. While someone was looking for them, it brought me the hunting knife, and I saw it for the first time with sufficient light. The hilt was covered and lined with black electrical tape, and the blunt, pointless blade had an engraving of an Indian with a headdress. It resembles Cuauhtémoc, I thought, but above all the silver statue of the patriarch that had brought for the altar. I returned the knife after feeling it and approached Dona Candelaria. The woman, with round, bright, brown eyes, protruding teeth, medium height and a quick step, intelligent and accurate, offered me a toll and some tamales that she had prepared for the ceremony. I asked her to sing the Mananitas to me again, and she did so in a fresh voice. Everyone admired Candelaria and considered her some kind of absolute connoisseur of the brothers' mysteries. She almost never spoke and kept the secrets to herself. "There is also a farewell song," she told me, suddenly becoming sad. "I feel like crying when I remember it because we sang it when my mother died." I reproduced the lyrics here. "To say goodbye to my little brother. Goodbye, beautiful Cuauhtémoc, Emperor of Heaven. You bring us comfort, and you take away all evil from us. How sad, pilgrim. I continue wandering. 11. You reach out your hand to us, to follow the Lord." Cuauhtémoc was his name, and history recorded it, and for his great effort, glory conquered. Your divine spirit, the Lord commanded it, for you to give us advice, and take away all evil from us. I approached M, and told him that my memory would not be able to reproduce everything. "You didn't see anything," M told me. "You certainly didn't see anything. A man came once that the brother operated on for being a drinker. He came and said that he had been run over by a truck while he was drunk. He recommended that we drink little, just in case." I interrupted him. "Would you agree to record something of what you saw?" "Sure, whenever you want." I got to say goodbye to Pachita. I told her that I would go visit her in Parral, and that 3 friends wanted to accompany me. They are very powerful people, and I'm sure they will doubt it, but they have insisted so much that I came to ask you. "You see what happened with G," he answered. He doesn't love me anymore. He hasn't spoken to me again. And who are they? They are psychoanalysts. One is J, the director of an institute, and the other, M, is a clinician. Psychoanalyst, and what are you? I didn't know how to explain. Look, Pachita, I wouldn't like them to doubt me, and that's why I'm asking you. Oh, little brother, I'm not scared anymore. I've been through a lot. If you want, bring them. Hey, he told me before we said goodbye. Isn't it true that the more power people have, the more spoiled they become? Yes. Chapter 7. Beings. I arrived at Pachita's house very tired. I parked in front of the market and meditated to work through everything that had not been resolved. I used all the techniques I know to achieve silence and connect with my being. I finally succeeded and thus entered the operating room. It was Wednesday and I was glad I didn't run into Dr. M. Later I found out that he had angrily said that he would not return to help until the negative people, that is, me, left Pachita. His last tantrum had been accusing the saint's close collaborators of being thieves. Lying face down on the operating bed was a friend of Z. His right leg was 2 centimeters shorter than his left. I was asked to pull on his right heel while brother made an incision near his spine. I felt the leg stretching, and as I helped to bandage it, I was introduced to a new co-worker of the brother. He had tremendous strength, and then when I saw his face, he reminded me of someone I knew a long time ago. He looked like a mixture of a Roman soldier and Peter. On behalf of my father, I greet you, I said to the brother after finishing the operation. I answer you in the same name, he replied with his usual sweetness. How are your friends? He asked me next. I haven't seen them, I told him. Well, thank God. A middle-aged lady took the table immediately. I positioned myself to the left of the new assistant and asked him to give the patient energy. What's wrong, my sweet girl? A hernia. Pachita. A hernia, but I don't know where it is. Where does it hurt? Well, here next to the navel and also on the side and up here. But my girl, the brother said jokingly, I'm not going to operate on you in all places, right? After touching the belly, the hunting knife penetrated the patient's side. After a brief effort, something was cut and a dark tissue was removed from the wound. What you had was a bad appendix, the brother told the woman. But look, we've already removed it. It had been an easy and almost painless operation. I saturated the wound, which closed immediately, and after bandaging the abdomen, the new assistant carried the patient as if she weighed nothing. Brothers, the brother began to tell us after they took the woman away. Brothers, I want to make a request of you. They are bringing a little woman who has great faith in us and who has come from far away. Please, let us pray to the Father so that we can help her. It must be a very difficult case. I thought immediately and was tempted to ask for the diagnosis, but halfway through my sentence, a very serious man entered the room accompanied by his wife. Go to bed, my sweet and loving girl. The woman lay down and we uncovered her belly. It was extremely swollen. I took her hand and began to caress her forehead while placed dry cotton wool to delimit an operating field. Let us pray, the brother asked us again. After auscultating her belly, brother called for a pair of scissors, with which he cut the patient's side. Then he inserted the knife and turned it, widening the incision. He held it still for a few seconds, then called for light. A flashlight was turned on, and I saw a terrible gash from which a great deal of blood was pouring out. I need to close that vein, said brother. Keep the light on. In another instant, he maneuvered the knife and the blood stopped. From the table to his right, he took a tissue and asked to pour a liquid into the wound. Suddenly, something fell out from inside the patient's body, and in a triumphant voice, brother announced that he had succeeded in removing the rotten part of the liver. He then asked me to press lightly on the belly and place 2 large masses of tissue on the wound. I recognized that they were pieces of liver. With the tip of the knife, he introduced them into the open cavity and then asked me to saturate. I did it with all my energy, and the light from the flashlight allowed me to see how the wound closed without leaving a trace, practically swallowing up the tissues. Now I'm going to ask everyone to carefully lift this sweet little girl and place her on her side. With the help of A, that is what we did. The brother's hand took the knife again and inserted it into the skin. He made a succession and I was tense. I restrained myself. I prayed and worried. He entered the opening of about 10 centimeters. He asked Dona Candelaria for a doll. Give me a doll quickly, he said. In the midst of my surprise, I saw Can take a dry cotton ball and make a ball with it. That was the doll that the brother's hand inserted into the wound. The woman complained bitterly, and I asked her to pray out loud. Our Father who art in heaven, praised be thy name. For the next 5 minutes, the woman recited the most exact and precise prayer I had ever heard. I held her close, trying to soothe her pain. Brother's hand placed another piece of tissue over the wound. Its color was deep red, and its shape was elliptical. The skin was open, and the tissue was over it. I turned to look at the woman's face, and then the incision was made, and before my eyes, the light from the hand lamp illuminated the operating field. The tissue disappeared, and seconds later the wound closed. Despite having seen a similar phenomenon so many times, this one was so clear and dramatic that I felt tremendous emotion. The brother asked me to saturate, even though the wound had closed by itself, and I obeyed. To saturate, I told myself, is not only to close the wound, but to send energy into the body. We bandaged the woman, and after they took her away, I asked the brother if the terrible swelling of her belly was a pregnancy. No, he told me. It's the result of a very advanced cancer. What follows is damage, the brother said in a grave voice. An elderly gentleman from Ciudad Netzahualcoyotl entered the room. He was asked to lie on his back and, just as El had asked me not to be distracted, I did the same with the new assistant. Don't be distracted for a single second, I told him, feeling like his protector. What's wrong with you, man of God? The brother asked him, where is that animal that you feel moving inside your body? Here, the man said, pointing to the left side of his leg, next to his penis. That's for hanging out with too many women, the brother said to the patient. We laughed and I asked for some cotton. With the knife, the brother's hand opened the flesh and began to cut the inside. The man was moaning terribly. His screams pierced me, and I thought that the woman was much more resistant to pain than the man. The brother asked me to put my hand into the cavity, and with his hand he made me touch a very hard tissue, embedded inside the body. Do you want me to hold it? I asked him immediately. No, Brother Jacob, that would sting you terribly. Efforts to remove the damage continued as the man continued to moan horribly. Finally, the damage was removed and placed on a black paper held by I asked, did you also see how the tissue disappeared from the woman? That woman, he replied, had very advanced cancer. The operation was multiple. Her liver and pancreas were repaired, and a new gallbladder was grafted. You must remember, he continued, that a whole team of surgeons assists brother. When the tissue was placed on the skin, they introduced it from the inside, closed the wound, and began to tie off the tiny internal channels. Stopped talking for a moment, and as if he had suddenly remembered something, he continued, the surgical work does not end with the operation. The beings continue working on the grafts, tying ducts, giving energy, and restoring and strengthening the cells. The brother sat down on a chair next to the altars and, as we surrounded him, he quickly said goodbye to all of us with his customary gesture of martially raising his right arm. The session was over, and I approached Dona Candelaria. I told her, you see more than us, right? I see that there are other hands around his hands. The truth is that I only see the sick man's body without clothes in those hands. I can hardly see his hands, or Pachita's. Those other hands shine more and always scare me. That's why you see I don't come closer. And what are those hands like? They have long fingers and they shine. Do you use instruments? Yes. They cut and saturate and stop the blood, and they are very fast. The truth is that your hands are occupied by those brilliant hands, and I know that when you move a finger, they are the ones that do it, but you don't realize it. And Pachita? She doesn't either. It's too fast. For some reason, I remembered the blood-soaked sheet from the cancer-stricken woman's healing and the sudden disappearance of the tissue placed over the incision and how it had closed before my eyes. These beings, I thought, are the ones who operate, and it is an entire team that has reached absolute and total perfection. Dona Candelaria continued telling me, one day many years ago, I was curious to see my brother. I asked him to show me his body, and during an operation I started to see him. It was like a flash, and I was so scared that I asked him to stop showing himself. I only managed to see his legs. They looked like 2 logs and were shiny and silver. He made fun of me and asked me why I asked first, and then I didn't want to see anymore. You won't believe this, but one day brother told us that he needed a vine for an operation. I was very young then, and I went with my sister to Chapultepec to look for the vine, but neither of us knew what a vine was. Suddenly, brother appeared to me dressed like an ordinary man and said, "Lianas are like ropes that hang from trees. Look, like that one. You know how we women are." He was so handsome and so strong that I forgot about the vine, and together with my sister, I started to chase him all over Chapultepec just because I was a woman and he was a man. Suddenly, we were getting closer when poof, he disappeared. Yes, right there in the middle of Chapultepec. We were so scared that we ran to look for the vine. When we got here, brother scolded us, but not in body, but in spirit through Pachita. He told us, "Look at these women who forget the commandments." My husband came to help us, but he was a heavy drinker. Sometimes he made fun of me and told me that I only saw visions. I was 6 months pregnant. One day, brother said that as a sign and to stop me from doubting, he was going to make my child disappear. I told my husband, and he kept making fun of me. He said that it was just my thoughts and that I was crazy. Well, you won't believe it, but one night I was in this very room and I felt dizzy, and after a while I realized that I had nothing left in my stomach. He made it disappear and disappeared. Since that day, my partner has not helped us anymore. I went over to say goodbye to Pachita, and she told me that she had gone to ask G for money and that he had refused her. Really? I asked, alarmed. No, man. Although those who have should give to those who have not. And what do you want the money for? I want to buy a lion. That? Yes. They are selling it to me for 15,000 pesos, and I want to have it here in the house. Pachita turned to look at Z and said, "Lend me the money. Go on. Don't be mean." "I won't lend it to you for the lion," replied Z. "Imagine if it gets hurt and breaks out of its cage and eats us all." "Well, they deserve it," Pachita replied. "Well," he said after some thought, "perhaps it wouldn't be so good if I bought myself a lion. I don't want to buy a lion anymore." We all laughed and I said goodbye to that amazing woman. On the way out, the woman with the appendix asked me to take her home. She, 2 companions, and an assistant from Pachita went out into the street. There was a full moon and the city welcomed us. "That Dr. M," the assistant suddenly said to me. "He accused me of being a thief, and he also thinks he owns Pachita. If it weren't for the fact that my parents taught me to respect older people, I would have hit him." I didn't want to hear anything more about that doctor. I took them to their house and then went home, slowly, enjoying the cool of the night and savoring the images I had seen during the day. The next day, everyone would go to Parral. Pachita was going to greet her chorus and bring them presents. I remembered that the Santa's helper had told me about the clinic in Parral. When we went there, he told me very seriously, "We worked hard. The bad thing is that they are very strong there, and when it is dark we have to be strong. At night we hear footsteps and things fall. The only one who can resist is E, and he helps his mother a lot." I decided to go to Parral too and learn about the work with the core Indians. Chapter 8. Parral. Nestled between mountains and in the middle of gigantic deserts, saturated with beehives and mountains, every time I see the planet from above, I feel like I am looking at the neocortical surface. To explain the experience, I had resorted to the concept of the neural field as a 3-dimensional energy envelope, resulting from the interactions between all the neural elements. I had imagined it as a hyper-complex flame, or as the surface of the planet Earth. From the plane that took me from Chihuahua to Parral, I saw my planetary home again as a gigantic neuronal field. It can be seen from all points in space, so it is also an energetic field. It interacts with space from all the points that contain it as a seed of vision, and just like the interaction between the neuronal field and space, the planetary field must create and be experience. It hardly moves, and there is rarely an earthquake capable of changing its structure. It is like tarantulas that have reached the immobility of being. It has rivers as veins, seas as blood reservoirs, and cities, towns, villages as. I believe I left Mexico City because its colossal size is beginning to alter the being of the planet, perhaps in an attempt to hide it from view and thus diminish its effect on the planetary field. It is covered in fog and smog. At the Parral airport, I was met with the magnificent sight of a Bell helicopter being maneuvered. The pilot and his mechanic had picked up a child and were astounding him with their flight. They were making maps of the Republic and invited me to take a ride in their craft. Suddenly, in the middle of a conversation about maps, they revealed to me that they had seen a strange ship floating above the town of San Pablo in Nuevo Leon. Wasn't it a plane, a helicopter, a balloon? No, man, Captain B answered me. I've been a pilot for 40 years, and I know how to recognize them. Then you are in luck. According to the plumber who sold me a refrigerator and was an expert in these vessels, whoever sees them for the first time is marked and acquires a new power of perception. I stayed at the Hotel Adriana, remembering my lost flower, and I set out to find Pachita. I didn't know her address, and I like that. Now everything had to have meaning, or I would not find her. When I met Pachita and her brother, I believed that my mission was to reunite Quetzalcoatl with Cuauhtémoc. In Tepoztlan, I had seen the signs of Quetzalcoatl's new arrival inscribed in a cave full of memories. I had brought López Portillo's book with me, and at lunch I was amazed by two things. First, I was neither in a hurry nor calm. Rather, I was waiting for a signal. Second, seeing planetary consciousness had made me wonder about its relationship to unity, and had found myself struggling to find a bridge between the relative and the absolute. I opened the book and read that Quetzalcoatl's firstborn had been taken to the land of the Mayab. Pachita's chorus live in the Mayab, I told myself, and in amazement I began the search. There was a meaning, and perhaps I would also find my brother. Meanings are the tying up of loose ends, the conscious encounter of relationships, the transformation of voids into planes of contact. On the street, I took a taxi, and the driver, a Sagittarius born on December 14, 1910, took me directly to a white house on a mountain surrounded by mineral mines. In 10 minutes, I had arrived at Pachita's house. 50 meters behind me, a silver car appeared with Pachita, her daughter, and a companion. I'm really pissed off with the heat, Pachita said. Wearing a pink dress and quinceañera legs, Pachita complained about the lack of rain. We sat on the porch of the house watching clouds. Look, Pachita told me. No one has watered these rose bushes, and look at them, full of flowers and with fresh leaves. Damn, with this fucking heat, let it rain. Let the clouds gather, and let the rivers fill up. Look, he pointed to a nearby hill. That mine has no water, and they steal the pumps that have been connected. I looked back at the factory and noticed that a predatory cloud was approaching. Within 2 minutes, a 200-meter circle around the house was filled with droplets. Look, Pachita, I told her excitedly. It started to rain. They listened to you. They're just tears, he replied. Hey, Jacobo, what is Math 3? What? Yeah, man. What is Math 3? Well, I don't know, Pachita. Pachita showed me a paper in which someone asked if they should study Math 3. Pachita, I asked her, will you let me write your life? Why? What does it matter? It gives awareness, it makes you understand, it allows you to find meanings. So, what do you want to know? Whatever you tell me, Pachita. I was going to bring a tape recorder, but I couldn't. Now I'm going to go crazy trying to remember all the details. I thought, alarmed. Let me finish this chapter. We'll make it rain and then you tell me about your life. Okay, Parral's house is designed to carry out Pachita's work. A room to store medicines, another for consultations and operations, a waiting room. Something had happened to me after speaking with Pachita. I felt that a powerful energy was saturating me and preventing me from being calm. I decided to go out to the field next to the house and meditate sitting on a chair. I took a chair from the dining room, and when I was about to start, they came to get it and offered me another one. Pachita says, better in this one. I sat down, closed my eyes, and after a few seconds, I began to feel terrible pain in my back and a fog that prevented me from thinking clearly. I decided to face the pain, and it increased in intensity until it became unbearable. At that moment, some images of my childhood appeared. I was in my room as a child, and my mother was singing a song. The pain lessened, and I knew that my back held very sad memories. I opened my eyes, and in front of me, a stone in the shape of a gigantic snail caught my attention. I changed my position and concentrated on the clouds. I wanted to unite them to make it rain. For an hour I tried without success. Finally, defeated by the pain in my back, I returned home, and as I began to write, a storm began to fall. Dona Candelaria saw the expression on my face and told me that it had been necessary to achieve calm, and that only in this way would the effects be produced. I went to tell Pachita the news, and she scorned me. It's not true that it was you, she said. It was bound to rain anyway. I felt very sad and longed for him to be there. Too bad he couldn't come, I told myself. I remembered that when I told Pachita about the San Pablo ship, she had told me that sometimes those ships appeared next to the house where we were staying. Parral still didn't know that Pachita had arrived, and there were no sick people to care for. I sat down to read Quetzalcoatl. I remembered that when I mentioned it to Pachita, she had made fun of his name, and to wait. I felt ignored and sad. I began to miss another presence and sweating. I stopped myself from falling, but it was difficult not to do so. Pachita had made fun of me, of Quetzalcoatl, of the possibility of making it rain, and of her own life. In the afternoon, people began to arrive. Pachita had told me that she had broadcast a message to the Sierra, and we were all expecting the flood of sick people. I reread what I wrote in this chapter and realized that the one I had despised first had been me. I really have a lot of things to sort out, I told myself, alarmed. Chapter 9. The Beginning. The clouds of Parral speak of presences and absences, framed by pink, white, dark gray colors, velvety textures, soft cottony ones, and suddenly lines. Edges of clouds on a blue and silver and pink and violet background. The house of SM welcomed its brother. 15 people were invited to the ceremony. Praises and prayers were sung, and while Dona Candelaria sweetly recited a welcome song, Pachita became convulsed. She had put on Cuauhtémoc's robe and saluted with her right arm raised. "I greet you, my brothers, and I thank the Father for allowing me to be with you again. I am grateful that you have kept me in your hearts, and I ask that my flock remain united in harmony." Upon arriving at the Parral operations site, framed by a large painting of Cuauhtémoc, flowers, and a three-dimensional diagram of the interior of the human body, SM had given us an introduction. "Here, in this house," he began to tell us, "approximately 2,000 operations have been performed. Before, my brother worked in my house, but the conditions were not adequate. Know that in all this time, no one has ever died. Operations are successful and the sick are cured, but some relapse. The operation is not enough. A change of mentality is necessary. Bad mental habits must be eliminated for the cure to be permanent. My brother operated on me for an ulcer. I took medicine 10 or 12 times a day and suffered terrible pain. I had the operation and I was cured, but I continued working as usual, worrying as usual, and one day, 6 months after the operation, I had an attack of gastritis. My brother spoke to Pachita, and she said that her brother would take care of curing me. That night I slept well, and the next day I was completely cured, and to this day, 4 years later, I am still fine." A child approached the brother, and he received him sweetly. "My sweet child, pay close attention because I am going to teach you many things." They made us leave the premises and I waited outside. I felt that they would not let me help and I felt sad. The evening clouds change colors like life, and my life awaits a new miracle. Sitting in the middle of some logs, next to the White House, my back hurt. I am not pure, and that is why I will not be able to help Pachita anymore. I have committed many sins. I have caused suffering, and that is why I am not worthy. It is terrible to feel guilty. It gives you back and head pain. In the distance, I saw a bolt of lightning creeping between the clouds, and I remembered Don Lucio, and I stood up from between the wood and approached the house. "I want to see the heart operation. Something is going to happen there, and I have to help. I want to see the heart operation," I told myself firmly. I had seen the list of operations, and one of them was on the heart. It was Wednesday, and for the first time in Parral, they were going to operate. Surely of the 2,000 operations, many had been heart operations, but that was the first one for me. I approached the door with all the thoughts I have described, and they let me in. I stayed in the recovery room for a few minutes, and then I peeked into the operating room when the door opened. I could smell blood, heat, human sweat, and lack of oxygen. I felt nauseous, gathered strength, and went in. SM asked me to stand next to the operating bed. I approached my brother and greeted him. "In the name of my father, I greet you, brother." "Hello, good man. How are you?" They had just finished a lung transplant operation, and now they called the next patient. A thin man took the bed. He took off his shirt, and a terrible scar was revealed at the height of his heart. "What is your name, dear child?" the brother asked. The question was repeated several times before receiving an answer. "Jose," the man finally said. "You've had surgery already, right?" Once again a long silence, and finally an affirmative response. "Brothers," the little brother told us, "please let us pray for this man." All my gloomy thoughts disappeared, and I took Jose's hand while the brother opened his chest with the scissors and then inserted the knife. He opened it about 15 centimeters and asked M for help. He made him hold a vein he had cut and began to penetrate the heart. He made another cut and announced that he was about to open the aorta. I protected myself with a cotton pad moistened with alcohol. I thought that the blood would gush out impetuously, and my expectation was not fulfilled. Only a small splash was the result of cutting the aorta. The smell that came out of the wound was fetid and repugnant. The brother asked for the transplant and placed it on top of the wound. It was a red heart. He continued to maneuver, tied off the tubes while still holding a vein. The heart on the wound began to beat. He inserted it and then cut back inside with the hunting knife. "Look at the crap doctors do," he told us after removing something that I couldn't see clearly. He then cut again and I saw him extract a mass of still pulsating tissue about 6 or 7 centimeters long by 4 or 5 centimeters wide. He asked M to release the vein, and as he did so I saw him penetrate. The external mass of tissue had been introduced, and with these maneuvers, the longest operation I had ever seen was concluded. I saturated the wound, which closed immediately, and I began to bandage. "Be careful," said the brother. "Do not disturb the sick man." Everything seemed to be going well when suddenly the brother asked us to pray. I felt my chest with my hand and felt a tremendous throbbing. "That's what we used to do," my brother told me. "It was our sacrifice. You know that, don't you, Jacob?" I was about to say yes when SM commented that the whole story had been written by the victors. My heart was still beating, although slightly calmer than before. Suddenly, the brother shouted something that I didn't understand at first, but then understood clearly. "I need 2 transfusions, quickly, or we'll lose it." SM, on the left, and M, on the right, intertwined their arms with the sick man. Kneeling, they joined their forearms in this instant transfusion. The heart continued to beat even more strongly. The terrible scene of 2 kneeling beings intertwining their arms with the patient's, me palpating the heart, and the people around with their palms facing us, was terrifying. As if that were not enough, at that moment lightning began to flash and thunder could be heard. Suddenly Pachita fainted and fell on top of SM's body, crushing the transfusion. It was a moment of maximum tension. The heart continued to beat, but Pachita seemed dead. 2 minutes passed, and a cadaverous voice began to come out of the mouth of Pachita's lying body. "Good night." It was a slow, almost mocking voice. SM raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" M immediately silenced him. Then Pachita's body returned to its original position and greeted us. "Everything is fine now. Take good care of this man." I finished bandaging him, and they took him away. "What happened, brother?" I asked anxiously. "Well, he was going to leave, Jacob." "And what did you do?" "I went to ask my father. He answered me, and he gave me permission to give her more life." At the end of the session, I asked Dona Candelaria. She looked at me with her enormous eyes and answered. She was going to die, and the brother had to leave Pachita's body to go and ask the Lord for the life of the sick man. At that moment, death came, and his greeting was that, "Good night." Later, the brother came back, and everything was fine. When we operated on my mother, death also came, and it is better not to answer his greeting. That's why M silenced SM. They brought in a young, thin, and extremely calm woman. She lay down on the bed, and the brother asked for the saw. It was a case of a brain tumor. While the saw cut through the skull, the woman laughed. It was a strange operation, and it was painless. At the end, I asked him about his bravery. "It's for my husband and my children. I have to be fine for them." I remembered my mother, who had undergone surgery to remove half her brain because of brain cancer. For 3 years, my brothers, my father, and I lived in indescribable torment. If we had known about Pachita, if she had operated on her instead of a neurosurgeon, I loved that brave woman and understood her reasons more than she did. Then they brought in a little girl. She was about 15 years old and complained of abdominal pain. The brother examined her and detected a tumor in her stomach. "Are you a miss?" "Yes, brother. Let's see. Let's see." Pachita's hands touched her belly. "That's not true. You're not a lady." "Yes, I am. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, yes, you are. My precious girl. I just wanted to make sure. Ladies have to be taken great care of in these operations." Immediately, and without further ado, the brother thrust the knife into the belly and cut a large wound. Within 30 seconds, he pointed out the tumor to SM, making him put his fingers into the wound. I saw the look of astonishment on SM and his immediate withdrawal of his hand. He wiped the blood on the sheet while the brother continued to operate. Finally, He removed a tumor and asked me to saturate and bandage the wound. Then they brought an old man. I had terrible trigeminal pain that was going to be cured by a total trigeminal nerve transplant. The latter was held by the sick man's son, while the brother pierced the lower part of the man's right temporal region. While operating, Pachita's mouth uttered phrases. Now I have to move the optic nerve to one side. Now I have to tie. Now I'm going to cut here. The old man was complaining bitterly, and at that moment, a tremendous storm broke out. The thunder and lightning almost shook the house, and the room was lit up with an intense electric violet. The rain began, and the brother gave thanks while he continued to operate. Does your eye not hurt anymore, my dear little boy? Not anymore, sir. Not anymore. I saturated in the middle of the storm while Pachita's arms remained with her palms up as a sign of receiving the rain. Now all the little animals will live, he said with his hands outstretched. Vipers, scorpions, all beings have the right to water, which blesses their life. I love scorpions and vipers and thunder and rain. Someone bandaged the old man's head, and his son said that his hearing was also bad. He doesn't hear anything with him. The brother took the knife and stabbed him into the ear canal. The old man cried and said that he preferred deafness to that pain. Come on, sir. Make me deaf. Make me deaf. But now, come on, Jacob. Talk to him. I went up to his ear and spoke to him, and he answered me. With that, the session ended. The brother rejoiced inside Pachita's body and called Candelaria. Ken began to sing praises accompanied by her brother. Our God, they sang, praised be your name and the light you give us. Give us life and heart. Make us good. We thank you for your mercy. I don't remember the exact words. I only know that it was something beautiful, and the storm, the lightning, the thunder, seemed to accompany those beings full of faith and love. Before saying goodbye, the brother asked us if we wanted anything. A young, beautiful girl approached. She had helped with the cotton and was complaining of indigestion. M took her by the arm and, clearly excited, made her lie down on the bed and slowly and sensually uncovered her back. He started giving her a massage, but the young woman protested and asked for her brother. I came to him afterwards. I was ashamed to confess my back pain. They made me lie down, and the brother recommended hot water baths. What you have is a lot of tiredness. I stood up, and M made me bend my hands, and in a very fast movement, he pulled my back until my vertebrae cracked. My pain was immediately relieved. After that, the brother said goodbye, announcing that he would ask for a lot of rain for the Parral area. It will rain a lot, he said with certainty. We placed ourselves around Pachita's body and protected her with our hands. He convulsed and came back to consciousness, but as a different entity. She turned to look at SM and said incongruous things to him. Then she convulsed again, and finally Pachita appeared. The change in tone of voice, intensity, and quality of movements and diction were very clear, and never before did they seem so obvious to me as on this occasion. He greeted us all and asked me about my accommodation. At the Adriana Hotel, I answered. Wow, it's the best hotel in Parral. Small one. Chapter 10. The Exorcism. True development only occurs when the voice is recognized in silence, and everything it says and shows is accepted as real. This is what happened to me when I considered validation as a synonym for direct perception, and something inside me opened up and made me see and understand. That Friday afternoon, people from Parral began to arrive at the esplanade in front of the White House. In front of it, the impregnating plant-tinted railroad ties a shiny black. From time to time, a large boiler reached its maximum pressure level, and a whitish vapor with a slight smell of petroleum sent up clouds that gave the scene a ghostly appearance. For some reason, I had decided to meditate for hours in two places: a mound of marble stones that reminded me of the surroundings of Jerusalem, and on top of the sleepers stacked in rows. I had brought my flute and soothed my back pain with its sound. Operations were to begin at 6:30 p.m., and half an hour before, I entered the living room of the house to meet SM there. A beautiful Christ hung on the wall. Pachita had placed thin branches full of leaves around his head, making the figure look as if it were surrounded by a halo. We sat down at the table, and SM asked me about the book I was writing. He was suspicious of writers and was afraid that the book would not be up to the level of his brother's work. We discussed it, and within a few minutes we both realized the similarity of our views, and the distrust turned into frank, masculine camaraderie. SM maintained that the source of development was internal cleanliness, balance, and lack of judgment. He spoke of his transformation 4.5 years ago, when he first met Pachita and her brother. I lived to survive, he confessed to me honestly. Every project I undertook I imagined would fill a void that I felt inside. But it wasn't true. Every financial achievement left me more empty. One day I met my brother, and from that moment on my life acquired meaning and the emptiness disappeared. Now I am at peace with God. He told us that there was an emergency at the Camino Real Hotel, and that he and his mother would go to attend to her. I lived in the same hotel and understood part of my dreams from the day before. An hour later, Pachita returned with her hands covered in blood and told us that her brother had operated on a case of cerebral palsy. Any blanket becomes a mess if you open a hole in the middle, she told us, proud of her brother's ability to operate anywhere. Already in the operating room and in front of the painting of Cuauhtémoc, Pachita put on the Aztec emperor's tunic after the welcoming prayers and blessings and went into a trance. On this occasion, there were no convulsive movements as before. Raising his right arm, the brother greeted us and asked about the sick. I realized that he no longer confused Pachita with the brother and that he now saw them as two separate personalities. There are some consultations and then 10 operations, brother, M told him. Well, once again I am among you, knowing that the work will continue with your help. Know that I never forget any of my little ones and that I always have them in my heart. Brother, said SM, my children want to say goodbye to you. They are going to study and they want your blessing. Come here, my little ones. Know that from now on you will have to start to reciprocate all the sacrifices that your father has made for you. When he was your age, he hardly thought of anything else but creating his own future. But from the time you were born, he directed all his efforts to his family. He wanted to create a home and give you education, food, and comfort so that you would grow strong. And now that he sees you leaving, his heart only asks for strength so that his children do not stray from the path that he has shown and opened for them. I know that at your age everything is possible and there are no obstacles. Everything is rosy and one does not understand many things. Be careful and know that I will always be with you. Sister, said the brother, addressing Mrs. F, Lady of Peril, be careful with that new friend who visits your home. You are too naive and do not want to cause harm to your children. F seemed to understand the admonition and I was amazed at the transparency we all had for the brother's mind. Does anyone need anything else? The brother asked us all. Of the 15 in the room, some approached the brother, greeted him, and he advised them. Then everyone left except M, E, Kanda and me. Some were preparing to receive the sick and others went to the recovery room to care for those who had undergone surgery. A lady of American origin with a baby in her arms was the first to consult. What's wrong with my little wife? I translated that the baby had been born with a brain malformation and that the doctors had given up on her, diagnosing her with cerebral palsy, lack of neuronal growth, and certain death. The brother took the creature in his arms and with sublime tenderness asked her what was wrong and looked at her with his eyes closed. That perception of Pachita's body with her eyes closed always amazed me. She seemed to see each of the cells and all the thoughts of her patients without using anything more than direct contact in which the conventional sensory organs did not participate. Brother Jacob, tell the mother of this child that her daughter can be saved, that the cells that produce cerebrospinal fluid are disorganized, but that I can inject her with fluid and, with my father's help, reorganize her brain. Ask him if he'll accept it, and if so, ask him to wait outside for us to operate on his daughter later. The mother was in tears when I conveyed the message to her, and she agreed to the operation. A man on crutches and accompanied by a friend was the next case. They came from Texas, where the patient had been given a plastic and steel knee, which his body was constantly rejecting. There was pus and pain, and the leg was useless. M wrote down the cases and filled out some sheets with the prescriptions that the brother dictated from time to time. I noticed that M wrote on his own moments before dictating. He seemed to know, just like his brother, the medicines they needed. He called me to his side and pointed with his index finger at my bandaged knee. Look, Jacob, under that bandage I see the rejected graft. It is very loose and pus is secreted all around it. The brother made him keep silent. Everything that happened in that room was a lesson, and the brother's successor, M, learned lessons like those of silence. They'll bring him to me tomorrow, the brother said to the sick man's companion. We're going to give him some anticoci and mothballs, and I'll teach you how to wash his wound. That'll heal him. Then an elderly lady came in, very fat, and with a pained expression on her face. "What's wrong with my little one? My stomach hurts, and they say I need to have surgery for something or other." "Who says so?" "The insurance companies. But I'm scared." "Let's see, my girl. Let's see." The brother placed his hand on his belly and let out an exclamation of astonishment. He approached me and in a whisper told me that it was very advanced cancer. He turned to the woman and asked, "How have you held on for so long? My sweet little one, you're going to wait outside and I'll operate on you today." "Oh, brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, my little one. Just wait outside." "Cancer. Cancer. This disease is a disaster," I thought as the next patient passed by. A very thin, dark-skinned lady dressed all in black. "What's wrong with my pretty little wife?" "The doctors at the health insurance company operated on me and removed my uterus, and since then I have felt dizzy, had no appetite, and had a lot of nausea. Now they say they have to give me radiation, and I am very scared of that." "But how dare they do it, my little one? They shouldn't have removed your womb, and you don't need radiation either. You don't have cancer, my little one. We're going to give you some medicine, and that will cure you completely. Let's see, we need..." Before going to the consultation, I had talked with a young woman of great character who helped in the work. 2 years earlier, A had a very serious kidney problem. She began to gain weight, turn yellow, and have great pain and difficulties. The doctors had considered that her case had no remedy. Her brother had grafted 2 kidneys, and with that operation the problem had been completely resolved. A was thin but strong, with jet black hair, soft and rosy skin, and since the operation she had not had any problems. In fact, the brother had had to operate on her twice. After the first graft, A had not rested for the 40 days that had been prescribed and a kidney had become detached from its place. After the second operation, she had been more careful, and her new kidneys were working perfectly. She also had the bright, luminous eyes of those operated on by her brother. The penultimate consultation was a 14-year-old girl, accompanied by her brother. "How is my cute little one?" "Well, I came because my period is very frequent and I have pain." "Let's see, my darling. Come closer." The brother palpated her and prescribed some remedies to him. "That will cure you. Here is my little dove." "How small." The last consultation was for facial paralysis. A young woman accompanied by her mother had it. "That's very easy, my little one. You're going to take it." The consultations were over and we prepared for the operations. M asked me for my hand lamp. E stood at the head of the bed, SM, to one side of the brother and I, and F opposite him. First they went to the child with brain problems. His delicate little body could barely emerge from between the hands of E and mine, which held him face down while the brother inserted his fingers into the base of his spine. I had seen many operations like this before. They called them fluids, and I had never understood how the brother injected spinal fluid using only his fingers. The baby cried and depressed twice. I comforted her and squeezed her tiny hand, trying to ease her pain. Finally, she calmed down. The brother brought her to his chest, and after caressing her, he handed her to her mother, who received her happily and excitedly. "Your daughter is healthy now," he said, reassuring her. "Jacobo, SM, told me. Close the door of the recovery room as soon as the patients leave. That helps harmony." I obeyed him and prepared for the next case. An extremely nervous lady occupied the operating bed. "Don't get tense, my dear girl. Calm down. We won't be able to operate on you with those nerves." We uncovered her belly, and I held her hand while E protected her head. The brother cut a small incision with scissors, which he enlarged with the knife. He put his hand into the indentation and fixed the gallbladder. I saturated it, and he bandaged it. The lady had hardly complained, and they carried her to the recovery room. Jacobo, SM, told me again. "Lock that door, help the harmony." I noticed that SM seemed ecstatic and in a kind of trance. He made the same indication to me after each operation. The next case was also a gallbladder case, entirely similar to the previous one. I noticed that everyone was asking the patient questions, especially at the moment when the knife was being inserted. A was an expert in this, and I understood that it helped distract the patient from the pain. "The next one is very strong," the brother told us before a strong, broad-shouldered man passed by, carried in a wheelchair by his wife. "Let's see, my little boy. How are those little legs going?" The man, who had been operated on several times by his brother, confessed that he was better but still not very well. E helped him with one arm and I with the other to stand up. He seemed like steel, and his tremendous weight resting on my left shoulder bent my back, making the pain that had diminished with the help of meditation return in all its intensity. By a miracle, I did not scream, and I remained standing holding that man and praying to God that I would not fall face down from the pain. We laid him face down and E went to his legs. I pulled them and saw that one of them was 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than the other. The brother asked E to match them, and he tried to do so while the knife penetrated his back on one side of the spine. The man had undergone surgery in the United States. His sciatic nerve had been cut and some bones modified to allow him to sit. These doctors, the brother complained, they made a tremendous disorganization of the nerves and left them all tangled. Now I have to turn here and pull here. Let's see, little one, E, pull your leg more while I untangle this nerve. The tip of the knife rotated as E pulled, and the gap of 5 or 6 centimeters decreased to 3 or 4 centimeters. You can't pull any further, said E. Well, we'll leave it there. Brother Jacob, saturate that back and keep your hand on the cotton while I turn the sweetie over. With a strong movement, the brother placed the man on his side and prepared to intervene between his buttocks. There was a terrible infected sore that he began to scrape with the knife, while the man moaned in pain and my back was breaking. Finally, the brother finished and bandaged the man. They asked me to help carry him to the recovery room, and I couldn't do it. The next one is also very strong, the brother announced immediately. A very strong man entered accompanied by his brother. He was suffering from very intense pain in his stomach. He whispered, saying that the man's brother would not bear to see the operation, but no one paid attention to him. We put the man to bed, and the brother began to operate on him. When he finished, we heard a loud thud and realized that his brother had fainted. He remembered his precognition, and the brother told him that his third eye was opening. We had 2 patients to attend to. Attended to the brother, and E was bandaged and taken to the recovery room. Then 2 young women came by. One of them, G, had diabetes, and her left thigh had a very severe blood circulation problem. Gia's eyes were feline-shaped, and she seemed very angry with the men. Look, my precious girl, the brother began to tell her. I know you don't believe me, but that diabetes will be corrected if you drink water made from rusty nails. What's wrong with your leg, my darling? I have very poor circulation and my veins are bursting. We uncovered her legs and the brother began to operate on her with the knife. He made several incisions and left them exposed for all to see what he had done. Finally, he saturated and bandaged the leg. I'm never going to get married, G said suddenly. All men are bad. Let's see, SM replied. The brother is also a man. Yes, I am a man too. I have heard of you. Don SM, good or bad? Asked the brother. I've heard very good things. You see, and I am a man too, SM replied. But you are exceptions, said G. All the others are bad. A middle-aged, corpulent, and slightly obese lady was welcomed by the brother. He lay on his back, and when his brother listened to his belly, he let out an exclamation of surprise. 1, 2, 3, 4 operations, my dear. How am I going to do it if I don't even have room left? Look, my little one, you have to leave everything. Do you understand me? You have to live alone because if you don't, no matter how many operations I do on you, they're going to hurt you again. Do you understand me? I turned to look at the lady's face and noticed that she hadn't understood. I confessed that I didn't either, and later I found out why. I took her hand while the brother opened the belly. He asked for a needle, and for the first time I saw him suturing. With all speed and certainty, his hands inserted the needle into the belly and pulled it out again, and finally, with a jerk, he broke the thread. Someone must have held the thread from inside the body. That was the only way to understand how it broke without pulling out behind it, because of the tremendous pull, the organs that had been tied with it. E saturated and bandaged while I leaned close to the woman's ear and asked her if she had understood the brother's instructions. Should I leave my husband? She asked me anxiously. Well, I think so, but you better ask your brother. Brother, I said, interrupting his conversation with SM. This woman wants to ask you something. Should I leave my husband? But I have 2 daughters, and they are going to suffer a lot. No, my daughter. What do you think? You must leave bad friendships and habits that make you turn away from God. You must change your way of thinking. But he drinks too much, the woman protested. Just put up with it, and the next time he drinks, put some in his glass and then you'll see. Invite him to drink yourself, and he won't do it. While they were taking the woman away, the brother commented to SM about that misinterpretation. Can you imagine? Me advising to destroy a family. I realized that I had interpreted my own judgment as saying, "You must leave everything." I knew that this had been my behavior on several occasions and solution to life. Leave everything. When there was a very serious problem, my back pain increased considerably and I asked for relief. They immediately brought in a very fat lady. Her brother had seen her at the beginning of the session and had asked her to wait when he detected cancer. "We're going to operate on you to remove what you have in your stomach," the brother told him firmly. "But I just came for a consultation and I'm really scared." "No, my darling, don't be afraid. Would you rather continue suffering?" A terrible smell filled the room as the brother opened the belly and removed the cancer. The woman trembled and begged for mercy. Finally, I saturated and bandaged her, and we rested for a moment. Several seconds passed, and I began to feel something very strange. It seemed to me that everything was too calm, and yet there was a strange tension in the air. The brother turned to look at us and told us that the next one was a damage, that we should be very careful. I understood my strange feeling, and they passed a tall and obese woman. "Lie down, my beautiful girl, lie down." I noticed a void in that woman's gaze and remembered L's words, to be very attentive. I don't remember what he said. The brother asked for a chain of protection, and everyone except E held hands. I felt a powerful energy pass through me. The brother opened the belly and began to struggle with the damage. The woman had said that a witch had removed a tarantula from her chest, but that something strange had remained inside. The brother continued to operate, and suddenly some noises were heard outside. Children crying, people screaming, moans. Finally, the brother took out the damage and gave it to Cand, who covered it with a black paper. At that moment, the noises, moans and cries outside increased, and something took possession of the brother. He fainted, and a few seconds later he began to say, "Go away, leave me alone, go away, I order you." He quickly recovered, and as he took the woman away, someone ran into the room. A van came to the house and ran over a child. "I told you," said the brother, "children must be locked in a room when someone brings harm. These spirits do not care about killing a child. They seek revenge and find easy prey in the defenseless." Later, they confirmed that something very strange had happened. A van parked in front of the house had suddenly and inexplicably reversed and had left a child playing in the same direction underneath it. An adult had run to save the child and had managed to do so a second before a wheel crushed his body. The brother breathed a sigh of relief and asked me to order all the children to be locked in a guarded and protected room. I went out and did so. When I came back, and I saw that the brother had stood up from his place, and after tearing off a yellow ribbon from a flower arrangement, he was hanging it horizontally around the room. Then he went into the next room with the bar and tied it to the handle of a door. He asked E to do the same with the other end, tying it to the handle of the door at the entrance to the premises. The bar was not long enough, and we had to find another one. We found an orange piece. After getting the brother's approval, we tied it with the other one and with the door handle. The brother sat back down and more calmly told us that we could now continue. Only then did I realize that I was completely covered in blood. When I opened the belly of the woman with the wound, a hot stream had fallen on my face and clothes. I also remembered being wet from the ceiling. I asked if she had felt drops, and she told me that while we were making the chain, Dona Candelaria had been throwing balm on me as protection. For 3 consecutive days before that session, I had seen an elderly gentleman dressed very elegantly and wearing a London-style hat strolling around the esplanade in front of the house. I was very struck by the fact that he would whistle the same tune for hours. He sounded like a bird, and despite the monotonous repetitions, the tone and the changes of rhythm he executed were exquisite. The next patient was that gentleman. We laid him on his back, and I found out that there was something wrong with his throat and brain. The brother took the knife and cut open the throat. I didn't see what he was doing, and he finished very quickly. Then he asked for the saw. I had seen that saw at the beginning of the session, and it had frightened me. It was the iron blade of one of those instruments used to cut metals, long and thin. With the knife, the brother opened the scalp, and with the saw he pierced the bone. I held the man's hand, and when he finished, he bandaged him. That was the second time that the brother sutured with a needle. In this case, it was the throat of that gigantic nightingale. After removing the operated man, I felt the atmosphere charged with tension again. The brother turned to look at us and asked if the children were okay and locked in their room. Let us pray, brothers, because what follows is another damage. He was referring to Daniel, a 4-year-old boy who was possessed by a certain Fernando Breñas. When he heard that another injury was going to be operated on, he protested. Brother, he said in a firm voice, we better leave it for Wednesday. Not my little E. At once, we were going to witness an exorcism, and we all felt the need to gather energy. The brother asked for a chain of protection and silence. E. and I got inside the chain and the others held hands around us. The mother and her son Daniel came in. He looked very scared and refused to lie down on the bed. He cried while E. and I forced him to lie down. For his age, he had the strength of a grown man. I held his legs and E's head while the brother asked us to pray. Losing all fear, I took his hand and began to caress him while holding his legs. We all knew that we had before us a child, and at the same time a sinister spirit. I was glad that I had been able to overcome my disgust for the second one and see in that little body only an innocent creature. The brother began to speak as I had never heard him speak before. You are going to leave the body of this innocent man, he told him. I order you to leave. The child or spirit was crying desperately and trying to free itself from me and E. The brother repeated the order once more and then thrust the knife into Daniel's split chest. Die, you bastard, die, she said with such intensity that my hair stood on end. Not with a knife, not with a knife, said that low astral. I knew it wasn't the boy who was talking because it was impossible for him to have seen the knife. It was the other one, Fernando Breñas. The brother pulled out the knife and slammed it back in. Die, damn it, die. A cadaverous, mannish, finished voice came from the creature's body. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, the brother pulled something inconceivable out of the boy's body. He handed it to E, and he showed it to us. Look closely at this. It was a kind of dagger blade with a consistency similar to that of black coal, flat, 10 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide, ending in a point. It was amazing and astonishing to see that gruesome shape extracted from the creature's chest. Ken stepped forward, and that black shape was removed and stored in the same black paper as the other damage. Meanwhile, a complete change occurred in the 4-year-old boy. Instead of screaming and snorting, he had become still and was whining softly. His little voice was that of a child, and his weak little body was embraced by his brother. She took him in her arms, brought him close to her chest, and, amidst caresses and kisses, she rocked him with such tenderness and love that we all watched the scene in absolute silence. I thought I saw tears on Pachita's face as she comforted the child. My little one, my darling, it's gone. It's you now. You won't suffer anymore. The brother asked for water and threw a few drops on the boy's forehead. I baptize you, my little one. I will protect you. I love you. As he was carried out in M's arms, Pachita's body fell lifeless on SM's shoulders. 2 or 3 seconds later, she stood up and began to scream. Diego, Diego. It was that spirit lost in Pachita's body and looking for its usual refuge. There was a total mobilization. The hunting knife was hidden and kept out of Pachita's hands, as were the scissors. M ran up to the saint's head and hugged her while E protected them by extending the palms of his hands in their direction. SM took off the cross-shaped bandage he had on his chest and placed it on Pachita's neck. We all waited, and the brother returned. My God, I heard myself say. SM, he asked his brother for an explanation. Listen, kid, he began. A family has 3 children, and the father goes out into the street and passes a corner where someone had been murdered moments before. The spirit of the dead man enters his body. He comes home angry and fights with his wife in front of his children. In the midst of the children's despair, the spirit takes possession of one of them. This is how it happens, and what parents should understand is that they should never fight in front of their children, ever. The child becomes frightened, disorganized, and little by little absorbs all the aggression from his elders. In an extreme case, what happened to Daniel happens. My brothers, the brother said to us immediately, I am saying goodbye to you. Does anyone want anything? I went ahead. The pain in my back was unbearable, and I asked my brother for help. If you keep this up, we'll have to operate on you, he said jokingly. Lie down and we'll see what we can do. I lay face down and Pachita's hands touched my back. I felt instant relief. Then lifted me up and quickly folded me onto my stomach. I moaned and then laughed with delight. It still hurt, but hardly at all. The brothers said goodbye to us again. We surrounded Pachita and stood in front of her with tense muscles. In a minute, Pachita took over her body and rubbed her eyes. With the lights still off, showed F, a rubber tarantula that she was holding in her hand. F began to scream the same as the other women while the men laughed delightedly at the joke. In that atmosphere, they turned on the light. Pachita turned to look at me, and the blood on my face and clothes shocked her. Jesus, what happened to you, Jacob? On the way out, we were invited to a party. We all accepted, and SM took me to my hotel. On the way, we continued talking about God and the work and conscience. I loved SM for his sincerity and devotion. He told me that Dr. M had had difficulties with him. One day, he came to tell Pachita that the Americans wanted to pay him substantial monthly payments in exchange for interviews and studies on his brother. I got angry with that man, said SM forcefully. How dare he say that? Pachita, I remember having told her, is a bird who needs freedom and no one can ever imprison her. Balance, SM continued. I would like everyone to enjoy the balance that I have found. Chapter 11. White Mount. In truth, everything comes when it should. For many years, I wanted to get out of my body and make astral journeys, and only here in Parral I begin to understand the technique. There is something about Parral that makes people interested in the spirit. Even at parties, people talk about it, and it comes to me, in her etheric body, every night at 12 o'clock and helps my spirit. She travels and comes in astral, and I feel her. Is it the mines? The air? Pachita, an illegitimate daughter, was born here and was abandoned at birth. Eager to find out more about Pachita's life, I went to see her on Sunday morning. Sitting on a chair in the kitchen of the White House, with her worn sweater and her usual dress, she gave advice to her daughter. After a while, he stood up and went to rock his granddaughter lying in a stroller. I sat down next to her and started asking her, "Were you born here, Pachita?" "Yes, in Parral, but it was a sin because my parents were not married and they abandoned me." "Oh, Jacob, sometimes I live very intensely here. I remember my childhood and my first years with Charles. Look, don't even ask me why I'm crying. My eyes can't see anymore. The right one is already dull, and the left one can barely make out anything. But I see things differently. When I look at a body, I see the rotten parts. I've done that since I was a child. And how? Well, I don't know. It's like a map where the body parts stand out and I know. But my problem right now is getting money for my kindergarten." Kindergarten? Yeah, man. In the poor neighborhoods of Mexico, people see pure garbage. Imagine how you're going to straighten out a kid when he's older. You have to start when they're little, and that's why I want to make a kindergarten and teach the kids good things from a young age. I thought I was going to get enough money to pay the bricklayer, but no one comes. That's why I'm going to leave on Friday. I have a lot of things to do. I want to give toys to poor children. At Christmas, I always throw them a party, and on January 6th, we have pozole and tostadas, and the whole neighborhood comes to my house in Mexico, and I play music for them, and also, why not? Drink so that the adults are happy. Do you believe? I asked him, that one can learn to heal? Well, I don't know. What do you see in my body? A lot of fatigue and success with your book, because you are experiencing it firsthand. No one tells you what you see, and that is the secret of a good writer. The youth here are very spiritual. I told him. The boys travel astrally. Pure fiction. No, Pachita. It's true. And you, Pachita, do you leave your body? Well, I just push and I'm out. And where are you going? Well, it depends. When someone needs me, I go to see them. Sometimes I go to visit places. If you could see how beautiful Siberia is. When I go there, I like to go back through the Monte Blanco. It looks very pretty, but there are a lot of trios. Do you see it like here? Of course, I see everything. I feel and I smell. Do you get into other bodies? It is very necessary to be very careful in that, especially not to cross. Cross? Yes, man, cross over. And do you see other entities? Yes, but they are better than us. They are purer. Are you going to other planets? Yes, to Mars and the Moon and Jupiter. Is there life on Jupiter? No. Are you going to the Sun? That's not true. It's too powerful there. I really like visiting the craters on the Moon. They're very beautiful. But I have to get back on time. On time? Yes, there is a time for everything, and it must be respected. Does anyone tell you when to come back? Yes, Orion. Pachita couldn't stay still for more than a few minutes. I followed her into the kitchen, and together with We talked about the operations. I talked about what I had seen, and Pachita was the most amazed. "Hey," he asked us suddenly, "how is that 86-year-old lady with a tumor in her stomach?" Everyone had given up on her. "Well, Mom," he replied. "How is the book going?" Pachita asked me. "It's going well except for the prescriptions and the names of the medicines. I can't remember the names of them no matter how hard I try. I remember the operations very well, though. By the way, what do you have to add to alcoholic drinks to make someone stop drinking?" I can't remember, and I had to leave a sentence in the book blank. Neither Pachita nor he told me. "Are you going to visit the sick man at the hotel?" Pachita asked me immediately. "No, but I plan to do so." "And don't you feel sorry about being fired?" "It depends," I answered. "If I arrive as a mirror, they won't kick me out." "As a mirror?" "Yes. If my mind is a mirror, everything is fine. Like in prison. I go there to teach a friend to meditate, and when I arrive as a mirror, I have no problems." E was going to take a bite of the taco and remembered the incident with the truck. "That truck," he said suddenly, "almost killed Daniel." "So it was Daniel," I said in amazement. "That spirit wanted to kill him before he was removed from his body." Pachita got up again and headed towards the living room. She sat down to rock her grandson, and I followed her again. "Is there a consultation tomorrow?" I asked her. "Yes, but not me." I'm ecstatic. "That?" "Yes. I don't work with the big boss. I work with other doctors." "Because?" "Well, Jacob, don't you think there are many beings who must finish their mission? Here there is no guarantee that everything will be open to me. Here there is more clarity and other entities come in. In Mexico, I am very protected, and there is not so much noise here. In Mexico, a noise can kill a faculty." "That?" "Yes, I could stay dead. I really don't understand why it hasn't happened already." "How do you choose who enters?" "A set of spiritual vibrations gather around me to diagnose." "And the hands?" "It's an operating room and you need psychics, but not fantasies. They have made a carnival. A parapsychologist comes and gathers people and charges them 5,000 pesos, and everyone is silent and respects him. On the other hand, because I am humble, they come like a carnival and bring degenerate people who are not psychic, and they break all the tubes and instruments in the operating room. There was a writer, LC, who attacked me a lot without knowing me. That's how they attack the operating room, and they have no respect. I would like to leave my memories to make people understand what God is capable of," continued Pachita with an increasingly serious voice. "I remember when I was 7 years old. You start life without understanding it, but you feel the sting of suffering. That's why I love orphans so much." At that moment, 2 of Pachita's grandchildren passed by, and she asked them for a blanket. They were playing and didn't pay attention to her. "Bastard sons, damn it. You ask them for a favor, and they don't even listen to you." Wow. A lot of things have been taken away from me, but not the bad words. I have a Villa rifle. It is my only inheritance. At the age of 15, Charles left. He was sick, and he went to die in his homeland like the elephants. At that age, I was with Villa back in 1914. "Were you his lover?" "I was a leather, but I didn't like him. What I loved was his manhood. He really had balls." Pachita stood up again and brought me a toy from one of her grandchildren. It was a flying saucer that made a very peculiar noise. "Look, Jacob, that's how those ships do it. They stop on top of your head, and that's what they do." I walked back to Parral and remembered that Ken had told me, when leaving the house in white, about the weather and the feeling of peace that one felt in Parral when seeing the sky and the clouds. I was struck by some words that Pachita had told me. "You have me unconditionally, Jacobo, but if I see something dirty on your conscience, you will fall from my affection and my most absolute contempt." Chapter 12. The Consultations. I went to visit the operator at the hotel. On a bed full of cushions lay a nearly bald man with a hooked nose, a Spanish type. His son and wife were taking care of him. I showed up and saw him. Before the operation, he couldn't speak and was surviving thanks to oxygen. Now he turned to me and started telling me about his operation. He was still paralyzed on the right side of his body, but his skin was pink. He no longer needed oxygen, and he was talking, not very clearly, but he was talking. His brother had removed a brain tumor, and his son, after seeing the operation, had regained his faith. The next day, I went to visit Pachita and found her giving consultations. She was not in a trance, and only when she dictated the medicines and remedies to E did her voice change. He listened to the sick with his hands, and while he closed his eyes, he seemed to observe the inside of the bodies and the details of the illnesses. I was in the compound, and the painting of Cuauhtémoc framed the saint's red-haired head. She had forbidden me to call her that, and she got upset when one of the sick people came with the idea that all they had to do was touch her to be instantly cured. I'm not a saint, she had told me. Look at me. More screwed than you and I put together. I'm leaving Parral now, I told SM. I can't get the money together for my kindergarten. Besides, they don't even care anymore. Father, I came yesterday and forced me to go to Mass. I don't like that, SM. They made me take communion, and I'm not like that. I buy a little joy on the street, and with that I take communion wherever I want and what Mass is worth. SM's son asked for a consultation. Instead of kicking a soccer ball, he had kicked a stool and his foot hurt a lot. Pachita adjusted a bone like someone who tightens a nut and left him ready to walk without pain. You too, take communion, SM. Pachita suddenly said to him. Why only me? They only think I'm an idiot, and I'm not one of those people. God is everywhere, and no one takes communion except me. He meant it. At the end of the session, crying bitterly, he told me about the injustices he saw. He spoke to me about the huge differences between the rich and the poor, the suffering of the latter and the blindness of the former. Why don't they share all their money? SM has an employee with 10 children who is sick and his salary is not enough. E, who was reading a paperback while writing down recipes, also wanted to leave Parral. I miss my soccer team, he told me while putting his book aside. I get very desperate here. Meanwhile, a family with 2 children had entered the premises. The mother, a large and obese lady, came forward, greeted Pachita, and uncovered her breasts. I have some balls here and I'm very scared. Pachita examined her and asked if she had fallen. No, the woman replied. I had them on both sides. They came out after I rubbed myself with a slimming cream. I'm still breastfeeding my son, and it hurts a lot. Sarsaparilla, white root 3 times a day and potatoes. Pachita dictated to E. Red ointment after the potato, and that the boy sucks upside down. What you have is water, not cancer, Pachita diagnosed. Now it was the husband's turn. His skin was very damaged and covered in sores. Solid Vaseline. Olive tea is water. After prescribing it, Pachita asked him if he usually bathed in dams or lakes. No, only in public bathrooms. Sarsaparilla, green drops, papaya on the wounds, and moth. Do you know moth? Look, you get a very moth-eaten wood. You take some moth-eaten wood out of it. You mix it with pieces of papaya and mallow water, and you rub it on your skin. Then a woman came in. Pachita took her hand, and with her eyes closed, pressed different areas of it. Are you suffocating? You sweat because of pancreatic insufficiency. Chamomile, parsley, and beef muniga. He puts it on his side and takes it off the next day. They brought in a woman and her daughter. After examining the first one, he prescribed linseed and purslane for constipation. The girl had a dislocated hip bone, and Pachita scheduled her for surgery on Wednesday. It's going to hurt a little bit, he said sweetly, but we have to adjust your hip so that the blood flows to your leg and you can walk properly. My daughter suffers, said the mother. They make fun of her and call her crooked. That's how humanity is, my precious child, Pachita told the girl. Even those your own age want to pull you down, but you must forgive them. 2 boys entered, one of them in a wheelchair. They shot me and the bullet cut my spinal cord. The doctors tried to remove it, but they told me that a piece had remained inside. 3 bottles of sherry, cola nut extract, walnut oil, chamomile, wormwood, sap and rue. Let's see if you still have the bullet. Pachita touched her back with her eyes closed. She turned her face away and seemed to be trying hard to remain focused. There is no bullet, but the nerves are stuck to the spine. The blood does not flow, and you do not feel when you urinate or defecate. On Wednesday, if my father gives us permission, we will connect your nerve so that you can feel your urine. For your wounds, take out the worm-eaten wood, mix it with pieces of papaya peel and mallow, and have your brother apply the mixture to your wounds. Let's start the treatment in the name of God and see if we start to feel those little legs. Then a lady came by, looked at us very sadly, and sat down in front of Pachita. My legs and back and brain hurt. Drunkenness? Yeah. Olive tea for the rest of your life is drinking water. That will help your circulation because it is very deteriorated. The woman left, and in her place a young, blind girl was helped to sit down by a friend who was accompanying her. With a flashlight, Pachita illuminated his eyes after removing the dark glasses he was wearing. It's hot. What did you see? A clear one. He's improved, said Pachita. Except he doesn't want to open his eyes. The companion said that since the operation her friend had told her that she saw rays of light and little stars like luminous points. The woman who followed complained that she couldn't sleep. Put a basin of water under your bed to suck up your bad thoughts and let you sleep, so your spirit feels free to improve. Let it travel where it needs to sort out your affairs. The next patient impressed me. He was the one who had had heart surgery. His brother said he was eating well, and his heart was in good shape. God first and upwards. Good man. When you see water in a stream, cut a red flower and watch how the water takes it away. That is good medicine, Pachita told him very seriously. The father of the operated man, an old man who was deaf on one side and who had also been operated on, came forward. My eye hurts and I still can't hear. If you want, we can fix it for you, Pachita replied. But you said you'd rather remain deaf and no longer suffer pain from the knife. I had been taking notes and tired. I stopped for a moment. Pachita turned to look at me and accused me. Let's see if you work, idiot. I laughed and took the pen to write down that an old lady with a swollen neck was scolding Pachita. You operated on me and look, I'm the same, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Does it, little mother? But it's still swollen. What do we do now? Well, let's cut off his neck. What are you going to do to me? Then cut off his neck. Well, listen, Pachita. The woman told her, come to Canatilla, to Durango, to Hacienda de Villa. The woman lived there, and the address was a response to a question from Pachita. Have they rebuilt my old man's house yet? Yeah, that's good, so that it remains as a museum. Pachita noticed an ulcer in a man who came by later. You are anemic and have an ulcer, she said. Come back on Wednesday and we'll get rid of it. And how much will it cost me? 80,000 pesos. Oh, the man complained. I have no money. No, man, don't pay me anything. Pay me when you get better. Next time I come to Parral, I will definitely chase him down to collect. Then the American with the fake knee came in. We need to cure his osteomyelitis, Pachita told her companion and translator. Tell him to come on Wednesday and we'll operate on him. Then a man with bad eyes. You need to wash your eyes with chamomile. Come on Wednesday to remove the cataract you have in your eye. A very tired man with a bandage on his neck came in later. He was carrying a letter. Read it, Pachita said to her son. Read it because I can't read. He has a bad lung cancer, Pachita told him. Lung cancer? Pachita patted his back and asked him to speak. Cough herb and milk, alum and water. We are going to operate on that lung. Come on Wednesday. Eggplant and green drops. I had bought Pachita a tape recorder so she could listen to music and record her memories. I had saved some money for her kindergarten, and I gave her both presents when we were alone after the consultations. She looked at me and started crying. I also cried, and in that state I said goodbye to Pachita. Chapter 13. Individuality. When you push on a part of the membrane of your being, you see colors. When you push another part, a landscape appears. And when another, a piece of furniture and a city and faces appear. The rainbow results from a process of interaction. A holographic image also results from a process of interaction, the same as experience, consciousness, light. The darkness associated with the activation of a low-frequency electromagnetic phenomenon is not the same darkness as that associated with a very high-frequency electromagnetic phenomenon. Everything has a life of its own, and the here, the there, and the beyond are the same. There is a place on this planet that holds such energy that whoever lives there recognizes an inexhaustible source of creativity flowing through themselves. Anyone who has lived in Tepoztlan knows what I am talking about. Its geographical location and its people act as amplifiers of consciousness. Anyone who has something unresolved within themselves and visits Tepoztlan will feel supreme tension. Whoever is pure will experience ecstasy. I remember that after living a year in New York doing brain research and completely disappointed by the impossibility of penetrating consciousness using contemporary psychophysiological technology, I decided to look for a suitable place to explore myself and ended up in Tepoztlan. There I met R, an extraordinary woman who taught me the non-existence of the external-internal dichotomy, and Yan, who introduced me to the consciousness of unity. After 2 years, I decided to return to Mexico City. I have lived in the city for another 2 years, and the constant dealing with rigid structures has distanced me from my true self. I had stopped visiting Tepoztlan out of fear, and when I met Pachita, I suffered a real crisis and a new awakening. I was faced with the reality of the existence of spiritual entities and the unlimited capacity of consciousness, and my own, I confess, was not fully prepared for the revelation. After 2 months of working with Pachita, I felt that I was awakening again to the experience of true development and to the vision of the human being as the possessor of an extraordinary essence. Upon returning from Parral, he longed to return to Pachita's house and continue with the brothers' work. On Friday, I felt that something extraordinary would happen when I met Pachita again, and I lived the whole day in a state of excitement and clear consciousness. In the morning, I realized that the woman I had loved for 3 years was not for me, and this, together with the feeling that something extraordinary was going to happen to me, made me understand the reason for the terrible storms that hit Mexico City that day. At 7 o'clock, I arrived at Pachita's house, experiencing a state of absolute ecstasy. Several people were waiting their turn to be operated on, and as I approached the door of the facility, I heard my name called twice. I turned in the direction of the sound and found myself with R. "This is it," I said to myself, immensely excited. I am back in contact with the beings whom I truly feel as brothers, and this meeting with R is only the beginning. We hugged each other, unable to believe we were there, and then I entered the premises. The operating bed was placed against the wall of the room in such a way that I could not get into my usual position. I stood next to Pachita's body and realized that the brother was creating an atmosphere of extreme serenity and calm. We greeted each other, and in a very deep voice he explained to me that the area near the wall had been purified, and that was why the operating bed had been moved. "My flesh," continued the brother. "I was very sad because I thought you would not come again. What do you think? What do you think?" I managed to say, thinking to myself that I would never abandon Pachita. I was going to say that I adored that woman, but I didn't dare. "You're a crybaby," the brother said to me next. "A real crybaby." He was referring to Parral's farewell, and, feeling embarrassed, I tried to explain to him that seeing Pachita cry caused me such pain that I had to accompany her in her crying. But I didn't tell him that either, although I'm sure he understood my thoughts. "What a great sadness, right, Jacob? We experience a lot of pain in Parral," I answered, "and a lot of hypocrisy." The brother joked that I was looking forward to returning to Parral and that I was just waiting for the slightest opportunity to return there. We all laughed and prepared for the operations. Candelaria was a cleaner and was in charge of cutting cotton and soaking it in alcohol when the first patient arrived. If I remember my first days with the brother and compare them with my present vision, I am amazed at my changes. At first, I had a terrible time, thinking that the brother existed as an independent entity and retained his individuality. My conception of the spiritual level was that of an undifferentiated and omnipresent state in which the individual disappeared to give way to unity. Despite having seen Don Lucio speak with spirits and having developed a whole technique to recover the memory of past lives, I baptized it as the technique of reincarnational analysis. I had not managed to accept the existence of the individual beyond the organic plane. After almost 2 months, that idea no longer existed. I had seen so many cases of damage and heard so much from the brother that I finally accepted that after death we retain an individuality and that our development continues. Cuauhtémoc, for example, had been brutally prevented from continuing his learning on Earth, and to move on to the next level he had to complete it through the body of Pachita and all those who would constitute the shamanic chain of the work. I could not imagine life on the level of spiritual entities, but I was beginning to have access to certain elements that would gradually help me to understand. One of them happened at the end of the trading session that I will describe later. Pachita's body occupied a bench next to the altar, and she quickly said goodbye to those of us who were in the room. He raised his right arm and announced to us that he had to leave because he had a very urgent mission to accomplish. Urgent mission? For 2 weeks, I had felt an unbearable tension that grew and then decreased in intensity. I am old enough and experienced enough to distinguish between what comes from my personal history and what is the result of a global change of consciousness, and the tension I was experiencing had its origin in the latter and not the former. I felt that a formidable struggle was taking place before my psychic senses and that the alternative between light and darkness was at stake. I told brother this at the beginning of the session, and at the end the urgent mission connected me with that struggle. So, I thought with enthusiasm. The brother and other entities form coalitions, have plans, fight, communicate, and live in a permanent and always defended work. There was definitely a level of consciousness that, although occurring simultaneously with my own, was completely unnoticed by me in its details. Instead, It manifested itself clearly in generalized emotions and undifferentiated sensations. I have never had such clarity of such existence as in those days. After returning from Parral, I longed to establish contact with that level of reality and to be able to see, more deeply and clearly, what the brother was doing. I think that was one of the reasons that prompted me to go to Tepoztlan. One of the patients that brother was going to operate on her back was resting at Segundo's house, and I helped her apply the medicine that Pachita had prescribed to strengthen her spine. It was boiling mashed potatoes that had to be placed on the back overnight. Obviously, in addition to a healing capacity unknown to me, this remedy had the goodness of directing the patient's attention to the delicate area and raising awareness of its functioning and anatomy. Back pain, like any experience, is the final result of a hypercomplex neuronal process. Pain is the transformation into conscious experience of what was previously a management of neuronal logic through hypercomplex circuits. The potatoes serve to direct attention to the process prior to the result, which would surely channel energy in the right direction and strengthen the area to be operated on. The access of consciousness to its processing, in addition to allowing a supreme degree of knowledge of one's own individuality, is a grand adventure of thought. In some way, this access opens the doors that allow one to perceive reality as a personal creation and facilitates the consciousness of unity. I mean that whoever is capable of understanding their internal processes will find that between them and what we call the world there is a continuity, and that an adamantine symmetry configures the internal as a micromodel of the external. The symmetry is then transferred to a plane of synonymy, and at that moment it is recognized that the internal and external form an inseparable continuum. Of course, one of the frontiers of unity consciousness is the direct handling of the world through thought and openness to contact with spiritual entities. In Tepoztlan, I remembered that just like Minkowski's biconical space, embodied consciousness is a convergent cone that unifies elements located at its base until reaching the center or point of total inclusion that in a splendid integration connects consciousness with its own individuality. The center is the end and the starting point is the feeling of being beyond any definition, and the appropriate brain logic to reach that center is convergent logic. Thus, in the brain, the process is a cone ending in a point. The next level is again conical, but instead of converging, it diverges. From this point, consciousness expands and space opens up. This is where contact with the other reality is established. Pachita had to live through countless experiences to leave behind so many illusions and establish a total and permanent contact with her center of consciousness. Then the brother appeared. I also remembered in Tepoztlan that from a certain level of life, illusions are recognized and discarded as false. This is what happens with sex, ego, emotional dependencies, and the material world. We begin to accept only that which is permanent within all the changes, that which unifies what is apparently dispersed, and the only reason for survival is to maintain that rediscovered essence and keep it free of structures, temptations, and illusions of ephemeral pleasure and joy. The first patient was a baby of a few months. Her delicate little body was held by the brother and then placed on the operating bed. Her flesh was delicate and fragile, and she suffered from general weakness and severe motor retardation. The brother commented on the fragility of the creatures, and making me hold that tiny head between my hands, he inserted the hunting knife into the nape of the creature's neck. He turned the knife several times and, convinced that he had organized something inside the brain mass, he pulled it out and closed the wound. We bandaged the creature, and I handed it over to its mother, who was grateful for the intervention. Over an anesthetized girl and the girl herself in her wheelchair soon passed by. The brother took the girl's arm and asked her to get up from her wheelchair. I saw the astonishment and excitement on her parents' faces, and I rushed to help the beautiful invalid. She seemed to have understood the brother's order, and with a titanic and excited effort, she got up from her chair and remained standing for a moment. Her face reflected the effort, and her mute eyes reflected a newly acquired knowledge. The little girl had begun to show encouraging signs of motor coordination, and while Pachita remained in peril, she had fallen out of her chair in one of her attempts to walk on her own. The brother commented that the fall had been a blessing, because it had helped connect two parts of the brain that were necessary for the next level of recovery. We laid her on her stomach, and I held her legs while her father did the same with her head. I had seen at least 3 brain operations performed on her and no infections, which, under other conditions, an unsterilized hunting knife in contact with infected bellies, breasts, penises and vaginas would necessarily cause. I noticed an extreme stiffness in the girl's legs, and the brother commented, with pleasure, that she also got angry, and that was the reason for the tension in her body. The knife penetrated the scalp and part of the skull, and I paid close attention to the blood that flowed from the wound. It was very strange, and I had already noticed it several times in many sick people. Its color was red, like normal blood, as was its smell, but its consistency was extremely strange. The only way I can think of to describe it is a paste made up of gelatinous spheres approximately 5 millimeters in diameter, covered by an elastic membrane, that burst forth from the girl's head, and as the brother worked with the knife, he spoke about the need to connect and reconnect nerves and brain structures. Finally, he finished, closed the wound, and commented that there would soon be a colossal recovery. When I told R about this case, I suddenly remembered that I had seen how the brother grafted pieces of brain into the brain mass of patients to replace damaged ones, and a tremendous shiver ran through my entire body. Placing pieces of brain as a graft meant transferring part of the consciousness of several people to another, so the recovery of the latter necessarily had to be different from what would have been expected without the foreign parts. What happens to the consciousness thus grafted? Who is the one who wakes up? I imagined the child fully recovered, speaking, thinking, and being, and I thought that her consciousness would be something absolutely different from the consciousness her parents had known. I asked R if he thought the center would not change, and he optimistically replied that it would. Recovery had to be gradual and not abrupt, among other things, to allow for the unification and integration of consciousness. After the girl's operation, I remembered Patanjali and his aphorisms on yoga, especially when he mentions that the goal is to make the lake of the mind waveless, so that the mind can see itself crystal clear. I prayed for the girl's recovery to a level of crystal clarity and peace, and I was frightened when I saw the next patient. She was a frightfully swollen lady. Brother had operated on her liver and kidneys a few weeks before, and I had assisted on that occasion. I remembered the woman's prayers on the first occasion and wondered why she had returned. The brother explained that the graft he had made had not taken, and that this meant that there was a powerful and non-random reason for the contingency. While I was holding the sick woman's hand, she pierced the abdomen, and its swelling seemed to come out of the incision in the form of a hot jet of blood, which soaked my face and clothes. Blinded by blood and dripping from my beard, I asked Cand for a cotton swab with alcohol. I rubbed myself and assumed that there must also be a reason for this baptism in blood, but I couldn't give the answer as to why. I saturated the wound and, after seeing the tremendous incision close and not recognizing any scar from the first occasion, I bandaged it. An older American lady sat at the table. Her left leg was in pain. The brother had detected that her femur was out of place and prepared to open her leg and put it back in place. She explained that I should pull on the leg to help with the positioning, and I got ready to do so. I took the lady's hand and asked her to squeeze it to ease the pain. One of the conditions for the operation was that the patient's legs had to be relaxed and completely straight, but pain and fear prevented this from being achieved. The nurse held my right arm, while my left arm prepared to help give the necessary tug to place the femur. The brother opened the leg and I maneuvered directly on the femur, while the lady screamed in pain. I felt like I had to use both hands to pull, and I tried to let go of my right hand, but the woman wouldn't let me go. "Pull, Jacob, pull." "I can't. He won't let go of my hand." The brother laughed at my situation and, in an acrobatic maneuver, I had to climb onto the bed so that he could pull my leg. "He doesn't want to let you go, does he, Jacob?" Brother asked me jokingly, while we all heard the sound of one bone fitting into another. At last the femur had returned to its original place, and the patient felt that the pain was diminishing and that she had fully recovered the movement of her leg. We asked him to move it in all directions, and he did so happily and painlessly. Later I was told that the screams of the woman who had been operated on, and my own screams ordering her to relax, had been heard throughout the block. The last patient was a musician from New York, completely deaf in his right ear. R had brought him and, curious, attended the operation. We greeted each other inside the room, and the brother, after making a field around the ear, introduced almost the entire knife through it. He was going to, in his terms, open the snail to restore the function of the ear. The operation lasted for several minutes and was not completed until S indicated that he could hear slightly. I bandaged my head and remembered that E had scolded me several times, and quite rightly so, for leaving the bandages loose. In Tepoztlan, I saw S at R's house. The bandage gave him the appearance of a Van Gogh who had fallen on hard times and was worried about his recovery. Seeing him, I thought of the baby who had had her head operated on. I remembered that brother had injected her with cerebrospinal fluid and that he had asked for a plastic probe. He had introduced the latter into the brain, while he had placed the other end in his mouth to suck or perhaps inject a reddish liquid that looked like blood. I had never seen that maneuver, and in my astonishment, I never knew if the blood came from the creature's brain or from Pachita's mouth. I don't know why the sight of S reminded me of the probe, but it did. I talked to S and told him about my book, and he was extremely excited. I want to make a movie about Pachita, he told me intensely, and I want to know if we can use your book as a script. You should ask Pachita and the brother about that. Without their permission, I cannot accept your proposal, but if they agree, I will too. I confessed that the idea of making a film frightened me, and I waited until Wednesday to ask the brother his opinion. In Tepoztlan, I encountered wonderful vibrations and people interested in the development of consciousness. Pachita had flatly forbidden M to travel to Tepoztlan, and that made me doubly alert to detect any negative vibrations. But the only thing I perceived was a limit in my meditations and storms whose thunder was answered by thousands of mountain outcrops. Chapter 14. What you mortals call ego. True reality transcends all logic, thought, and verbalization. Beyond thought and language is what connects us with being and with a life full of meaning. Each one of us is a feeling, and there is a state of consciousness from which we dialogue with the world, and everything acquires meaning. On Monday at the meditation session with my group, we all felt a white light, and two of us connected with the dialogue with the world. A noise answered a wish and a question. The chirping of a bird answered an illusion, and the barking of a dog a bodily sensation. No language can describe it, and any language can reach total meaninglessness. The feeling of union with the world never. So I prepared myself for Wednesday's session. I was going to help operate on three friends, S, his girlfriend M, and his ex-wife S, whom I had invited to recover at my house in Cuauhtémoc, and I was going to ask brother about the film that S wanted to make. On Wednesday morning I entered, once again, into the state of synchronicity, and once again I learned that there is a state of consciousness in which a dialogue is established with the world, in which every sound, gesture, movement, change of color, and texture of the clouds has a total meaning. As always, I had to take notice of the test that the world imposes on me, and I arrived at Pachita's house with the feeling of having passed them satisfactorily. I met up with R and his friends and entered the compound. Around 100 people were waiting in the courtyard, and I learned that there would be 50 consultations and more than 20 operations that afternoon. A new assistant was at the door, and the way he controlled the entry of people seemed very effective to me. He watched over the curtain of the room and asked me to wait before entering. I sat at a table to meditate, and after a few minutes I penetrated. The brother greeted people with his usual tenderness, and once again I realized his unlimited capacity to be completely and absolutely with each patient. There were more than 40 consultations left before the operations began, and the curtain of the altars was drawn back, and Pachita's body sat on a chair adjacent to the flowers, statues, and paintings of Cuauhtémoc. For some reason, I did not dare to approach the brother, and when I did not dare to greet him. Inside me there was the greatest feeling of shyness I have ever experienced, and when I asked myself why, I found no answer. Finally, I asked Mr. V for some balm, and after rubbing it on my neck, arms, and hair, I said hello. In the name of the Father I greet you. I answer you in the same name. The brother answered me. How has my little boy been? Well, okay, I replied. What new things have you found? The light is with us again, I replied, feeling a little superficial. In reality, what I had seen was the dialogue of the world with consciousness, and my concern in the past few days was to understand the level of consciousness at which synchronicity was stimulated. But I did not say that, and I only spoke of the light. I had seen the latter coming for everyone, and not just for myself. The brother looked at me fixedly and answered something that left me sad and insecure. Is the light coming and going? Are we playing? I thought that the brother had not understood that I was referring to the victory of the light for all, and not just for me. But I also knew that his admonition was just and necessary. The sick came and went, and each received his prescription and diagnosis. I was impressed to see that all of them arrived with an egg, and that this was given to the brother to perform a cleansing. This was similar in execution to the one I had seen Don Lucio perform. It consisted of a series of movements of the egg around the scalp that resembled the configuration of some brain structures, such as the hippocampus. After each cleansing, the egg was thrown into a garbage bin, and the patient was rubbed with balm. I cannot describe all the cases, and I will only talk about those that impressed me the most. An 8-year-old boy entered the room alone and approached Pachita's body. "I feel like dying," she said in a low voice. The brother looked at him for a moment through Pachita's closed eyes, and with his peculiar movement of his head. At last he drew him close to him and told him that he must love his mother and that his father would be back soon. He told him that his father had gone to get some denarii to support him and the rest of his family. "Don't worry," she continued. "He loves you very much, and he will be back soon. What else is wrong with you?" The boy spoke of having difficulty controlling his sphincters, and his brother, after examining his lower abdomen, decided that surgery was necessary. There must be some common component or process shared not only by the phenomena of consciousness, but also by bodily illness. That day, at least 40% of the consultations were about emotional disorders. People came and went complaining about infidelity, jealousy, and abandonment. I thought that brother was being wasted and that he should spend his time on more important things, but he obviously didn't share my opinion. He treated a woman complaining about her man's infidelity with the same intensity and attention that he gave to a cancer that was considered incurable. When she was asked for help in bringing back her irresponsible husband, she would ask for the name of the man written on a piece of paper and promise to visit the interested parties to resolve the abandonment. An elderly blind woman entered the room, and the brother recognized her immediately. He hugged her, placing Pachita's arms around the old woman's shoulders, and heard her complaints. "I can't see anymore," she said between sobs. "My body is weak, and I can't get used to the lack of visions and encounters." "My dear child," the brother replied, "what happens is that you have seen a lot in your life, and now you have entered a new stage. Be patient while I ask my father for blessings for your old age." I accompanied the old woman to the exit, and when she returned, the brother told me that this woman had been a great medium and had had a lot of money, but now she was left without the first and without the second. I thought that psychic talents required extreme care, and I could not imagine Pachita losing her healing ability. She was like a light sent from above, and no bodily alteration could extinguish it. If she was gone, it was because of mistake, neglect, and irresponsibility. The operations began with eye cases. A young, completely blind boy came in accompanied by his wife. He was seated in the same chair that Pachita's body had previously occupied, and the knife was operated on. It was very impressive to see how the metal blade, worn by time, penetrated the delicate jewel of the eyes. I have never seen any manifestations of pain during eye operations, and the boy's case was no exception. While the knife penetrated and rotated inside the eyeballs, the young man remained calm and still. As always, after the knife, the range and fineness of vision were tested using a lamp. Then, the brother introduced his thumb between the inner wall of the orbit and the outer lateral wall of the eye. Despite everything I had seen, I was left stunned trying to understand how that gigantic finger could fit into such a small space. After several eye operations, a young, deaf-mute boy occupied the operating bed. Brother had not allowed me to occupy my usual place by the window, facing Pachita's body, and I worked beside her in an uncomfortable position. The case was complicated, because there was no way of knowing whether the operation was successful or not. The knife was inserted into the right ear and penetrated 5 centimeters. The brother whispered that he had to reach the cochlea of the inner ear to open it. I decided to touch the boy's eyebrows to detect any movement that would indicate a response to the sound. I could not do this from the position I occupied, and I asked the brother for permission to take the place at the window. He agreed, and we began to talk to the deaf. "Their world is very different from ours," said the brother. "Even if I manage to open the snail, the sound will not be recognized as such, but as another sensation." After several minutes, I noticed that the eyebrow moved the moment we called the boy, and that was the end of the operation. While they were bringing in the next patient, I took the opportunity to ask the brother, "Do you have friends?" "Of course," he answered. "They are all my friends." "But," I insisted, "do you have friends?" "Well, my entourage accompanies me." Cuauhtémoc is at my side, and the rest of my fellow kings help me." At that moment, M came in. He had a terrible headache and felt dizzy from so many people and problems. "Brother," he said in a loud voice, "I can't stand so many people anymore. Look, my little one, don't despair. M is not made for crowds," Brother told A and me later. "He gets disorganized, and it gives him headaches." I didn't feel very calm either. I had promised S to ask about the possibility of filming a movie about Pachita using this book as a basis, and I couldn't find a way to make the request. Finally, I dared and told Brother that I would do what he advised. If he considered the movie suitable, I would collaborate on it, and if not, I wouldn't. "Look, Jacob," he answered me seriously, "the purpose is commercial, and there is no innocence." I thanked him for the clarity and accepted his decision, and from that moment on I felt calm. The next patient was a woman who complained of abdominal pain. A told me that the patient was accompanied by a psychic, and that it would be interesting to ask her. I don't know how I knew that she was a psychic, and I noticed that his attitude changed. He probably felt that he was being watched, and that made him behave more seriously than usual. The woman lay down on the bed, and the brother listened to her belly. "You've already had surgery, right, little woman?" The woman's womb had been removed, and a huge scar was evidence of the attack. "Modern medicine is a butcher shop," the brother commented very seriously. "Doctors have no qualms about violating the most sacred thing in feminism, and they extract the woman's womb as if it were a tooth with a decayed tooth. Such an atrocity should never be committed. It is an attack on life and the possibility of procreation." "He had cancer," the woman replied. "What cancer is it?" "Cancer is in fashion, and when doctors don't know something, they say it's cancer, and they dare to do these barbaric things. They have specialized," he continued, "and they no longer remember that the body works as a unit, which is why they often don't know what they're doing." The woman moaned as the knife opened her belly. I held her hand, meanwhile, and caressed her forehead, trying to lessen the pain. Meanwhile, A, very seriously, passed cotton to Brother. From the wound, Pachita's hand removed a tumor, after which she asked me to saturate it. As always, I placed a cotton ball soaked in alcohol on the wound, and my hands on top. The opening closed almost instantly, and A rushed to bandage the woman. Curious, I asked the psychic what she had perceived, and she told me that a golden light had floated over the sick woman's body and had surrounded Pachita, followed by and me. After leaving, the brother confessed to us that the description had disappointed him. A true visionary, he told us with intensity, says, "In the name and by the grace of God I see," and describes what he sees, and does not just say a golden light. At that moment, M came back in, more upset than before. "A lady," he said, "wants to be seen by you, but she's not signed up and she's so insistent that I've had enough." "Oh, my dear little one," the brother answered him, "when will you learn to forgive and to be patient? Remember Jesus. When he was walking carrying the cross towards his death, a man approached him, and without caring about his suffering, asked him for help to calm his own. Jesus looked at him through his own blood and tears and said to him, 'Be healed.' Do you understand me?" Despite his own suffering, and in the last moment of his life, Jesus was able to give, and that is what he did. The brother's description impressed me, and I thought I was seeing images from a distant past. Jesus was able to leave his own body and heal another person even in the worst personal conditions. Where did he get his ability to concentrate, or what immense power he had over energy and over entities dedicated to healing? The level of the brother, and that of Jesus himself, was unlimited, and the interface between them and matter was like a membrane capable of executing the most inconceivable maneuvers. The next patient had a brain tumor that caused constant shaking of his arms and hands. A surgeon by profession, the man of about 60 years old occupied the bed. "Look, Jacob," the brother told me, "this man is a wonderful doctor, and today we are going to pray to return control to him." "My sweet little one," said the brother to the doctor, "we are going to help you so that you can operate again. Where is your illness?" "In the right parietal lobe," the doctor replied. "You're going to tell us what we do?" the brother asked him. I took the man's hand and heard the most extraordinary description. "You just trepan my skull. Now you're pulling my brains out. Now you penetrate my brain. Now close the trepanation and the wound on my scalp." A bandaged the doctor's head, and the latter asked if he could operate now. "Of course, my little one, you can do it now," and there will always be a brother to accompany you. I hope he gets over his fear, the brother told us later. Organically, your problem is solved. All that's missing is the emotional part. Suddenly, he turned to look at me and said something very strange. Jacobo, when you have a solid gold stethoscope, you will know what God is. The next patient was an elderly man who had a prostate problem. I helped him lie on his back, and a shiver ran through my body as I realized what the knife was doing. Pachita's left hand held the man's penis, and with her right hand she inserted the knife through the man's urinary orifice. The knife blade was about 15 centimeters long, and I could only see 3 or 4 of it outside the penis. The rest had penetrated it impossibly. The man did not complain and did not seem to suffer pain. I watched with the utmost attention the twists, movements of the metal object inside the penis, and I prayed, sweating, that I would never have a prostate problem. The brother seemed to hear my thoughts and gave me the remedy to maintain a prostate in perfect health. The next patient was CH, a Jewish boy from Canada. He had poliomyelitis and was completely paralyzed from the waist down. He had suffered from it at an early age, and his shoulders, chest, and arms had become enlarged from the continuous use of crutches. We laid him face down, and I uncovered his back by lifting up his shirt. The brother made me feel his spine, and I noticed that it was bent, along with a scar. Jacobo asked him when he had his operation. I translated that when he was a child, the purpose had been to allow him to sit comfortably in a wheelchair. Brother opened my back, and while he was grafting bones into the column, he was squeezing my right hand. I almost screamed louder than he did, feeling the imminent fracture of my fingers. The power of his hand, together with his desperation, made him squeeze so hard that even now when I write, I feel pain. Then a thin, very short old woman occupied the bed. Her completely silver hair and her tiny build made the brother exclaim with tenderness. As I held the old lady's hand and he opened her abdomen, I heard him cry out for pain. "My father," whispered the brother, "please grant that it may not hurt him. I beg you that it may not hurt him." He took my hand and put it in my abdomen. "Feel, Jacob, feel." There was a small, pulsating ball. It looked like a tiny heart located in an impossible part of the body. "It's throbbing," I said, unable to contain myself. "That's what malignant tumors are like." The brother answered me. "They are alive and they beat." "Brother," I said to him at the end of the operation, "I would like to see everything you do, and I can only perceive a knife and the hand of your material. How could I see more?" "If I asked my father," he replied, "you would see, but you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You're doing very well, Jacob. Be patient. Your book is being corrected, and your vision will be too, but you must go little by little." The next patient was S. We laid her on her back, and brother opened her lower abdomen. She screamed in pain, and I almost howled when brother pulled out a dark sphere that had grown next to her sex. "This is the price one has to pay for excessive pleasure," the brother commented. I translated the remark to S, and she seemed to understand its meaning. The next day, recovering at my home, she told me, and I understood too. I had been living in Tepoztlan, and after a few months, I started receiving visions and stranger messages. I saw goblins and floating machines, and UFOs and aliens. Utterly confused, she had searched for someone who could help her, and in California she met Pages. He invited her to live at his institute in New York, and for 2 years she participated in a series of psychic experiments aimed at establishing direct communication with extraterrestrial beings. PP subjected her to hundreds of hypnotic trances and convinced her that her mission in this life was to help him prepare for the mass landing of aliens. Little by little, S penetrated into PP's mind, and he placed her in a state of total dependence. S' mind stopped belonging to her and began to be considered the exclusive property of PP. After 2 years of experimentation, S no longer understood the reason for his apparent mission and became distrustful of everything that was happening. Finally, one day he ran away. S devoted himself to pleasure in a desperate effort to find himself, and the tumor in his lower abdomen was the result. Then they moved on to M, and now SM, who had very intense back pain, and the brother grafted several small bones in an attempt to create a bone structure that would strengthen the spine. S, her boyfriend, had undergone surgery on his right ear, but his deafness continued. He attended the operation, and the brother made him come closer to see the bone graft. M bravely endured the operation, and S learned that his deafness continued due to a mixture of lack of faith and impatience. After finishing with M, the brother invited S to intervene again, but he refused with fear. When we were alone, brother told me that he would tell me about Pachita's life. Someday I will, and you will know what mortals like you call ego. Here on Earth, mortals need air and water and food, and they must be provided. The next patient interrupted the monologue. The operation that was going to be performed on her stunned me, and even managed to surprise M, who witnessed it next to a kind woman came into the room accompanied by her daughter. The doctors had detected a malignant tumor in her breast and had amputated it. Now the brother saw that a lung had to be grafted, and we all prepared for the operation. It was the last operation because it was the most complex and longest. I took the woman's hand and caressed her forehead, while the hunting knife opened a gigantic incision in the woman's right side. There was a sound like escaping air, and then Pachita's hand pulled out a purplish, membranous tissue. I took from the table next to her chair a foil packet. Again, I did not know who had brought the packet or how it had appeared on the table. It contained a lung rolled up in itself. Brother placed one end of it into the incision and asked me to hold the free end. Its consistency was soft and spongy. I held it with difficulty, fearing that it would slip from my fingers, and I approached the wound. The knife was placed in it, and Pachita's hand held it. There was no other instrument, and despite this, something began to pull on the lung. I saw it slide into the body, and my hand followed the movement. Suddenly, the tissue disappeared inside the body, and the wound closed before my eyes without leaving any visible trace. I told the woman it was all over, but I was wrong. Pachita's hand took the knife and brought it close to the woman's throat. With a confident movement, he inserted it 5 centimeters below the throat. There was a clicking sound, and brother asked me if I had heard it. Of course, I replied. What was it? He asked me. The lung. The brother laughed out loud. The lung is not in front, Jacob. The trachea. I corrected, sadly. Of course, he replied. That was the trachea. I later learned that the woman had serious breathing difficulties, and the trachea maneuver had been used to resolve them. I no longer dared to say that it was all over, and I watched the next maneuver, or rather, I smelled it. Suddenly, a putrid smell invaded my nostrils. I looked for its source, and as I did so, I heard a strange noise. It was as if a water tap had been opened, and the gushing liquid had been discharged onto the floor of the room. I looked over the bed and saw that blood was gushing out of the woman's right arm. But it was not normal blood. It was much thinner and lighter than that one, and its smell was horrible. I watched it drip for several minutes. It was incredible that someone could have so much liquid. Suddenly, I understood that the woman was undergoing a total transfusion. I had seen Pachita's mouth hold one end of a tube while the other was placed inside her belly, and a red liquid flowed from one end to the other. It was too incredible to think that Pachita's mouth could serve as a source of blood, but I had learned that the most probable thing is precisely the most improbable thing, and I do not rule out that possibility. But even so, in this case there was no catheter, and unless all the blood was replaced, the woman's survival was less than impossible. But the woman survived, and while all this was going on, she talked and joked and seemed to suffer no pain, as if she were living outside her body. There was really no other way to explain her continued consciousness. Chapter 15. Fausto. The city traffic delayed me, and after several crowds, I understood that something did not want to see me during the consultations. I arrived at Pachita's house 30 seconds before the eye operations began, greeted brother, and took my place while I watched how the patients were operated on. The first patient to occupy the bed was a boy who was totally deaf in both ears. He was also mute and, as in similar cases, the difficulty of recognizing whether the operation was successful was enormous. His name was Faust, and when the operation was over, brother remembered Goethe's Faust and told us that the story was true. Afterwards, brother asked me how I was doing, and I told him that the day before I had spoken with JL and M about Cuauhtémoc. They said we were cavemen and that we made sacrifices, right? No, brother, I answered seriously. We talked about the level of consciousness in which you find yourself, and I came to the conclusion that I did not understand it as I would have liked. A had approached us and was listening to our conversation with great interest. Hearing that I did not understand the brother's level, he smiled as if to say that I was asking too much. "It is very beautiful and lovely, Jacob," the brother answered me. "But what is it? For example, when you said that you had an urgent mission, what was it?" "A cyclone was approaching the territory of the Chorus Indians, and I went to ask my father for protection for them." "And did you get it?" "Yes, the cyclone was diverted from its path." "I would also like to see more of what happens in the operations," I continued. The brother did not answer me immediately, but after a few seconds he told me something that surprised and pleased me. "I am going to ask my father to perform a miracle for you." The next patient was wheeled in. Next to him, 2 other patients in similar chairs waited their turn. "This is a great man," said brother, while A and I helped a very strong, tall, black man to lie down. "He is a great musician," continued brother. "His body was completely limp and paralyzed. We laid him on his side, and the hunting knife made a 10-centimeter incision. Brother asked for a catheter and placed one end inside the wound and the other in Pachita's mouth. Again, a red liquid began to flow through the catheter. The patient had a terrible infection, and the procedure was intended to purify him. When I finished, I saturated him and then bandaged him. CH's son helped him into the wheelchair, and I felt sorry for his difficulty in moving. Why do these things happen? I asked aloud. The brother came up to me and whispered to me that the musician would get excited, and the metals of his instrument would heat up, and then he would go out into the cold and neglect his material. That is why they become weak, Jacob. I was not very satisfied with the answer, and I helped the next paralytic patient. He was wearing a corset that helped him keep his back rigid. Face down, the knife penetrated a location near the spine, and some bones were placed in it. I observed that the patient showed extraordinary tranquility and humility, and when I finished, I commented on it. "It is that," said the brother, "they have recognized in their situation the power of God. If God wants, he can kill a man or make him reborn. Nothing is comparable to his glory and power." I noticed that Cand was approaching the only candle that lit the room and turning it off. After a few minutes, she approached again and turned it on. Later, she turned it off again. Intrigued, I asked her why the light changed, and I didn't understand her answer. Suddenly, the brother turned to me and told me that he saw that I was finally reaching peace. "You lived many lives, Jacobo, and only in this one are you feeling the suffering of your neighbor. Feeling that suffering is what will bring you peace." I had many questions to ask, and I was going to take advantage of that moment to ask the brother if it was one or divided, but M interrupted me. "Brother, there is damage. Shall we leave it for the end?" "Of course, little one. My matter is very tired, and perhaps I will take it soon. Would you be willing to accompany it?" "Of course," answered M, while a shiver ran down my spine. "Brother," M said again, "here is Father E. Tell him to bring that good man in." "Jacobo," the brother told me, "Father E is a wonderful man. He works in the Sierra with the Tarahumaras and gives everything to alleviate their pain. He deserves all our love and help." When he was young and began his priesthood, women tempted him because he was very handsome, and he decided to castrate himself so as not to fall into temptation. A tall man with pleasant features and a kind look approached Pachita's body and greeted the brother with such sincerity and intensity that we all turned to look at him. "How is my little one?" "With a donkey's back and complaining of pain. I think what I need is a crane." "And how are your Indians?" "Well, now I'm fighting to create a farm where children and the elderly can live together, help each other, and learn from each other. Come here, my little one. Let's see what you have on your back." With Pachita's palms a few inches from the priest's back, the brother made a diagnosis. "Go to bed, my boy. We are going to strengthen that column. You should rest now. You are carrying a lot of weight." With his back exposed, the brother located the painful area and began to work on it. He made an incision of at least 30 centimeters and left the spinal column exposed. He asked A for some bones, and with the handle of the knife, he inserted them between the vertebrae. The patient was moaning and praying to God when he finally saturated the wound, which closed instantly. When he left the room, the brother confided to us that he felt very sad, but the reason for his sadness I cannot reproduce here. The last operation was on a woman with a severe back injury, obese and ashen-skinned. She came in accompanied by 2 of her daughters. She complained bitterly of back pain, and it was very difficult for us to get her to lie face down on the bed. The brother palpated her back and asked us to place her on her side. Around us, all the assistants held hands, forming a protective chain. Dona Candelaria took a bottle of balm and began to pour drops of it on my head, Pachita's M&A heads. "Let us pray, brothers," Cuauhtémoc asked us. He inserted the knife into the injured woman's back, and I struggled for a few seconds, trying to extract something. I was holding the sick woman's hand, and I felt very energized and strong. The brother took my right hand and placed it directly on the injury. I felt a soft tissue with growths and began to pull. I felt that it must be very strong, and I saw that the tissue took up my entire hand. I pulled hard and pulled it out, placing it on a black paper that Ken offered me. I asked if that was all, and the brother made me insert my hand again. This time I felt a kind of very irregular bone the size of a ripe peach that slid into my hand, and I placed it on the black paper. "There's another one missing," the brother told me. I inserted my hand again, and this time I felt a sphere the size of an eye that seemed to have reliefs like those of a man's head. I removed it and placed it on the black paper. I felt very strange and noticed that all the assistants were looking at me with a kind of new respect and admiration. I saturated and bandaged. They took the woman away, and Pachita occupied the chair next to the altar. M stood in front of her, and I remembered that A had prevented visitors from approaching the altar during the operations. The brother said goodbye to everyone and his body convulsed, but Pachita did not return. Instead, an inhuman voice began to babble unintelligible things while Pachita's body continued to convulse. With a quick movement, Pachita's legs opened and she urinated. Cand approached Pachita's face and placed her hands in front of her eyes. Take light and go." Cand repeated the order several times, and finally Pachita recovered. I approached to ask him something, and M intervened, telling me that I had yet to see the best when the alcohol bottles break and things fall from the ceiling. It told me a damage destroyed one of my testicles when I once tried to give it light. It's very dangerous. The daughters of the woman who suffered the damage asked about me, and I told them what I had extracted from their mother's body. M ordered them not to go to sleep until after 1 in the morning. When I finished placing the damages on the black paper, I saw that the brother took a kind of palm, I didn't know how or where it appeared on the operating bed, and wrapped the paper containing the damages with it. He squeezed the package tightly as if he had wanted to strangle the damages, and then offered it to M. Before the rooster crows, the brother told M, "They will come to claim it, and you will have to make the deal." Father E had no one to take him home, so I offered to drive him. On the way, he spoke to me about his own work, and I thought it was extraordinary. "Pachita looks very worn out," he suddenly told me. 6 years ago, she looked much younger. It must be the constant suffering and the intensity of her work. One day, after the operations, a violent injury entered her body, and she was on the verge of killing the patient from whom she had extracted it. I had had the operation and was resting in a room in her house when I saw her coming with her knife in her hand. I hugged her tightly while E tried to take the knife away from her, but it was all useless. Finally, Cand threw holy water on us, and by accident, I mixed the blood from a wound of mine, which opened due to the effort, with the blood that was flowing from Pachita's hand that had been hurt, and that drove away the spirit. Despite all her tiredness, continued the father, she still retains a magnificent dose of humor, and that is extraordinary. It was true. That afternoon during an operation, we heard the sound of an ambulance siren. The brother had turned to look at me, and with a smile said that it would be interesting if the police entered the premises and found us. Imagine, he had said, we would appear on the cover of the Alarma, old witch performing blood ceremonies and initiating naive young people into black magic. When I arrived home that morning and entered my room, I realized that something had placed a book next to the head of my bed. It was Goethe's Faust. I started reading it and knew that brother was right. The story was true. Chapter 16. The Warriors. Pachita is completely blind and only eats occasionally. During operations, she is brought a glass of tea, and in it, the brother puts an elixir that gives her energy for the whole week. In a monologue that lasted several hours, A gave me his particular vision of the work. It is a path full of tremendous trials, 24 hours a day, and what you must understand is that around Pachita coexist the extremes of the human condition. On the one hand, the most selfish materialism, and on the other, spiritual sanctity. Here you see everything that can be seen, and that is a magnificent gift. His wife, M, prepared the food while my daughter, E, and I listened to the story. I've been working with her for 19 years, and if it weren't for my pride, I'd be dead already. You have to be a true warrior, and there's no turning back once you've started. Many years ago, we went to the fields to make deliveries. If a patient came with damage and the brother operated on him on the physical plane, it was then necessary to cut the spiritual connection with the entity that had caused it. They would meet us on a mountain, a valley, or by a river, and then we had to fight. Almost always they asked us for a virgin maiden in exchange for the damage, and of course we refused. One day Pachita was hit by an arrow that penetrated her head. Her brain matter came out through the cranial orifice, and here on my right forearm, she fell dead. But the brother saved her, although I know that from that moment on she has remained dead. That was a long time ago. It was 18 years ago. But those are the benefits of true mediumship. I mean that the body becomes immune, but I ask to be conscious and I have to pay for it with my body. Yes, man. When Pachita falls into a trance, she lives in the astral, while her body has absolute protection. If someone tears you apart, brother rebuilds it. I, on the other hand, must take care of myself, and although I have a protector, I ask to keep my consciousness during my work. Do you heal? I have been given gifts, and I have had to earn others. I lived with a terrible injury that a woman had caused me. For 8 years I could not touch my wife, and no one could heal me until I went to see Pachita. She extracted a 30-centimeter injury, and it took shape. From that moment on, my apprenticeship began. Then someone came to visit me and prepared me with strength to resist the brother's energy. Imagine, I would lie down in bed and suddenly someone would take my leg and bend it and massage it, then my arm and my back and my neck. For a year and a half between 12 and 2 in the morning, they would come to prepare me physically. Then something would appear in my room and arrows would be shot at me. All I could see was how a bowstring would begin to twist and an arrow would be placed on it and then shot. They would aim in the direction of my head, and the arrows would penetrate between my brain and my cerebellum. So that was a procedure to teach me to resist attacks. I had to survive, and they tested my strength. One day, after 2 years of shooting arrows at me, someone handed me my weapons. They placed me with my arms outstretched and loaded my forearms with machetes, arrows, bows. I had to watch my weapons for 24 hours without blinking. When I went to see brother, he always knew what had happened to me. "How are you, A?" he asked me. "Did you take care of your garrison?" He knew my experiences, and whenever I advanced, he reminded me of my mission. "The Father wants you to work." I complained and refused. "I like women and I am lazy and irresponsible, and I do not deserve the gifts and I cannot, and I do not know what other things," I told him. But he always answered me that of the 100 servants, I had been touched with the finest brush, and precisely because I was wayward I had to purify myself. Sometimes the damage got into my body. Now I have a coyote bladder and an artificial testicle, and the scars on my body are many. But on the other hand, I have seen what no human being has ever glimpsed. I have come to know the devil himself, and I know his names and actions. One day we went to a very dangerous delivery. We had to enter a house guarded by an iron gate. No one could get through it, and we had no way to open it. Pachita relaxed and got out of the car and crossed the gate with her body as if the bars were light. At that time we lived in poverty. Pachita sold lottery tickets on the streets, and I learned from the brother and from herself. One night she told me that next to a tree in the yard of my house, something amazing would happen to me. I arrived home, and when I went out to the yard, I felt that someone was watching me from the roof. I was terribly scared, and I didn't even dare to look up. For more than a month, I went out into the courtyard and always felt the presence watching me. One day I dared and saw a gigantic body. "Who are you?" I asked him after gathering my courage. "I was waiting for you," he replied. "I was waiting for you because I am your protector." I climbed the stairs, and when I reached the roof I saw him. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he put his robe on me. From that day on I knew my protector, and he looks after me. You will also know yours, although I have no doubt that you already have it. Little by little I acquired skills. When I got home, I only had to look at a chair to see who had sat on it, and I began to see the doctors who operate in the room. Cuauhtémoc has an impressive appearance. When he was 13 years old, an epidemic hit the Aztec people. A voice instructed him to make a vaccine, and he presented it to the council of elders of his town. He was 1.86 meters tall at the time. The council was amazed by the young man's wisdom, and from that moment on they spied on him to find out the origin of the vaccine. Cuauhtémoc told them that the messages came to him from the sun god, and they believed him. When his father died, they made him king. Chapter 17. 1st of September. I began to read biographies about Cuauhtémoc, and although I found inconsistencies and lack of veracity in them, I was moved and admired the brother's evident bravery. An example of resistance and virility, a luminous spirit despite all the darkness that surrounded him during the conquest and the siege of Tenochtitlan. They called him Cuauhtémoc as a sign of respect, and I was increasingly filled with happiness at the honor of meeting him in person and being able to work alongside him. I arrived at Pachita's house very early on Wednesday. I found very few people there, and D was writing down the names of the sick and crippled. Pachita was in the kitchen surrounded by people I didn't know. I only recognized Father E and greeted the others with a good afternoon. No one answered me. They were so absorbed in what Pachita was saying. I'm really pissed off with these people who come to look around like this was a circus, said Pachita. One day, those people called, oh yes, those people who control the minds, came to investigate me. They took me to a house where there were stripes of all colors: red, blue, green, black. A man, Silva, told me that I was in the black. Do me a favor, that bastard only wanted me to get into the black. Then they told me to look for someone who was sick with my mind. What the hell was I going to look for? Why? Then others took me to the silent zone in Torian, so I could tell them what was there. Pure fucking desert, and me right there in the middle. I found a turtle and brought it back. Well, Pachita, Father E interrupted her. That area of silence is very interesting. No vibrations enter, and it would be an ideal place to build a psychiatric hospital. Pachita turned to look at him and smiled. And you? Why don't you stop being a male priest? It's just that we're almost gone. And that's what I started, and that's what I must finish. Today we are needed more than ever. Well, I don't know, continued Pachita. They say that the clocks stop and that the radio can't be heard, but what's the point of that? They just search for the sake of searching without knowing, and no matter how much they find, they're not satisfied. If I could tell you everything that they've led me to do. One day a friend asked me to help him look for some kind of mother in a piece of land. I went there and found it full of excavations. They told me to report what I felt, and I stayed there. There is work here, but I know less about it than anyone else. I just leave and the brother comes and I don't even notice. Let's see, Jacob, you're wise. Where do I go? I don't know, I replied sadly. Well, what does brother say? What is he like? Well, when he comes, your voice changes and all he says is and it becomes certainty and strength, I said. You see, he knows more than I do what is going on, and then they come to invite me to give lectures, and what am I going to say to them? Can you imagine this idiot speaking at a conference? I like good works, those that really help. But how difficult it is. It took me 50 years to build a kindergarten. 50 years of work to get to that point. It was 6 p.m. and Pachita got up. I'm leaving, he told us all as he headed out toward the compound. I had never seen brother arrive for a healing session in Mexico before, and I followed him with interest. Everything seemed so natural, and yet in a few minutes, a being from another dimension would come to perform miracles. We entered the illuminated enclosure, and Pachita approached the altar. Let's light some incense to drive away the evil spirits, he told us while lighting 2 Hindu straws. Soon the entire room was filled with a delicious smell. Pachita continued joking with everyone and only became serious when she sat down on a chair. After putting on Cuauhtémoc's tunic, the yellow fabric was completely covered in blood clots and large red stains among the rhinestones and Indian designs that covered it. Father E stood to the left and I to the right of Pachita. She took a black covered book that was placed on the altar and opened it. Large letters filled it, and I managed to read a prayer. It was a religious book that reminded me of a Hebrew Bible that I wanted to give to brother. Father E came over and commented on the rarity of the edition. They don't make those books anymore, he said excitedly. Pachita closed the book in her eyes and began to pray out loud. Father E commented that he felt a tickling in his left ear, and Pachita confirmed that it was a sign of the brother's imminent arrival. I feel, he said, tickling in both ears. Candelaria stood behind Pachita, and when she went into convulsions, Ken began to pray out loud. Pachita writhed for a few seconds and then yawned. Her body seemed to be adjusting to the handling of a new being and balancing and filling itself with its presence. She writhed again for a few seconds, then yawned, and Candelaria continued with her prayer. Someone turned off the light, drew back the curtains, and asked for silence. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Candigan insisted on the need to remain silent. Finally, Pachita's right arm rose and an intense, virile voice spoke through her mouth. "I greet you, dear brothers. I greet you on behalf of the Father," I said confidently. "I answer you in the same name, my little one." Father E approached to ask if Pachita's indication to leave the priesthood was a sign. "No, good man," Cuauhtémoc responded. "You already know my flesh and its jokes. Don't worry about that and continue with your beautiful work. What do we have, my loving brothers?" D came up and mentioned 22 or 23 queries. "Well, let's get started." An old lady with an egg in her right hand approached the brother and asked for help. I could not contain myself and stroked her gray hair while Cuauhtémoc examined her and prescribed some herbs for her ailments. "Old people are like children," I said to the brother as I said goodbye to the woman, and he nodded. I had become accustomed to going to the curtain and accompanying the next patient and introducing him to the brother, but Candelaria forbade me to do so. "You're disturbing the energy," she said very seriously. "You're stretching the cords, and you shouldn't do that." I stayed with the brother for the rest of the session. A very strong young man approached and explained that he had taken all the medicines that had been prescribed to him, but he still had no virility. The brother focused his attention on the boy's genital area and asked him to wait outside because he had to operate on him. "That is a damage," Cuauhtémoc told me later. I wanted to learn how to differentiate damage from other ailments, and the following person gave me the opportunity to do so. The same woman who had come once before, the one with the lost look and the unbearable smell, was dragged onto a chair. Her abandonment and moaning were impressive. The brother stood up and received her very seriously. "Let her stand up for herself," he ordered his companions. "Let her defend herself and know that what she has comes from outside." The woman turned her eyes and head and did not respond. "Take it off. It's not inside but outside. Do it for your children." The woman turned to look at the brother, and the crazy rolling of her eyes diminished for a moment. She stood up from the chair and began to speak. "My brain hurts and I can't think and I'm shitting myself. Please help me." "Look," Cuauhtémoc told his companions, "rub your palms together and give her light and order the entity to leave this poor woman's body. They are going to bring her to me on Friday at 12 midnight to operate on her." My neck started to hurt, and I rubbed it several times without success. The brother saw me and told me that it was because I was paying so much attention to the injuries. "Don't look at them," he said while massaging my neck. "The differentiation is in the body itself and its sensations," I thought, remembering Jay and his psychoanalytic technique. An elderly couple entered the premises. The husband reported that his wife had bad kidneys and that the doctors could not find a solution for her condition. While the brother was attending to the woman, the husband made a sign for me to come closer to him and whispered to me in a very low voice that it was cancer, but that they did not want to tell his wife. I approached to tell the brother about this, but he made a sign for me not to speak. "I know," he said out loud, addressing the woman. "They say you have cancer, but that's not true. You're going to take care of yourself and come back another day to see how you're doing and to have your kidneys changed. Don't listen to the doctors. They've weakened you with their washings and techniques of, what's Jacob's name? Chemotherapy." I said, "Yes, that's it," said the brother. "Think that you are well, and that will be the first remedy." A young woman, her husband and her baby daughter approached Cuauhtémoc. He saw the girl and showered her with praise. "You have grace, beautiful woman, and you have had the patience to straighten out your family." They brought 3 eggs, and the brother took one to clean the woman. "Keep going as you are, and everything will be fine," he told her while rubbing her body with the egg. The baby had complained, and the brother laughed. "This little girl doesn't like me," he said. He took the girl in his arms, and she continued to protest. He also rubbed her with another egg and did the same with her husband. "My chest hurts, and I'm afraid I have a bad heart," he told him, frightened. "Your heart is fine, although a little slow. You won't die of that, but of something else. You better listen to your little wife. She knows what she's doing." The next patient impressed me. A middle-aged woman with dark glasses, purple lips, and marble hands asked for help. "I feel very bad about everything. I came from Guadalajara recommended," Cuauhtémoc recognized her and prescribed some herbs for her. "You can go now, woman, that will cure you. Give me your blessing on my back. Bless me with your hands." "No, woman. You take the medicine and that will help you." The woman took Pachita's hands and placed them on her shoulders. "Give me your blessing," he said in an orderly tone. Cuauhtémoc did so, and when the woman left, she turned to look at me. "I don't like this. I really don't like doing that." A very elegantly dressed woman came forward afterwards. She said she had very low red blood cells, weakness, and abdominal pain. "Do you have gas?" The woman turned to look at me and blushed, then nodded. The brother made her turn around and saw her back. It seemed to me that an X-ray machine had been started up. "I see some very dangerous platelets in your lungs," said Cuauhtémoc. "You must stop smoking and come back on Friday for surgery." "And my red blood cells?" The brother took one of the woman's hands and with one finger seemed to throw something onto her palm. "They're a little low, but not that much," he said. "Come back on Friday." A young girl with thin, aristocratic lips whispered her ailments. She seemed not to want to say what she had, and after leaving, she came back and accompanied by M, who told us that she was embarrassed to speak in front of me. I moved away, and the girl spoke of problems with her menstruation. The brother gave her a remedy, and when I left and approached him, he joked with me. "Wow," he said, "it's not like it's anything new." A mother brought her little girl. She said she couldn't speak. The brother asked her name, and the little girl stammered something unintelligible. Next to us was a curious guest who was watching the consultations. He interrupted the consultation and told the mother that he knew of a special school that could help her daughter. The brother turned to look at him in astonishment and did not let him continue. I noticed the man's confusion while the brother prescribed some bird tongues for the girl. The consultations had ended, and we were preparing for the operations. I took advantage of the break to tell Cuauhtémoc that I was reading his biography in several books, and I expressed my great admiration for his bravery. Nobody is truthful. They get their information from dubious sources, and they don't tell the truth. You tell the truth because you describe what you experience, and that's fine. "Look," he continued, "we never made sacrifices. We did what you saw. Behind every symbol we had a god. You are not like that, but we are." I didn't understand that thing. My Jewish upbringing had taught me that there was only one God, and I didn't know if he was referring to Judaism or to our time. "I didn't die by hanging either," he continued. "What the Spanish did is unspeakable. They took babies and threw them into the air and then skewered them with their spears." I remembered World War II and the atrocities of the Nazis. "It seemed," I said aloud, "that there are times when darkness grows and a terrible struggle is established in which the lowest motives of the flesh are manifested." "That's right," Cuauhtémoc confirmed. "It was inconceivable to me what the Spaniards did, but they were not the first to arrive on our land. Long before, some Vikings came, led by a friar. Forgive me," he said to Father E. "A certain Jovis discovered our continent. He came on a raft and got the bubonic plague. He was able to return, and he told Columbus of his discovery. That's why he was so confident in his journey. No one knows what I'm telling you because the writings were lost. I had a girlfriend, but I never married. She got carried away with the Barbados and betrayed us. She told them everything she knew, including the location of our secret tunnels. That touched a very sensitive chord in me. I too had felt the betrayal of a woman, and I knew the pain it causes. I imagined what Cuauhtémoc must have felt, and I felt pain for his feeling of seeing his wife in the hands of the conquistadors and offering herself to them. "I was arrested because of you too," Cuauhtémoc continued. "Brother," I said solemnly, "one day I asked you about Quetzalcoatl, and you told me that he was a traitor." "That's right," Cuauhtémoc confirmed. "He knew that we shouldn't mix with the whites, and yet he brought them to our shores. I didn't accept receiving the Spaniards as gods, but they forced me because of their prophecy." At that moment, M entered the room very worried. "Little brother, we didn't find the notebook, and we don't know who you have to operate on." Was shocked and said that the notebook was a state secret and that it was not possible that they had neglected it. Cuauhtémoc said that if they didn't find the notebook, he wouldn't operate. I looked at M and noticed a series of dismissive movements. He seemed to enjoy the situation and to make fun of brother. I thought that perhaps he resented that his mother was occupied by another being, and I did not doubt that if what I thought was true, it was unconscious for M. When M left, brother continued his story. "I have many missions to fulfill. The planet is in crisis and man wages war, and here, in this city, he is slowly dying among all that he has created. Man fights for riches without knowing that he already possesses them. In Mexico, there are mountains full of gold. When I lived in the flesh, what you call Cerro de la Estrella shone because of the great quantity of precious stones, emeralds, and gold that it contained. At that moment, M came back in, announcing that the notebook had been lost forever. In a tone of defiance, he told brother to leave as he had said. I was very surprised, and when M came out, I felt Cuauhtémoc's sadness. I placed my hand on his shoulder, and I didn't know what to say to him. I'm leaving now because they don't want me here. I'll devote myself to my other missions. No, brother, I told him. Yes, we love you, and what you do no one else can do. M came back in as if he had understood and complained that D was humiliating him in front of people. I think he actually came to justify his previous challenge and wanted to say that D had made him very nervous. Cuauhtémoc seemed to understand, and at that moment, D entered and recited the list of operations from memory. Let us begin then, said the brother. A young girl with very sweet features occupied the bed. Her left ear was not working, and when she said this, the brother asked which side was the left one. I had already noticed that the brother did not seem to distinguish right from left, because he always asked where they were. I covered his right ear with cotton soaked in alcohol and made an operating field for the left ear. The brother introduced the hunting knife, and in less than 30 seconds, the girl indicated that she could hear perfectly. Cuauhtémoc whispered something to check if she could hear and understand him, and when we asked him, the girl repeated what she had whispered. I had seen how the brother advanced and developed the technique of hearing through the operations that I witnessed, and I was happy about its success. It had taken me a lot of work to understand that Cuauhtémoc was still learning, and I realized that I finally accepted him as a being in constant development and expansion. Then they moved on to a woman with kidney problems. As on other occasions, the knife opened 2 large incisions on the sides of her back, and 2 kidneys were placed on the skin and then penetrated into the cavities. I saturated the wounds, and as always, they closed immediately. The next operation was on a young boy with lung problems. It was extraordinary what happened, and I would like to relate it in detail. The young man had cancer in his right lung, and it had become strong by this time. We laid him face down, and as I held his hand, the knife opened his back. The brother called for the saw and cut several ribs. I could hear the sound of metal rubbing against bone and was amazed at the speed and precision of the cut. It definitely wasn't the saw that was doing it, as it barely moved. It was something else that was cutting. From the table to his left, Cuauhtémoc took a piece of cloth and brought it to Pachita's mouth. I heard the air penetrate the cloth and the brother speak to her, as if the reddish mass understood. The lung to be grafted was then placed in the incision and inserted through it with the aid of the knife. In no time it was absorbed into the body. I asked the boy how he felt, and he replied that he felt very well. How do you breathe? Like new. There had been no pain, and while they were taking the operated man to rest, I questioned the brother. How can it connect so quickly? Look, Jacob, he began to answer me. For you the tissue I graft is dead, but for me it is alive. What I do is open the membrane of the tissue to be grafted, and I place it in contact with the internal tissue. Then the 2 membranes connect and stick together. That makes the new lung work. A young man in a wheelchair was brought into the room. When the brother saw him, he told him that he was innocent and that he would be cured. We laid him face down, and the brother located the spine and penetrated it with the knife. He asked to look at the young man's legs and asked him to move them. He then turned the knife and inserted something into the spinal cord. He asked for movement again, and the legs obeyed the order. You will be completely cured, good man, Cuauhtémoc told the man again. The next patient was quite a test. She was a very fat woman with coarse gestures. We laid her on her back, and the brother said that her illness was venereal. I felt an involuntary repulsion and prayed that the brother would not make me touch the woman's genitals. With the knife, he opened the wound near the genital area, and as if he had heard my thoughts, he took my hand and introduced it to the wound he had made. I had to overcome my disgust, and suddenly I felt affection for the woman, and I got over it. I saturated the wound and bandaged it, hoping it would get better. The boy with the lung had been laid next to the altars, and when the woman's operation was over, the brother asked her how she was breathing. Very well, I feel very well, the young man replied. Then they brought the boy with the genital injury. He said, it couldn't be considered a form of damage. Brother opened it near the testicles and made me touch a tissue resembling a wrapped parchment. Should I take it out? I asked curiously. No, man. If you do that, you'll leave him without a member. I placed a black paper open and brother put the damage on it. Be careful, he advised her. Be careful with him because he will soon come to life. I began to bandage the boy, and the brother got up from his chair and sat in another one placed near the altar. I'm taking my leave of you, he said, because I have other missions to complete. A hurricane is approaching Mexico, and hurricanes bring earthquakes. I was still bandaging and noticed something strange. Pachita did not return, and suddenly her body rose from the chair, and she began to scream. Fuck your mothers all because I'm going to kill you. I saw Pachita's hand reach for the knife and approach the patient that I had not yet finished bandaging. I protected him with my body while A and Father E hugged Pachita's body and gave her light. Finally, Pachita returned and I wrapped the operated patient with the sheet. Z began to joke with A, and they told of previous occasions when something had entered Pachita's body and had hit them. I didn't find what they were saying that funny, but their festive spirit lightened the tension that had built up. I felt exhausted and sat next to Pachita to rest. She turned to look at me and told that I had something special. He has a very special bone, and the first time I saw him, I felt like I had known him for a long time. Of course, said A. Remember that we both said, and then the brother confirmed that it had been Andres. Pachita scratched her chin and said that Andres had had a daughter. How many children do you have, Jacob? A daughter, I answered. Father E commented that Andres's daughter was called Esther. What is your daughter's name? Pachita asked. Esther, I answered, astonished. Andres, said A, suffered a terrible struggle between the divine and the human. He wanted to be with the former and away from the latter. Andres, said Pachita, was the most subordinate apostle. That was too much for me. I also felt a terrible struggle between my human nature and my desire to reach the divine. That struggle had prevented me from living like any other man, and at that moment I thought that lives were repeating themselves. Andres was a scribe of Jesus, Father E commented. Please stop, I asked, drowning in feelings. I took my flashlight and put it in the pocket of my robe. Pachita asked me to turn it on, and as I did so I joked, Look, I look like a spirit of light now. Wow, Pachita commented. You're starting to get the hang of being a joker. Here you learn everything, she said at the end, the best and the worst. Chapter 18. Vibrations. Pachita had asked me to read her the book she was writing, and I had promised to do so as soon as the typed transcription was ready. I had decided to end this book with this chapter and start a new one that would be titled, The Manifestations of Being 2, Kurudamatsun. I was very pleased to be finishing the first volume, and when I reread some chapters, one was amazed at how difficult it had been to write it and how completely opposite it felt to me when I read it. It seems like it was easy, I said to myself jokingly. Friday morning was atrocious, and it was only at 4 p.m. that I began to feel light and optimistic. I didn't know why my sudden changes had happened, and I only felt that something was beyond my understanding and control. During the seminar, we talked about the extraordinary nature of dreams, and we asked ourselves if perhaps we ourselves were not the dream of someone who would destroy us when we woke up. I arrived at Pachita's house at 6 in the evening and found the patio full of sick people. I practically swam through all those people, and with difficulty, I was able to reach the room. Even though I already felt better without yet understanding what had happened to me in the morning, seeing Pachita and hearing the brother convinced me that my state of consciousness was not optimal. I want to say that I love that woman and I admire Cuauhtémoc, and seeing them and feeling what I feel for them makes me understand that I still cannot feel the same when I see any human being, and that is not correct. When I turned 13, they had sent me a silver-covered Bible with beautiful calligraphy from Jerusalem. He had decided to give it to Cuauhtémoc and Pachita. I approached the brother and greeted him. In the name of the Father I greet you. I answer you in the same name, my loving brother. I brought you a gift, I said, showing the book. Cuauhtémoc opened it and stared at a page for a few moments. I wondered if he read it and understood the Hebrew, and as if he had read my thoughts, he answered, Here they speak like you and I do. Do you understand Hebrew? I asked him out loud. He turned to me and smiled and asked T to give the gift to his subject. Thank you, Brother Jacob. T was an unbeliever and had never participated in consultations and operations. He lived with Pachita, who had brought him from Parral because of a desperate situation. I was amazed to see him in the facility and assumed that he was finally convinced of the existence of God. They brought the list of consultations, There were 35, and I prepared myself to remain all that time with brother. I cannot describe the cases, although I must say that brother's capacity for involvement with each of his patients seemed to have no limits. It was a lesson to see his magnificent dedication of tenderness, encouragement, and light to each and every one of his patients. A girl who had traveled from the north of the Republic gave an egg to the brother. She had an eye problem, and he cleaned it and then placed the egg on the altar and did not throw it, as he always did, in a garbage can that was placed expressly for that purpose. "Go back to your hut, and with the medicines I have given you, you will be cured," he said to the girl in a sweet tone. I asked him why he had placed the egg on the altar and not thrown it away, and his answer was an enigmatic smile. He must want to take a test, I thought, remembering the procedure that Don Lucio used to diagnose, which consisted of pouring the contents of the egg into a glass of water to see the formations and signs of yolk and white. An elderly gentleman with an innocent smile and a sweet walk was brought into the presence of the brother. Two sons of the sick man spoke for him, while he asked for a chair to sit on. "The doctors," they began, "say that he has water on his brain, and they give us no hope. Our father was born in Damascus, and we want him to live." Cuauhtémoc observed the sick man's head and then touched his vertex. "It doesn't have water but a tumor. If you want it, bring it back in 8 days, and we will remove it." The next person was a dark-skinned woman with a proud demeanor and a deep gaze. Upon seeing her, the brother let out an exclamation of surprise, and I felt that I recognized someone from the past in her. I asked him, and for some reason his answer stimulated an image in me in which I thought I recognized his beloved when he was king. A woman accompanied her husband, who did not stop shaking for a moment. "He has Parkinson's," the woman said. The brother sat in his chair and began to observe the man's involuntary movements. "Your Achilles tendon is connected to your shaky parts." If that was a metaphor, I didn't understand it. As the patient left, I commented that the lenticular nuclei in his brain must be discharging uncontrollably, and Cuauhtémoc nodded in agreement. The next patient was an old friend of mine from Tepoztlan. Her bright, alert eyes shone with an inner life of the utmost intensity. She complained of sadness, and the brother spoke to her of her beauty and the splendor of the world. "Every day is a miracle, and that is all it takes to find happiness. You are chosen, and you must know that you contain the seed of awakening." "I know," the woman said, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. "I've had signs, but now I'm confused." "None of that, my little one. Remember what I tell you, and you will return to the path." As I was leaving, I turned around and felt the impact of the words I had heard and a greeting. At that moment, he came in and greeted brother, who scolded him strongly. "I have given orders," he said, "that the list of patients should be respected, and you have allowed the disorder." He was referring to the first consultations, those that were not on the lists. He left with his head down and came back and accompanied by M. The cricket, that's what they nicknamed E. Says that his mother doesn't love him anymore and that his brother only scolds him. While M was saying this, he hugged his brother as if he wanted to protect him. "It's true," said E, his voice breaking. "I just came to say hello, and you're scolding me. Look, my little one, order is order, and you must set the example." The consultations had ended when P, an assistant, approached the brother. "A couple from Nicaragua has come for a consultation. They have very serious problems and want to see you. Tell them to come in, my darling." A tall, beautiful, blonde woman, accompanied by her husband, approached the brother. The man spoke on her behalf. "My wife," he said, "is afraid that she had work done on her when she visited Brazil. We have very serious problems, and we can no longer bear what is happening between us. We love each other, but every time we have a marital life, she feels very bad and I feel like attacking her. We were going to have a child, but she couldn't bear it, and she hit herself in the stomach until she miscarried." "Woman," the brother called to the woman, "do you dream of water or that you fly?" "Sometimes," she replied. "Do you feel like something is taking over you and making you lose control?" "Yes, that's how I feel." I began to understand and remembered that when entering the room, the woman's head had hit a crucifix that was at the entrance. That had amazed me, and now I began to understand. Suddenly, Cuauhtémoc asked for his knife. It was a quick and sharp order. I turned to see him and noticed that he was looking in the direction of the entrance of the room. I fixed my attention in that direction, and suddenly I saw how the curtains parted, Everyone saw the same thing, and in a flash we were positioned at the sides of the brother waiting for the entrance of something that possessed the woman. In absolute silence, with our muscles tense, our eyes fixed on the curtain and the brother holding his knife, we remained motionless and expectant. Suddenly, the brother began to whistle a very strange tune, and then said that the dark spirit had not dared to confront him. I knew he couldn't handle me and he left. "You woman," he said, calling the blonde. "What did you feel?" "A shiver. Look, they did a terrible job and they are very powerful. I'm going to tell P what needs to be done, and that will save you and your partner." The couple left and Cuauhtémoc called P. "I want to know if you can commit to doing the job. You will have to go to a mountain and do some things that I will tell you later. We need 6 rigorous cleansings. The entity possesses the woman and killed her son. I know that your wife is pregnant and you must prevent this woman from approaching her. Will you take responsibility?" "Yeah, very well. Now take them home and be very careful on the way." Cuauhtémoc called M and also gave him instructions. "Do not allow my flesh to do this work," he said. "Help P and may the Lord guide you. Do you understand?" "Yeah." The operations were about to begin and brother asked to speak with G, Pachita's daughter. He asked us all to leave, and I managed to hear a very emotional conversation. Then I went in and asked Cuauhtémoc about my feelings that morning. Maybe I have something wrong with my body, or am I making a serious mistake? "What's happening to you?" He answered me after sweeping my body with his gaze. "What's happening to you is that every day you become more sensitive and now you're detecting the signs of the next catastrophe." On the one hand, I felt calm, and on the other, I felt uneasy. The next catastrophe? The brother had already mentioned this one, and seemed convinced that something terrible would soon happen. The first operation was on a girl who was blind in her left eye. Lateralization was handled in a very special way by the brother. If the evil was on one side, he worked on the other, and this particular case was no exception. It reminded me of the first operations on epileptic foci, in which the researchers were surprised by the appearance of mirror foci transferred from the healthy cerebral hemisphere to the diseased one. I took the girl's head and immediately felt immersed in a very pleasant sensation. Was it her or the energy that the brother was sending her? And I was in the middle of it, feeling a very special happiness. The young girl did not complain as the knife and Pachita's thumb penetrated her good eye. A turned on a flashlight and the girl announced that she could see clearly. A couple came in later. The woman looked Japanese and took the bed. She had a hearing problem in one ear. The brother asked for the knife, and the woman began to shake and breathe wildly. She seemed about to faint, and she was so nervous that Cuauhtémoc decided not to operate on her. Father E had brought in a priest who had a hernia in his groin. As we prepared him for the operation, T watched with such attention and surprise that it seemed as if his eyes would pop out of their sockets at any moment. As the knife entered the groin, brother called for light, and T's surprise reached its climax. "You are from another world," he said to the brother. "How can you do this?" "Ask Jacobo. He is a writer and he can tell you." "I don't know how he does it." "You'd better ask God," I replied. "But God doesn't exist," said T, his voice breaking. "If God did not exist, this would not be possible." Father E intervened. "But I do not see or feel God," continued T. "I simply cannot see him. You should study the way in which Aristotle came to the knowledge of God. Perhaps that would allow you to understand," said Father E. "But Aristotle was ignorant," answered T, "and his definition of man as a featherless bird proves it." The brother continued operating, and from time to time he smiled, surely attentive to the conversation between T and the father. "It's finally over, and we bandaged the priest." I felt so energized and self-confident that I began to tell them about my new research. In the laboratory, I told them in a confident voice, "We are demonstrating that the human brain can create an anti-gravitational force, and that always happens when a process of informational unification occurs that could be defined as an expansion of consciousness." "I like that very much," the brother told me. "Also," I continued, "we have seen that there are ascending levels of informational concentration and that both the brain and space are organized in a convergent manner in such a way that one can conceive the existence of infinitesimal points containing the total information of the universe. We have considered these points as belonging to a space of very high synergy where very interesting phenomena occur." I was getting more and more excited, and I didn't know if everyone understood me, but I continued. "In a space of high synergy, The unification is such that time and space itself are transcended. There is a maximum redundancy of information and a distancing, or perhaps inversion of the gravitational force. When a brain reaches states of high consciousness, it also transcends space, time, and gravitation and affects the space that surrounds it by creating an anti-gravitational force. At least that is what our experimental results indicate. That would be, Father E interrupted me, evidence of contact with God. Exactly, I said. I like that very much, the brother said again. I don't remember the following operations. I only know that at the end there was an extraction of damage, and when the brother said goodbye to us, the entity penetrated Pachita's body and attacked, tearing up some bills that he had given her. Finally, Pachita returned, and T wanted to find out if the person who had torn up the bills and Pachita were aware of each other. Pachita, he called her. Do you remember what you did? What did I do? Pachita, please, continued T. You tore up some bills. I didn't break anything. You're off the hook. I reminded T of his assignment to give Pachita the Bible, and he did so. Pachita looked at the covers and opened the book and was surprised by the Hebrew characters. What does Jacob say? I took the book from where Pachita had opened it and read in ancient Hebrew. The Hebrew resonated in the room, and I realized that what I was reading was not random and meant the end of the book that I had begun to write, thinking it was me, but then realizing that my hand was only an instrument to make known what I saw. I read, and on the seventh day God finished the work which he had done. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all the work which he had done in creating. End of Book 1.